it.
This is the hour, the darkest place. Dante's Inferno, the devil's maze. It's a good world, good world gone bad. It's a good world, good world gone bad.
Hey, thank you for the follow. I'm Sergio G. Welcome to the Biscuit Brigade.
Welcome to the Biscuit Brigade.
I guess I'll kick out this morning. Good morning, y'all. How's it going? Welcome to another day of game dev. It's a weekend, so it's going to be a long stream today. None of this 4 hours and done. We're going to probably stream for 12 to 16 hours. We'll see. It'll be fun. It'll be like nice to have like a contiguous block of actual coding time. So I'm just checking in the work we did yesterday, April 24th. Well, we got done. You know, after the stream ended, I went and hung out with Rocket to Guns while he was working on his like OpenTTD in 3D. And I kind of got an interesting idea from him. So I went ahead and I added, you know, one of the things we've been doing as we've been debugging is we're constantly like looking at the inspector. And then I looked at how he was doing his debug for some of his stuff. And he was using like in-game like objects and gizmos to show data. So I went ahead and I added like a UI pop-up for some of the pawns. It's hard to see now because they're all fucking on top of each other, but let's see. Toggle them off. And if we break them out, like we can default to them being off. Right now they default to on. But and we'll this is just the first pass. We can make it a little bit better, but hey. My mouse is missing the dude. There you go. Jeepers Crow. But then when we toggle debug on, you know, we can see that as they move, like their stuff updates in real time. As they get jobs, it'll update. So we can see in real time when we're trying to debug. It'll make it a little bit easier than having to like watch the inspector per things. And so That's something I'm actually happy about. Let's toggle that off. Let's close this out. One thing we want to do real quick is we're going to update the inspector for Unity to the new version. But what we're going to work on today is not going to be... oh, and hello, Sergio.
Hello.
The one thing we're going to work on today is we're going to switch gears a little bit, and we're going to focus on banging out, finishing up the saving and loading functionality, saving to disk and everything. And then if we get that done, we're going to take a pass at getting the assets set up in streaming assets for modding. Because that was another thing I was inspired by with the way Dean was working on it. So to support modability, he just out of the box like loads all of his stuff right from a streaming assets folder. So that's when the game starts, it loads all those things in. And I think that would be something that would be neat to do as well, because then we can just be able to support modding by default out of the box, which will be good, especially in the early stages. I don't want to go down the path too far and then realize we've made some big fuck up that makes it harder to mod. So I'd like to make sure that's something we support out of the box, because all my favorite games support modding. I wouldn't feel good about releasing a game that didn't support modding, so we should get that done. But first, we're going to upgrade the project to the latest version of Unity, 2019 that came out. How's everybody doing on this amazing Saturday morning? I'm in better spirits after our board meeting yesterday. You know, so far so good. We haven't, things are a little down, but it looks like we're gonna be able to weather the storm, which is nice. Because I was, I'm a type of person that plans for the worst and hopes for the best. So I was planning for really bad news yesterday, and it didn't materialize. So the best happened. So that was good. So, bullet dodged. So let's write in our trusty notebook what we're going to work on today. Got it here, but I like having it written down as well. The one thing I like about this most, writing it down instead of digital, is like when you get done with it, you have a big old folder of notes you can go through. It's kind of like an archaeological dig, so where you're going through notes yourself. My cat came in and pet me, and my nose is all itchy. Or other people can look through it, or you can just get back to right where you were. Like with digital files, I find myself not digging through them as much, but when I see my stack of old notebooks, with the name, I look through it every once in a while. I just thumb through it, and I go right back. I'm like, oh my gosh, the memories that come flooding back is pretty awesome. So April 25th. Our number one goal is save load functionality. And the other thing we're going to work on is streaming asset support for modding. And then we can basically just move everything that we have in the game now from scriptable objects, at least things that make sense, into streaming assets. Ever again. And it'll give us a little palette refresher for... It'll give us a little bit of... sometimes when you hit a problem that's... You're not able to figure out the answer to right away. Sometimes stepping back is always good. Go work on something else for a little bit. Cleanse the palette, as it were. So let's get back to go fuck yourself. Saving and loading. Why is this music so goddamn loud this morning? Did it reset itself back to... No, it's still pretty low volume. I guess it's just a loud song. Okay. Just loud in my ears. Okay. Saving and loading. So we've got the save and load map functionality. Here, let me change one thing real quick. I want to close a couple things out for my wife. Boop. Hey look, it's yesterday's chat up there. Nice. Okay, there we go. Let's close that out. Oh, I just don't have Ryder up. I must have closed it. Okay. I was like, where's Ryder? Where's my Ryder boy? Okay, Ryder should come up in a second. So the things we're going to need to do to finish supporting saving and loading is leveraging the Odin serialization where it makes sense, so that we can serialize all the data we need. You know, we're going to start by serializing out the JSON just so we can visualize the data, and then we're going to make it a bin file because the binary files are going to be orders of magnitude smaller, faster to work with. It'll be fine. Here we go. Rider to save the day. Okay, what are we doing? Working on Space Marine Survival. And let's make a goals command. Adcom goals. Today we're working on fixing the save load functionality for the game. Stretch goal is working with streaming assets. Let me set that up real quick as a Nightbot command so it'll spam that in chat forever and ever. Goals. Okay, goals has been created, so it'll start spamming that out. Okay, so where did we leave off with that? Let's see. We have under menu manager. I know we have a save button. Just be right here. It's on this local page. Let's see, save. That save name. Save map. Okay, so then that goes to game manager save map. Let's see, save manager. Oh, it's still loading stuff. Okay. It's like, why doesn't this work? What's going on here? Where's my pants? Okay. There we go. This function we'll call game data instance save map. Okay. Don't know why we're going through that circuitous route, but we'll figure it out. Okay. So we're starting with, let's see, a list of, what did we have here? Uni object reference maps. Map is null. Is that what I was doing? Serialize whole data class. Let's see what else is here. Load map, deserialize data. Yeah, this was all commented out from the old system we used for, it was a system called, I forget what it was called, but it was, it worked pretty well. It was RS Manager, but they kind of went a different path. So the support for it kind of dropped, so I wanted to yank it out. Like, I've learned my lesson, don't add in tools that, you know, once the company stops supporting it, just fucking move on. Which now I see why, you know, Dean's like, I want to write it myself. It's like, yeah, no shit. Like, you don't have to depend on someone else when you write it yourself. So there's where it's grabbing the game data. Okay, so it's going to be serialize whole game data class. Oh, so that's right. This is where we were trying to serialize all the map data, because we wanted to serialize all the tile maps out the different files, which might not be the best way to handle it. Let me get that pulled up. Since we had it, where did we have that? We had that somewhere on the side. Find it. And also then at 6 in the morning, so in 2 hours, we're going to do a post-mortem of the Ludum Dare with Groggy and some of his compatriots about, you know, our Ludum Dare entries. I'm going to mostly talk because I've never worked with them before, so I'm going to try to avoid putting my foot in my mouth But it was nice. It'll be nice to talk about it. The things we learned, what we could do better, things like that. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick because my cat's got my allergies going crazy. And I hope everyone is having a great Saturday so far. I know I'm going to. Always got to look at the good things in the world. It's going to be a fun day. We're going to swim with the kids in the afternoon. It'll be awesome. So let me find this persistent path where I was saving here. I might have already closed it. Let's see. No, I do not want to load Minecraft, but thank you for asking. I just had that as a desktop icon for when I play Minecraft with my daughter, which we might do today later, we'll see. When we transition out of gaming. If we transition out of gaming, we'll see. We might end up having a great day and, you know, power through for the whole day. Let's see, where is it? I'm just looking at it off screen, trying to find it off screen. Because I don't remember where it lives. Let's see. Let's Google it. I always end up Googling Uni's persistent data path. I know it's an app data somewhere, but I don't remember if it's local or low. Oh, I always have to pull this up as a reference. Excuse me. Local. Okay, so I'm in roaming. Look at a local product name, which would be for local packages. Yeah, there we go. Local package. Packages. Tons of Microsoft shit. Oh, it's sorting by date modified. I was like, why do I see all this shit? What's going on here? Where's my pants? Some of the S is probably right. Oh, where the hell is it? I'm saving to the persistent data path, okay. Roblox, well I'm not doing Roblox stuff. Where in the world? Okay, maybe I'm in the wrong thing. Here's your profile, app data. Local packages, product name, local state. Totally there. Patient support. Oh, in recent Unity editions it was written. Okay, so this is the old way. The persistent data path of Mac is written in recent Unity editions. It's written elaborate. No, this is still Mac support shit. Update a local package's product name. Oh, let's see what our product name is, because apparently I'm blind and dumb. Let's see what the player settings. Product name, Space Western Survival, okay. It is not here. Goes here, we're working with it. And the pathless application persistent data path. Right, okay. Oh, Windows Store apps. Well, this isn't the Windows Store. Yeah. Maybe it's not local. Let's see. Let's try local low, because it seems. Yeah, I think it's local low, because in local low I see APS Labs, some other stuff, so I should see Space Western Survival here. Hey, rocket work stuff, nice. Local low default company, I've got all my stuff in here from years and years ago, that's funny. For all the builds, and the ticket back, and when I was doing KSP modding, and basically supporting people's mods in KSP. It's not there. Let's see. Local packages, okay. Well, shit, let's just hit the save button and that'll instantly put us up there. If we hit save map, that should generate something to happen, I think. I think we have code in here to save, right? Maybe we're doing something else. Serialized game whole class. No. Yeah, we were doing something here. Because we were calling it through the tile tools. So let's open the tile tools up and see what we were doing with it. I think we just commented out because we didn't get it 100% and we didn't want to waste time with it. Because I try to avoid like spinning my wheels on something and just, if it's really being that hard, take a break for a couple minutes. And yeah, duh, we can just load this and go we can just go crazy and actually echo the damn path out. Like, here's where the path is. Yeah, let's do that. Like, boy, this is really hard to understand, Rick. Oh my goodness. Yeah, let's just debug log it. We'll just spit it out. And then we have a save map button already implemented. And we want to go back to one columnist. I don't want 10 columnists on the screen right now. And I want to default that to off. Let's default that to off in the colonists while we're here. I want the colonist debug panel to default to off when we start. JetBrains is doing its JetBrains thing of sucking all my CPU. Okay. Was it save asset map we were calling? What were we calling? We were calling save tile map. You can do hard things, buddy. Not here. Oh. Go away. I want you to be... There we go. We just had save asset map? Where the hell did this save tile map code come from then? What in the world was I doing? Oh, unless I was just calling this directly through local code. No, I wasn't. Maybe we lost code with it. I don't know. Like I vividly remember going through this and saving out the different whites, the ball, the bytes for everything. But you know, maybe I didn't. So whatever. So save map we call through the save map button in the game. Okay. While we're in here, let's pull up a colonist. And we want to disable the main colonist is colonist master 2. So we want to disable by default their debug window, I think. Okay. Is that what we do? Let's look at menu manager and see what we do for. We started using delegates, so we can learn Shadow and Schmelly. We added a listener for it to toggle the pawn debug UI. Oh, and let me make the font a little bigger for you guys. I know. Hard to read. I'm the worst. I know. We'll get it updated. Okay. Let's go to start and see. Let's see, do we have a start panel? We have to have a start, right? Where do we reference this? Here. There it is, set pawn debug, okay. And then we have the pawns all listen for that on toggle debug event. Here. So we can do it over here too, so we can keep this open, right? Just to walk through how it works for you guys. Toggle debug window here. So when toggle debug window gets called, actually no, that's not the one that's listening to the reference though. Where is it? Oh, it's in start. So in start we call menu manager on pawn debug, and then we listen to that. I think it's called listing. We listen to that event with this toggle debug window, which then just toggles the debug window we set it active or not. So we're going to default to setting the debug window here to inactive. So now the pawn should spawn. That rhymes all the time. The pawn should spawn with no big fucking blaring debug panel until we want it to be there. Because when they're grouped together, it's really hard to see. I couldn't make it. I was trying to balance making it easy to read. So it's kind of big, but it needs to be easy to read. Okay, for now they're off. Oh, but then they're expecting it to be on. What? Oh, how are we referencing that? I guess we have to have it be on by default. Let me see. Oh, and get component will only get something if it's active, right? No, I could just set the fucking reference. It's public. We could just set the reference, the prefab. Like, no biggie on that. That would probably be fine. Like, it's not like it's gonna fucking change. That's a moving object, right? Select box, jobs assigned. Assigned. Okay, well you're public now, because I'm just gonna fucking set you. I'm just gonna set you in the inspector. No reason to fucking do that the other way. No reason to do that there. So let's go back to Unity and fix that. I'm glad we tested it. That's why you should always test your code. Because you might think it works, but you're human and you're going to make mistakes. That's just how we are. We always make mistakes. But you think, no, you make mistakes. Shut up. You make mistakes. Zip it. www.zipit.com. While we're young, there we go. While we're young, Unity. Debug window there. So we'll just say, here's your debug window. Here's your sign. There you go. Now we should be good. Load up. 10 colonists. Toggle them on and off. Make sure their debug windows work. We'll find some more clever way to make sure the windows don't fucking don't overwrite everybody's stuff. Because when they're together, it's an obvious shit show. But it's more to debug, so I don't really care about the aesthetics. It's not something that the player on the end's ever going to see. Unless they get into the debug menu. Where did our music go? I wish this fucking thing had a continue playing like the next. Play something else. Don't just stop. Go to the next thing. The new hotness. Come on. Let's see. Space exploration. That sounds interesting. Cool. So let's load the game up. We want to load with 1 colonist. We don't want 10 anymore. Done with 10 colonists. Back to 1 for now. Maybe 2, but not 10. And see, I converted all the colonists to just be prefab variants of the master. Should I actually do that right? Let me see. I might not have done that right. Now that I think about it. Now that I think carefully about it. They might all be the same. Okay, so I need to change these guys to match what the other ones were, which was a little bit of a different picture. So let's see. The old Colonist 3 had Sprite. And we'll have to change the animations. We had Sprite 3B. Copy that. Your Colonist 3, your Colonist 3. We'll make your Sprite value. Perfect. We'll need to update his animator as well. Let's look at Colonist 3's animator. Animator's Colonist 3, so we need to copy that component. Over to Colonist 3 here. This is animator. Perfect. Okay. That should be all we need to do for him. Now he should do the bibbity bounce, the right way. So let's pull up his animator and see. Make sure. This is our warm up before we get into the serialization stuff, of course. Come on. Animation can live down here. Go here. Let's save this layout. Let's play. Got the little head bob. Perfect. So we're gonna then save his variant. Boop. Colonist 3 go away. If I bring Colonist 3 in again, he should be the different look and feel. Amazing. Colonist 4, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to get his Colonist 4 picture. Right render component. We're going to update this prefab. Because yeah, these were originally their own prefabs, and this long fucking predated where they made prefabs actually workable and not just like piles of frustration. Piles of frustration heaped up high. They always made you want to die. Piles of frustration, yes indeed. So let's run his prefab, or his... Nope. Fucking pump the brakes, son. Pump the fucking brakes. You're Stickman. Okay. Stickman. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Stickman. Stickman. Base value's there, yes. Oh, I did. Yeah, I totally didn't grab the right animation, so I did the wrong thing. I was like, he converted into another type of human. That is not what I expected to happen. These values, column 6. Okay. Save. Now let's run his sprite animation. There we go. Perfect. His body's just like, hey, I'm skinny now. I'm beefy, man. It's like, no, that would be very unfortunate. Okay. Nope. But apply all here. You're clicking through to the next thing below you. Bad Unity. Okay. Done there. Let's set the game manager to say we don't want 18 million colonists spawning this time, please, and thank you. Close this colonist up. Oh, or is that just on, that might just be on the main camera. It's just the main camera. My bad. I thought it was the main camera. Guess not. I guess not. Oh. Oh, colonist count, because I have it open. I was like, why is this being weird? But look at this, 2 colonists. Now we should get 2. Good with me. We need to hit save map so we can actually see what the persistent path is to find where we're storing stuff. And then we'll get into the hard part of breaking down the mono behaviors that are the bane of everyone's fucking existence into things we can serialize out and save the state out to. Because holy fuck, it is... You know, you'd think, like when I came in, I was like, oh, this is... Everyone has to save and load for all their games. Should be fucking easy. So then when I started to walk into it, it's like, it's not fucking easy. It's a goddamn... It is one of the biggest pain in the ass things in the world. It's like, oh my goodness. Who'd have thought it was such a pain in the booty? Sure wouldn't have been me. So where's save map? Save map. Clear map. You make this little load map. Save map singular. Save map, there it is. Okay. Now it is local though. See, I fucking told you. Local, low, global, and hosting. Which I don't. Where the fuck is he even getting that from? Where the fuck are you even getting that from, buddy? Pal, guy, friend. Oh, for the name of the company, you moron. But it's local low. It's not local. Like their documentation is just wrong. That's what it is. Their documentation is just fucking wrong. They were local low, global and hosting. Really should be APS Labs now. Okay, cool. So we've got everything here with all of our byte maps and everything. Cool. Let's go back to what we're doing there. That's in game data. Game data is our class that's just a data object. It should be just a data object, right? Yeah, it's just a data object that this is what gets serialized out, because this should be everywhere that our game state is, so we can serialize this out to a file and load everything out. So let's get tile maps saving out like we wanted to, which then we can save. What we can do then is we can save like interesting map designs that we make. Either we make by hand or we find some that we like. We can save them out to tile maps, or we can save them out to disk, so that is binary files, so that people can be like, oh, I like this map, like here's one. We can release a map editor eventually for people to make maps that they like, and then release those maps as well for people to load specific maps. You can still do it based on seed, but you know, if you find a map you really like, you should be able to save it, and you should be able to kind of generate your own maps if you want to be a little bit more creative about it, because we have all the tools to do that. So let's do that. Okay, so we do save map. Calls out here. So we were calling save tile map. I see nothing. Oh, save load tiles probably right here. Okay, so oh, that's set world tiles. Oh no, save load tiles right here. Let's save tile map. It's a little different. World tile, let's see. Because we needed to figure out how to do that. Morning, same plays things. Hello.
Hello.
Maybe you can hash the bits to a short string so that people could enter. That way sending maps wouldn't even require the full map, just the hash string. Yeah, we could totally look at doing that. Once we get the data saved out. I might need your help with that since this is all not my core competency, so when we get to that point, that would be awesome to do. And that would be fun because then I would actually be learning too. And I really enjoy learning. Like that's, you know, the game, like I might sound like I'm bitching a lot about, you know, where we've come from when I started working on games, but I've learned a lot and I love to learn. Learning can totally be frustrating and I will get frustrated, but man, that feeling when you get to the end and you're like, it finally clicks in your head and you get it, it is better than any drug I've ever had. Like, that's my fucking drug of choice. Hey, thank you for the follow, Saint Plays Things. Welcome to the Biscuit Brigade, as said by my daughter.
Welcome to the biscuit parade.
Yeah, totally. And that's kind of why I wanted to change focus a little bit too, because it's like we've been banging away on pathfinding stuff. And, you know, I really like when every day we can fit some like learning in to like, or just sharpening the saw a little bit. Like, oh, I've done this before. Like this is probably going to be the third time that I've serialized data out to save. And I kept picking vendors that no longer support so that if I updated the Unity version, which I like to do, then stuff broke and it's like, fuck, I become the supporter of everything. So it's like, no, let's not do that. And I can't, and I thought I wanted my sleeves up and I want them down. So I enjoy learning. So I'm trying to find, like I was just doing this recently. So it's like, where the fuck is save tile map? I'm not referencing it anywhere. And it looks like I was calling it in Tile Tools, and Tile Tools is a reference to this tile manager that I was building in, that I built and I've open sourced and I put on GitHub for anyone that wants to use it. It's supposed to, the goal is to make working with the Unity tile map system a little bit more straightforward, because in like true Unity fashion, they give you all the pieces and then they just say go crazy. Their examples kind of, I don't want to say suck because that sounds a little mean. Their examples, they're not really like real world. You know, they don't really help. I mean, well, they don't help me. I'm sure there's people that learn better than me, but they don't help people that learn like me. So I'll leave it like that. I learned the way I learn, and it is not helpful the way they structure all their tutorials. So let's look at what we're doing here in our tile manager, because I wanted to farm, like to save the map, I'd like to farm that out to be in the open source project because it'll be for the tile system. It might actually help someone that wants to learn how to save data in Unity as well. So I feel like this is a good way to give back, you know. Yeah, they're basic, unapplied, they're just, yeah. I don't know. It's not, I never find it helpful, which is a bummer because, you know, like I repeatedly say, I wouldn't be where I am today with like writing games without Unity being here. So I appreciate everything put together, but they could just do, I'm just trying to say they should push further. They shouldn't, they should keep doing better. They shouldn't stop what they're doing because it is helpful. Okay, so we call save asset map. Look at all this works. Prefabs for the tile map. Looks like it's all garbage. Oh, it was right here. If the Unity editor, I call this. Why did I comment it all out? I know I put this around it because it wouldn't build with it.
Because I was up
Oh my goodness.
late after the stream.
Rocket to Guns is streaming now, and I had his tab open. Let me go find him. Ah!
It was a thing, and I have made.
Okay, we're good. Sorry, I still had a stream running in the background, and I thought he was coming online later to play games, but I guess he's doing his project and then he's gonna play games later. So He's very good. Like, if you want to see like super duper duper fucking, you know, awesome gaming content, like he's making a really neat game right now. So he's way better than I will ever be. But he's fucking awesome. So check him out if you want. He's like, in a month he's got this fully fleshed out like OpenTTD clone. Like, he's a really cool dude. He's an awesome guy. So I encourage you to check him out. He's the guy that made DayZ. And he makes his company makes Stationeer, so he's pretty awesome. So we have here with the if editor, which is why I don't see a reference to it, save tile map. But we're in the editor, aren't we? Again, why am I calling it an editor? It must be doing something that's... Oh, it must be the asset database stuff. Yeah, so we are in the editor, so it should be... The save map should work. Oh, well, so it's commented out. So let's uncomment this out. So it'll actually call the code now. Can't understand the symbol because we're not in the editor. I'm missing something dumb. Oh, and then we have to make a new build, right? We're in the editor with this, so this should totally work. I would imagine. New build. Copied over to the app. Successful. Copied up then. Oop. What's up, Dr. Java? How are you doing, sir?
Hello.
Don't judge my desktop. I don't ever look at it, so don't judge me. Good morning. But yeah, it's a mic crowded sometimes. Are you seeing these as crowded desktop? These windows that I have, or did I like flash to the desktop somehow? Because yeah, I do have a bunch of icons. Weird. Okay, then when I went to the thing it flashed by. Yeah, I have a ton of. I never look at my desktop. I haven't looked at my desktop in ages. Or as as Dean would say, heaps. I haven't looked at it in heaps of time. I enjoy the unit of measurement of heaps. Heaps is... I'm doing good, sir. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good Saturday. I think I had to set those as Unity editor because it was... But it's weird, like, it's not... It's like, motherfucker, we're in the Unity editor, but you're still like, we don't... I'm a little tired. Like, no, you're not a little tired. It's your work. Why aren't you finding the reference to it? Okay, so I'm being dumb. Let's look at if Unity editor and let's Google it real quick and see what Unity has to say for itself. Because I mean, we're in the editor, so I'd expect if Unity editor to work properly. So how are you doing, Dr. Java? How's your Saturday going, sir? What's the good word? How are you doing? You having a good day? Having a good old time? Directive to call Unity editor scripts from your game code. Honestly, I feel a bit ill. Not like coronavirus, just like my stomach's very upset. Oh, that's a bummer, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. And let's look at the DLL. While we're in here, make sure we didn't goof something up with that. 'Cause yeah, even though it's like gray, it's like, dude, you're in the Unity editor, you should be fine. Totally fine. PS Tile Manager. Platform settings. Yeah. Mean anyone. Exclude standalone. Oh, this is the logging manager. Not the tile manager. Birds. do I have? Which one's right? Well, probably the one that's actually here so I can write. I would bet. The other one's probably just a meta file that's left around. The other one was APS_labs. Tile manager. From heaps ago. From heaps smaller. Like a guitar, only heaps smaller. Yeah, that's an old PDB file, so let's get rid of it. Well, you should lay down and rest and watch me, and I will heal you with my inspiring, amazing code. I mean, come on. It's just what's got to happen. You know this. Exclude. Okay, we're not going to be using Tile Manager in the game, so just exclude it. Right? Like, we don't need to worry about it there. And then it's still not able to find the reference. But that should be fine because we're now excluding it, so maybe we don't need this directive anymore. Or we'll find out pretty quickly at the end of the episode when we try to make a build and it doesn't work. Because it bitches and moans. What did I say? Motherfucker, I said. Copy the whole line properly. If you're gonna copy and paste, you gotta do the copying right, friend. There, so we'll make another build. We'll move that over. We should be copacetic at that point. Boop, boop. There. Oh, that's where it flashed by. So that's why people are like, "Oh my God, your shit is mega AIDS, turbo AIDS, sir." Not there. Ha. Let's copy the bin files up again. So we're working on this morning, Dr. Javas. We're taking a bit of a break to cleanse our palette and go back to saving and loading tile maps out to disk to serialize that data out. And then if we make good progress on that, then we're going to actually work on serializing all of game data out again so we can get that done. Because, you know, watching Rocket has been super inspiring to see how, like, an actual professional does things. It's been, like, Mondo awesome. Because he is Mondo awesome. He is the bee's knees. Okay. Let's see. Now, if we go back to our code, the reference to... Okay, now it's copacetic. Cool. So save tile will work now. It's going to shit its pants and be like, no, we can't do that shit. Seems plays things. My life watching anyone code on Twitch is... That's how the pros do it? Totally. No, yeah, if you watch... yeah. It's nice because even... so the very first day that I happened to notice that, like, Dean was streaming, I went in to watch him after I rated him, because he's fucking awesome. Like, I love Stationeers, I love DayZ, I think he's, like, an awesome dude. And I was hanging on a stream, and then fucking Notch comes in. I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, that's just gotta be some motherfucker named Notch, and just, like, a variation. And I hovered over it, it's like, 70 million follows. It's like, oh my God, that's fucking Notch. And then he's talking about, like, so Dean's like showing off his code, and he's like, oh, this is my shit code, it kind of sucks. And Notch is like, yeah, this is why I don't show anyone my fucking code, because my code sucks. And I was like, what's going on right now? Is this real life? But it's nice to hear, like, even the professionals are like, yeah, they're just like me, and they're just like you. They're just human, and they're like, they make choices. They're like, it kind of sucks, but it works. So I really respect that. I'm like, okay, like, that's cool. Like, I like that. He's a good dude. He's well more chiseled than me, you know? In much better shape than I am, but he's fucking awesome. Okay, so save tile map. So let's go back to what save tile map is in the DLL, because that is actually where we have to do the work now. So let's kind of look through what we were doing with this and see. Go away. The save tile map, we're passing in the tile map, path where we want to save it, and then the columns and rows. So it's going to loop through. Oh, this is where we had to actually represent every bit of tile data we needed out as a primitive that we can save. And that's what the point was like, okay, fuck that, because I was more interested in getting back to, you know, pathfinding stuff, so I put this on hold. But I think this it's not hard, it's just going to be tedious to do all this, so. and tedious isn't the right word. It's just going to be, it's going to be a fair amount of like, you know, we're making this class called World Tile now, where we can represent the mono behavior of a tile in a strictly data format that we can serialize out. And then once we serialize it out, we need to be able to load it back in and map it in properly. So it's not going to be hard. Tedious is probably a better word for it, but it's something everyone has to do. So if we can put it into this code for the tile manager we've open sourced, then, you know, I think we're doing something to help make, we're giving back. And I like giving back. I've gotten so many good assets off of the Unity store over the years, and we're not selling this shit. I mean, if I was in a position where I had to do this to make money, I might sell it, but I'm in a position where I still have a job after yesterday, so that's good. And I want to give back. I want to help people. Like, my biggest thing when I was learning was a lot of the assets I needed to use were pay, so I had to spend a lot of money. And I was just thankful that I've always had a reasonably good job, so I can have the extra money to throw like a couple $100 here and there for assets. And if we can give this back, we can make it free, and eventually we can put it in the asset store for free. Then maybe we don't have to. You know, maybe somebody that's trying to start out and get started doesn't need to have money to get into the game and have the same like quality as a bigger company. So I think it'd be good. I'm excited about it. So let's get going. Okay, so we're calling here. We're making it a thing of world tiles. So world tiles really just a vector 3 of the local place, the world location, and then the tile sprite. Let's see, like, let's go back and like look at Unity's documentation, since we're refreshing our palette and I don't remember a ton of this stuff. Let's refresh our palette a little bit and see where we are. Unity tile maps, let's see. Okay, my neck is, I've been sleeping super poorly the past couple days, and my neck is like, every day I wake up and my neck's like, haha, I'm back, fuck you. It's like, oh god. I'm very curious to see the result. As a student, I don't have the budget to do those things, so I tend to work on projects that don't require any paid resources. Yeah, so this is something, like, you're like the core demographic then, because I was fortunate that I was fortunate that I was able to buy resources to help me learn. And if we can do this and not have to take any pay for it, then that's going to help people like you hopefully like figure out how to do it. Even if you don't use the code, you can look at the code and you can see what we're doing and you can learn from it and do it better. Like, I think that's like the cycle of just the cycle of game development and programming in general. Like, someone comes up with a really fucking cool way to do things, and I'm not saying that what I'm doing is going to be cool, but I'm saying like they find a cool way to do something neat and then they put it out there for other people to see their work, and then on the backs of that work, like, more work gets done. And like over time, you know, you've come so far, which is what I like about open source. Like, you've come so far from like the humble beginnings based on these giants that took the incredible risk of like putting something out there for free because it's the right thing to do. And then people have built on it, made it better and better. And then today you've got things like Ubuntu and stuff. Like, when I started, it was like we used SCO Unix, and then we went to Linux, and Linux was like, at the time it was super bare bones compared to SCO. Like, there was some shit that was super jank, but it's like, it's better now. Like, it's come such a long way in 25 years. It's incredible to see. So hopefully this will help people like you, Saint. Like, I'm not trying to, it's weird because I don't like sounding like I don't ever want to be that guy that's like, I am an authority and I know everything. It's like, but I just want to help. And I don't want to sound like a pretentious cockbag. So I try to be really humble. So it's weird, like, when we get rated by like 140 people that really like the idea we're working on, and it's like, it's super weird because I don't see myself as any different than you guys. Like, I'm just somebody. I'm nothing special. I find it crazy that people enjoy watching me every day. But it's really nice though. I really dig it. It's weird. It's like, I love it, but it's also, it's like this, I feel weird, but I love it. It's this weird tension. Okay, so a tile map. Let's break down what a tile map is, just in like pure data, so that we can make sure we're grabbing the right things. So what we've got to do is we need to take all these mono behavior pieces, get the primitives out of them that we need to reconstruct it, and save that out to binary. And that's the save into binary is like really easy. The difficult piece is going to be making sure we grab all the mono behavior stuff that we can save out. And there's ways you can use reflection to. The tool I used to use used reflection to save mono behaviors out, but it required this really complicated like dependency tree of like, well, this of other objects that would monitor the objects, the game objects, and like track them with like it was a giant clusterfuck. So I was like, I don't want to do that. I want to keep it simple. I want to just let's do a one-for-one mapping if we can to save the data out and rewrite it if we need. It might be slower, but at the end of the day, you avoid all of the mono behavior weirdness. And weirdness is a really polite way of saying it's fucking Unity's doing Unity shit and doing Unity things. So, okay, so a tile map has. Is this the script reference? Okay. Animation rate, which we don't really care about. We can add that later. Tints the tile, color tile. Oh, yeah, I could just look right here, you fucking bonehead, right? Where is it? Where are you, Mom? I could just look right here at the grid, huh? Does that get exposed in the editor? Lafalel. Yes, I always subscribe. First, hello, good morning.
Hello.
I always subscribe to the keep it simple stupid method because I am stupid. Like I remember my dad telling me as a kid, you know, when I tried to do stuff, and he's always like, "Keep it simple, stupid." What? Why did you decide you wanted to be like super low? Crazy lights, crazy light things. Okay, let's look at the grid when the editor wants to come back and talk to me. So here's. The grid has grid sizes, okay, and then this is a tile map. So the tile map has, oh yeah, it's right here, duh. But it's also, so we need the position. We have local place and world location, which I'm guessing. Okay, that makes sense because the world place would be like where it is, where the object is in the world, and then where it is in the grid space. My light just blown today, so my desk is darkness. Found only in salty players after you nerf their items. My desk is a darkness found only in salty players after you nerf their items. Let's throw a little PJ Salt out in chat for you. PJ Salt. Ooh, there's PJ Sugar now? Here's some sugar for your salt. I didn't know they made sugar a thing now. It's pretty sweet. Okay, so color. Represent color. Tile sprite. We do have color. Okay, so we have the color. We have the orientation. Okay, so we're calling it orientation as well. So we've got that. I don't really give a shit about the animation frame rate yet. We'll add that later because I don't need that now, so I'm not going to add it now. But if people are like, I really need that, we can add it. It'll be fine. Tile anchor. Anchoring offset of a tile. That we fucking need that because there's gonna be people like I'm not gonna use anchoring because I don't have any fucking concept. I can never get it to work right. It's like fucking black magic from the pit of hell. But we're gonna have to add it in. We're gonna have to add it in anyway. So it'll be public. That's what's it called. Tile anchor. And how the fuck would we call that? Be rotation. Let's pull up the scripting reference for it. See what we find with the scripting reference. Oh, the fucking music stopped again. Yeah, I'm trying this new service that Groggy. We're gonna in about an hour and a half. We're gonna go meet up with Groggy, and we're gonna do a post-mortem on our Ludum Dares with a couple of his buddies. But he recommended this thing called Epidemic Sound, and I like it so far, but what I don't like is that it won't always keep music going. It's like, hey, when the playlist stops, find something else. So anchor to X. Yeah, that's probably. Remember the crucial part of the me being stupid fact, so yeah. Anchor. Tile anchor. So it's just a vector 3. Okay. So the anchors our vector 3. Oh, I gotta fucking name it right. Can't just change the way your convention, butthead. So that's the orientation we're getting under orientation. The grid orientation is whatever stock is. Let me see. XYZ. Because yeah, right now this is just the tile maps. We'll have to add in a way to serialize the grid after. But if we can get the tile map saved out, like step by step, and then we'll add it to this open source tile manager, we'll put it out. But yeah, the end goal will be to take the tile maps, take the grids, serialize it all out, rebuild it all, and then we can declare victory, put it up on the forum. Position displays the... Actually, would the scripting reference be better? It might be fucking better. Yeah, I might as well add when I'm in here, I should add animation frame rate. I mean, if I'm in here, we might as well do all the things right. But it's gotta be... Ugh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's... thank you for the follow and welcome to Biscuit Lalafell.
Welcome to the basketball way.
It's there. I don't want to sound like I'm trashing Unity because I love them, but yeah, their documentation is always like they put things out and it's just it leaves something to be desired, you know. I mean, it's hit or miss. Sometimes they put really great docs out, or maybe sometimes they update the docs to be really great. But yeah, a lot of the time it's shits on the back of people that take the time to dig into it and then they put a YouTube video up on how to use it because their documentation is kind of poopatronics. I kind of want to make a survival game with dinosaurs. Oh yeah, there's always there's that post-mortem document, and that means for new features you're supposed to figure it out. Nice. Dr. Java, yeah, I don't know if Groggy poked you. And I don't know what he's got planned, but he poked me about doing a post-mortem on the his game, and I think he's got another buddy from Paradox that they were going to talk about the game, and then I was going to talk about my game, which I'm going to mostly be quiet because I was mostly just learning jobs. So I'll try very hard to be quiet since they're the ones that made like actually really good games, and I made a piece of shit. Like you made a good game too, which is why I was like, man, your game is really neat, and I really like it. Are you working on it? Well, you feel yucky today, but hopefully you find time to work on it today, dude. They put an amazing doc out for UNet, and then they moved away from UNet. Yeah. Yeah, it's a complicated thing though, because it's a hard thing. Everyone has to do it. So I mean, I don't begrudge them that. It's hard, so I don't want to sound like I'm being critical of them, because it's super duper 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 hard. Cell bounds. Return the boundary of the cells in a cell map. This is a property, but that gives you bounds int. Do I have that saved? Let's see. Cell bounds? No, let's grab that too then. Gotta be. Follow my convention, mister. Actually, yeah, I should follow my convention. Fuck that shit. Fuck the. Go back to the. Why would I start with a capital? What's wrong with me? I'm a monster. Oh, because those are fucking properties. That's why. That's why, you moron. That's why you're a moron. Because those are properties, you piece of garbage. You dum-dum. Okay, good. Color. We've already got color. Editor preview origin. I don't give a shit about that for this case, I don't think. Don't give a shit about that either in terms of in this space. Get the grid associated with this tile map. Yeah, that would be. I don't care about that. We'll paste that together later, because that's just grabbing the grid that's it's located to. So grab cell bounds. Let's get local bounds. Well, I'm not sure I'll work on the game. I'd rather restart it. Well, yeah, that's what I mean. I just meant work on the game, like the future of the game, like the thing you want to use after. So restart it and work on it and stuff. But don't let perfect be the enemy of good enough. Still go with that like fiery 48-hour spirit, so you can get something out. Like while Let 'em Dare still like voting, be like, hey, here's the game I made based on top of it, and then you can iterate on it quickly, and keep people interested, keep the hype up, and like build a thing for yourself. Like that, I think that you should strike. I don't know. I think you should strike while the iron's hot. If I ever had something that any number of people thought was awesome, then I would push very hard to make that a thing. But you know, do what you think is right. Orientation we got. Orientation matrix we have to get. And we're leveraging the Odin Serializer, which is an open source tool. I have a license for it, but this Odin Serializer is open source. I've used their open source package in this. Yeah, just keep people interested while they're hot. You know, like if you want to make it go viral, you've got to keep pushing it. You know, like one little. 50 people is still a lot of people, especially if you like update it and get people talking about it and stuff. I think you could do really good. So push on while the iron's hot, friend. You can do it. Margin size. I think I already got tile anchor, didn't I? We already have origin, don't we? No, we don't have origin. Okay. So I bought Odin Inspector. I bought Odin when they were whatever the fuck their first iteration of things was. It did like Serializer, it did Inspector stuff. Now they've open sourced their Serializers, and so I would totally use it. But I do also have a license to their Inspector stuff, and I've showed this off in the past. Like I had about 1,000 lines of code to do the map object editor that I wrote originally myself, with just on GUI stuff, and it was a pain in the ass. Like working with the GUI shit was terrible. So this is using an Odin Inspector, and let me show you the code for that, so you can kind of compare and make the decision for yourself if it's worth the like 30 bucks or whatever it costs. Let's find the editor. Map Object Odin Editor, which is the new hotness. So in about 89 lines of code, which most of it's filler, we've made this, which is looping over a scriptable object, which is the object database for the game, where we can, all these things are now powered by this database. It's a scriptable object. So yeah, I think it's totally worth it. I mean, your mileage may vary. The one thing I really like about it too is it shows these custom types like embedded. You can have it show like previews of things without having to write custom code. Like when I did the own editor, it was just, holy fuck, it was just a fucking nightmare. Let me see if I can find the... No, I don't need to find the old code. It was like 1,000 lines, and it was one of my least favorite things to do, because it's complicated code, it's a pain in the ass, you're only doing it for you internally in the editor to like help do the work you need to do faster, and allow you to bring on eventually someone that's like a junior person to like, hey, put all these assets into the game for me. And yeah, so I like it a lot. I think it was worth the money. Like, it'll do pagination for you. One of the other things it does is, if you look here on the main camera, I've got, hey fucker, when you want to catch up. So if you look at the main camera, that game data class I showed you, I've referenced it all here in editor, inspector. And I'll show you the code I used in Loader to lay out the look of it. I think it was Loader where you do the look. Let's see. Or no, maybe it's actually in game data where design the look and feel. Let me see. Is it game data? Yeah, so in game data here, we're talking about serializing the fields, and then we're using this thing called box group. So we're able to lay out the way it looks when you visualize it here. So this is game data. So this is game data, and then this is the visual representation of it here with Odin Inspector. So I was able to break out configs. So under configs, and it's a little slow because there's a lot of data here. Under config, I've got like, hey, it's very slow because there's a lot of data in here. So config, I've got like, are we loading save? What's all the like the raw data? Well, tell me about the world. And it does things like it will very nicely show you breakout lists and arrays for you. Like this is a current world, I think is a list. So you can see right here, there's no biomes. You click and add a biome. You can click and drag multiple things into it and it just works, unlike the Unity default. It's super duper nice. So now you see we've already got one biome. Here's all the things about it. Like it's got the enums, so you can tweak those things, which is fucking amazing. Let me delete all this before I fucking forget. Clear collection, thank you. Objects list. This is all the list of objects that comes into the game. All the pawns get listed here. Hey. All the regions. It even shows you like hash sets. So when things are hashing, you can see hash sets here. It's a very, 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 very awesome tool. It is like, and the nice thing is I've been using it for years, and they haven't fucking gone the way of the dodo bird and stopped supporting their shit. They've got a Discord that's active. They're putting out new code. They're supporting it. Like, which is my biggest complaint about using assets after using it for 7 years, is that a lot of times people just fucking make their money and then they fuck off and they don't update it. They don't support people, and that is fucking infuriating to me. To me anyway. Your mileage may vary. So now if we look up the game manager prefab. There. Computer just... Yeah, my computer's just like, I'm tired. Let me close out some shit that I don't need open right now. Which isn't gonna help a ton, but at least we can kill it off. Close this son of a gun out. Boop. Goodbye, sir. Morning, Philip. How are you doing, sir? Sorry, I'm gonna go and eat some stuff to stream myself. Good luck. Hey, thanks, Saints Plays. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. And thanks for the follow. Thank you so much. So I can make a multi-selectable Unum without using 50 lines of code. Yeah, like I've got... Let me go back to... Here, let me show you a job back on the loader here. So let me pop open game data again. And I'm gonna make a job so you can see. When you make a new job, here's all the things. It's got the enums here. So you can either have the enums be a drop down, or I set them to be a box so I can see them all clearly here and just click through. Oh, this is created in progress, failed, retry, done. So there's all your enums right there. It's a really, really good. Let me show you inside of job state how I did that. Let's see. Jobs list. Let's find it. Job step. Oh, whole solution, please. Object, job, there it is. So here's our representation of a job. Here's how we serialize everything. And see right here we have this thing called, what is it, is it called a decorator? We have this decorator called enum toggle buttons, which is all you put in for Odin Inspector to be able to say, oh, he wants to visualize all the enums like this. And it's like super easy. It's really, 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 really a good piece of software. I'm not paid by them. I'm not supported by them. It's really good. I think, let me see what it is. Odin Inspector. I think they sell it through the asset store still, or you can buy it from their Odin Inspector website. And they've got it broken down in a couple different things. A couple different varieties of things. They have good documentation. I mean, it's not the best documentation I've ever used, but it's not, it's better than Unity's. They've got YouTube tutorials, but the biggest thing is they've got an active Discord of people who will help you, which is nice. So it's like 28 bucks a user for the Odin Inspector. I get everything because I bought it early. So I kind of got grandfathered in, which is nice. And then if you already have bought it through the Unity store, you can link it here and then it'll send you updates and everything. It's a really good, really good software. Like, I'm really proud that these guys have kept it up and everything. It's weird that I wake up before you, Philip. It's very weird, I'll say that.
What do you call a pirate with a blue top hat?
I don't know, what?
I don't know either. The education system has failed me.
Yeah, it's 5 a.m. for me too. I'm in South Florida. Where are you at, Lalafell? Okay. Tile map anchor. I feel you. Oh, nice. Why the fuck is Michigan at 5 a.m.? You guys... You don't, you're not in Central? Unless you're in, like, Eastern Michigan, I guess. Is there, like, tips of... Now I'm curious. I was like, what the fuck? I normally I'm like, I have good geography. I know things. I'm right by Parkland if anyone wants to know where I live. It's like right around here, right? Okay, so then you're on... So you're in like East... So you're... Oh, Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids is still in Eastern time? I could have sworn... Because the western part of... Like here is about where... The west part of the state becomes Central time. Weird. I guess I'm just... yeah. Oh, I didn't realize Pensacola is further than Grand Rapids. Okay. Today I learned. I'm really not as good at geography as I thought I would. So... Cool. Today I learned. I drove through Michigan once. It was a good time. Actually, no, I just drove through Indiana and Illinois. I didn't get to go to Michigan. Always wanted to, though. Oh, I'm sorry you've been to Pensacola. Actually, Pensacola's actually really nice. I'm just talking shit. It's a really nice place. But the west coast of the state is way different than the south. In Florida, the further north you go, the further south you go, so... In northern Florida is the south. But southern Florida is not the south at all. Yeah, they have a nice beach. Pensacola's not bad. Map size, did I put that in there? What's the one I just closed? Tile map. Tile anchor. Just make sure I put that in. I did put tile anchor. I should call it tile anchor though, so it's the same goddamn name, right? Monster. Tile map size, which is vector 3 int. Do I already have that? I don't have that. Yeah, but their serializer piece is actually open source, which is nice. Origin. Did I grab the origin? I did. I did get the origin already. I got sidetracked, so I don't remember anything now. I'm like, what's going on here? Where are my pants? Frame rate, cell bounds. But yeah, we're gonna open source all this. We're doing this in our open source tile manager project. I think we have a command for. Yeah. So feel free to follow it, and if there's pull requests, I'll take them as we look on it, as people use it for what they do. I mean, the first pass might be just getting the bare minimum of what we need, but like if people need stuff, we can totally put time into it, because you know, I've made a lot of my a lot of the success I've had in my adult life has been because of open source. So I will enjoy for once like running my own open source project and trying to, you know, give back. I'm very much a kind of give back kind of guy. You know, like I've given bone marrow. I try to do the right thing in all the cases. Why did I do tile base? I don't know. So I think we might be good to start. Scale, am I doing the scale anywhere? Because the scale fucking matters. We have orientation. Did I miss scale in the scripting reference? I might have. Okay. Well, that might just be part of like the transform stuff. Because I think you set that in the transforms, right? There's no actual scale for the grid reference itself. No, the tile map does have a scale, but is that it's blocked out? So is it managed by the? Yeah, I'm guessing this is just managed by something else. Manages this. Maybe the grid. Oh, if I change those grid sizes to 1.5, that'd be interesting. I wonder if that would fix our issue. Yeah, they're grayed out. I wonder why. Moodle.org. I've worked on a very early version of Moodle, a school class system written in PHP that has been used by about 60% of the Western world's education system. Well, aren't you, Mr. Fancy Pants? Hey guys, we got a goddamn Fancy Pants in here. We got a big shot. He's kind of a big deal. Nice. That's cool, Lafala. Dude, so my buddy EJSA, he's an awesome dude. He plays KSB, science games. He just went to bed after streaming for his Friday racing stream with people. But he's grown his community. Like when I joined him, he was like 30 people a night, like 30 people in his chat. Now he gets 600 to 800 people. He's really grown his community a lot. To the point where fucking Dean Hall, the creator of DayZ, was talking to Notch about something, and then I hosted EJ's channel with him, and Dean's like, oh, hey, EJ, how you doing? I'm gonna flick you a key to this so you can help me with this game, and I mean, Notch, you too. I was like, dude, EJ, you just got top billing in the same fucking sentence as Notch, who's a goddamn legend. And then yesterday someone was asking, like, are you the same EJSA? Because we were talking about EJ, because I was telling Dean, I was like, oh, you know, I started as a viewer of EJ's, now I'm his friend. Like, I'm an editor for him, I help him. Like, he's a really awesome human being. And someone's like, well, who's EJ? And Dean's like, you know, and he wasn't fucking joking. He's like, you know, EJ's kind of a big deal. You should know who he is in this community. And I was like, God damn. And I took a clip of it, sent it to EJ, and he's just like, dude, I don't know. He's like, I do not. We're both cancers. Like, he was born 10 years and 1 day after I was. So we're very, like, he reminds me a lot of me, to be honest. And that's, so when people compliment him and shit, he's like super doesn't know how to handle it. Me either. Like, I don't know how to handle compliments. But yeah, he's totally a big deal. But it was funny. It was really funny hearing, like, being EJ be like, oh, stop saying that. I don't like that. But cool, man. This is really neat. What do you do now if you don't work for them anymore? I worked on an early version of it. If you don't mind me asking, of course. Nice. That's cool. Yeah, the school system we're in uses, I think it's called Canvas. But that's cool that this is open source. Because a lot of this shit is like for-profit bullshit that is trash that they're just trying to con school budgets into paying for, which is infuriating to me. And my wife's like, you should do something. I'm like, I don't have the time to go through that mess right now. I run a browser-based text RPG. Dude, that's awesome. What's it called? I used to play on like Muds back in the day, Muds and Mushes, and I wrote, like, the very first code I wrote was for a mush using PenMush, and it used this system called the A-Space system, which was written in C. And I took the system, it was open source, so I took the system, and it didn't have up or down, so it didn't have ventral or dorsal for combat, so it had, you know, I forget the names, like port, aft, front, and fore, aft, port, and starboard, but it didn't have ventral or dorsal, so I added the code into the space system and modified it, which was easier than doing it yourself, and then from there I progressed and added new features, and it was really fucking cool, and I really, really liked it. Nice. It's not a mud. No worries, it's okay, but I mean, if you run a text RPG, hopefully you know what a mud is, or a muse is, and a mush is, like, those are some of my favorite times growing up. Like, I really some of the MMOs today, I think, really take away from the ability to do real roleplay. Which is why I found, like, when I played Arma 3 roleplay, and if I ever get back into GTA 5, if I ever get into GTA 5 roleplay, because that's where Arma roleplay people went to GTA 5, because Arma 3 just has limitations. So all these roleplay community went... I stopped roleplaying where everyone else went to GTA 5 RP. RPing is so fun, but it misses something that you get with your imagination when you're doing a text-based adventure, where you're thinking it everything in your head. And I kind of miss that a little. It's really good. I don't know, maybe I'll start... I've been thinking about getting back into the roleplay scene again. Like, I was never a big... I mean, at most I ever had like 100 people in chat, like, regularly on like big days after like the grind for a while. And that would be like, the typical thing would do, like, I got my most followers joining from the time like me and my buddy ran into Lyric, and I didn't know who the fuck Lyric was at the time. But apparently I kind of consider him toxic as fuck, since his community came in and just like hundreds of people came in and started calling me a faggot and shit, which is like, I was like, dude, all I'm doing is playing a game. I don't know who the fuck this guy is, but whoever his community is, like, fuck these people. Like, fuck these people and fuck that guy. So I've never watched any of his stream just from that interaction. Like, I don't give a shit how big he gets, because now I watch Ko, like Ko Carnage, and I know that Ko would never fucking tolerate people doing that to going from his stream to another stream and just being dickheads to people. Like, he would fucking raffle stomp them. So that's why I have a lot of respect for someone like Ko, versus, like, I don't even know who Lyric is, but I know, like, if he allows that kind of bullshit. Because I was a very small streamer, and it was like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, why are people calling me, like, names? Like, this is really weird. It's good times. Then you should do it, Philip. Philip Lalafell, Philip's Let 'em Dare game was a text-based kind of an RPG in Python, so you guys should get together. Yeah, so I know he's a big deal now. Like, now I know, but at the time I didn't. Like, he would act like a fucking retard. He'd be like, my name's Potato, and he would be a fucking dumbass. And I'd be trying to roleplay as a cop, and then you get those people, these jokers that are just like being stupid. It's like, dude, I don't know how people... I like Summit a lot. Like, he's a really good... Oh no, I'm thinking not Summit, I'm thinking of the other guy that just went to Mixer, that he watched when he went to... I started seeing who he was after he started playing Tarkov, after Clean got him playing Tarkov. Shroud. Like, Shroud's really cool. I don't know Summit too well. Who knows? Yeah, Shroud, you're right. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, so back to tile management, because I could talk all goddamn day. So we say save tile map, and then we pass in a tile map, pass string. We're looping through the columns and rows. We're grabbing the local place as a new vector 3. If a tile map has a tile, continue. So this is checking. What does this actually do? Has tile. Oh, cool. Then I'm glad to know Summit's a decent person. And I'm not saying Lyric's not a great person. I'm just saying I've never checked him out after that interaction, because it was like, fuck that noise. Super toxic. So that checks if it has a tile. Okay. And then we're grabbing the sprite from it. If it has the sprite, we're getting the sprite. And then what are we doing here? We're getting the asset path to this. Oh, so we're getting the path to the sprite. And then we're grabbing the resource path to it. Okay. Button up the sprite path since it could break when using a path on extension. And then we're making a new world tile. Oh, this is a world tile, not a tile map. Oh, this is a world tile, not a tile map. Oh, fuck. Okay. Through the power of Christ, we're gonna rename this as tile map. Actually, can I just refactor this to be tile map? Probably could, right? World tile map. Do not change that. Can I say don't change you? Then we will... Oh, it even renamed the file for me. That was not bad. Not bad at all. Mayor! Goldie Wilson for mayor. That'll be the day when a colored guy becomes mayor. That was more Rick than Morty, but that was from Back to the Future. What up, Alar? Good morning, sir. How are you doing? What's the good word, sir? How are you doing? What's Rocket up to? Because I'm still streaming, so I don't get to see. I was expecting to come on playing games, and he's up overnight doing his fucking game again, that maniac. I'm glad to hear it, Balar. Have any fun plans for Saturday besides staying inside? And well, you're in Germany now, so you actually get to go outside again. Rocket to Guns. He's the guy I've been raiding after stream. He's the creator of DayZ. His name is Dean Hall. He makes DayZ, and he makes Stationeers. He's fucking awesome, an awesome human being. Fucking love that guy. Like, he's really, really cool. Like, he's who I was hosting all day yesterday. Well, hosting until he went offline. So we want to make a new class called World Tile. This is the World Tile map. So this is the tile. This is the representation of a tile map. So now we need to actually go back, add all these things. We have the namespace, right? We do have the namespace. Awesome. And then let me look at what a cell. So this would be a tile. So what does a tile have? So that's the representation we need now. Like, what do you have as a tile, sir? Sir. And a tile, set tile would come from tile base, I think. So tile base is going to be our Jamma Jam. Okay. So tile base is what we care about. The tile data. Yeah. So tile map, tile data has a position, which is vector 3 position. And this should have, where's the fucking tiles in here? Like, this should have a list of the tiles. If this is the tile world map, this should be something. So you can, wow, so you can just set a random Unity. What the fuck, bro? So we can, okay, so we can shade the whole tile. Or you can make it all invisible. Nice. Cool. Okay. Let's undo that because I don't want to break everything. Undo, please. Please, please. Undo, undo. Mr. Superman over here. Please. Please. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Okay. I did not fully get what you asked. I said, what are you doing today, Balar? Are you going to go, what are your big plans for Saturday? It is very hard, Philip. It's super unforgiving. It's basically like a survival game with zombies. I called it a sociopath simulator because it's the people that role-played it were just like role-playing the most sociopathic motherfuckers ever. But it was super fun to watch, like, for real. But now he made Stationeers, which is an amazing game that I love. And it's a take on Space Station 13. Like, it's got volumetric and gas simulation. Like, it's a space game where you... Eventually, you're going to be on a space station, and you're going to build a space station out and work with it. But you start on a planet, so you have to mine resources. You have to get oxygen by getting raw oxygen ore and refining it. It's a super fucking fun game. I should actually play it for you guys on stream sometime. It is an awesome fucking game. Like, super awesome. What games are you playing? And what are you working on developing? And Dr. Java, are you going to work on your game today, sir? Oh, I think Java up and left. Or maybe he's writing code. He's like, fuck yeah, I'm writing code, motherfucker. Hey, Groggy, how you doing, sir? Half an hour warning. Where are we going? Am I just going to your Discord? Are you going to pull me into a channel and molest me? Nice. Let me make sure I'm set up to be molested. Groggy's gonna molest me in the butt. It's gonna be terrible or not. Here, I'll hang in general. And then you can just drag me wherever you need me. And do you want me to cut the stream for the talk, or can I stay streaming or whatnot? Dude, I'm bummed because I'm streaming when fucking Rocket's streaming again. I was like, oh, I want to see what he's doing with this game. But I must stream. But I guess I can watch the VOD. Like, I thought you were playing games today, so I would be able to not watch you and not feel bad about it because you're not doing amazing shit. For the love of God. Out of this world was that one. What's next? Commercials, technology. That sounds... Chiptunes. That sounds like it could actually be pretty good. Idea is to set up Trello so we can have post-its for things we did bad or good. Okay, cool. Cool. It's going to be awesome. So in half an hour, guys, we're going to go... Groggy's going to pull me in on his Discord. We're going to talk about the postmortem for our Let 'em Dare entries. Should be pretty cool. I'm really excited about it. Because there's a lot of stuff that I could have done better. Like, I wasted 10% of my time fucking with Unity's bullshit that, getting jobs working because their tiny build project just didn't work out of the box. Well, it worked, but it didn't. You couldn't build out of the box, which was like, what the fuck? Big oversight. Yeah, I'm super excited. But while we're waiting on that, we're working on our open source tile manager to get a lot of the Unity tile data written out to... We want to save it out. We want to be able to make maps and save them out as binary files so that people can bring them in, load them, and maybe we make a little map editor for people to work with, like a standalone map editor. And then while there's procedurally generated maps that I like, maybe someone wants to handcraft a really interesting map with love and then save it out so that people can load that map, which I think is awesome too. And I don't think RimWorld supports that yet, and that would be kind of cool. You know, there's a lot to be said for, like, procedural maps are cool and they make cool things, but there's a lot to be said. Like, if you think of Paradox, all of their maps are crafted by experts with love and specific designs, and I think there's a lot to be said for something that is handcrafted for a specific experience compared to something that's procedural. Like, procedural is awesome, and I love the story generating aspect of it, but sometimes, like, a really well-made level is just... You just can't do that with a machine. You have to have, like, a pair of human eyes. If I play, it's most likely Bannerlord these days, but generally I play a variety of games. Yeah, I'm thinking I might do Bannerlord. There were people that were wanting me to play Bannerlord again. Yeah. Yeah, but there's stuff that you just... Like, procedural generation can't do. Like, you can make a map with, like, a theme of, like, I know, okay, we're gonna have the player come in here, and then there's gonna be a surprise infestation in this part of the map that they're gonna... Because we're gonna set up this beautiful space that they're gonna think is great for a base, but then they're gonna dig into this fucking mountain, and it's gonna be a horde of infestation that just fucking destroys them, or it gives them, like, a challenge. And, like, those are things that you can't do procedurally, so I think it's gonna be fun to allow that. And also... This code might help people that want to save data out from Unity, because that's such a common question. Like, when I started doing it, I was like, oh, how do you save data? There should be a save function. And then you realize it's not that simple because it's based on what you're doing. And it's kind of a big pain in the ass to do, especially when you're trying to save mono behavior bullshit. So we're working on making classes to take mono behaviors of the tile map mono behaviors, send them into something that's using primitives that we can save to binary, that's probably the easy part. The hard part then is going to be deserializing that back in and making it work and not look like that episode of Family Guy where Stewie made a clone of himself and turned into, like, Bitch Stewie. Like, that's our first pass is going to be Bitch Stewie. The tile map's going to be all fucked up. We're going to have to work on it a little bit, but we'll get it. So that's a world map. So this This tile map has no concept of a tile. It's weird. Okay, so we need the tile world. Well, we need the tile map. Why is it a world tile map? That's a weird. Why the fuck did I call it that? Ah, whatever. So a world tile map should also have an array of tiles, right? Like that seems like it makes sense. That'll be the tiles. This should be where we store the individual cell data. Or individual tile data. Individual tile data. So then, like the high level, I theorize like we'll iterate over that for each cell, and we'll say, oh, here's the data for this cell, put it in this array. So what we need for the tiles, we need the position. The tile map we already fucking have. And then what else can you do with an individual tile itself? Odin. What up, Fletcher Goss? How you doing? Good morning, sir. Dude, Odin is awesome. Like, someone else was just asking about, like, oh, should I get Odin Inspector? So this is using the Odin serializer that's open source, but I've actually, in the game itself, we're using the full package because I bought it, because it's amazing. I bought it before I was one of their very first customers. The second I saw it, I was on that shit like white on rice. But you can do really neat things like here, we've got a temp job in here, and like this is an enum, so like the enums show nicely. We're able to show all of the world data. Like you can make an inspector. Like I made an inspector to show all this data before, and it was like 1,000 lines of code. And now I can do it in like with just decorations. And I made a fucking editor that edits for editing the scriptable objects. This was 89 lines of code to build this database out. Like it doesn't get much fucking easier than that, man. Welcome back, Philip. It is such a beautiful. I got it when they first came out because they came out and then they made serialization open source, and then they took their old package down and they split it out. But the thing I like about them is they're still supporting it. Like I've used other serialization tools, like 2 others before, that both just went the way of the dodo. They took the money and then they're like, this is hard. We don't want to support our customers, so they just like fucking bailed, or they went focused on other things. So I'm not trying to like totally shit talk them too much, but support is hard. Like I've done support, it's really hard work. So people come in thinking they're gonna make, I'm gonna make the best, I'm gonna be the next Shader Forge, where I make like Shader Forge and make a ton of money. But even like the girl in Shader Forge who I watched her stream the other day, she was like, yeah, I learned really quickly that support sucks, and you have to have like an infrastructure set up to handle that, and you have to make terms of support, and you have to have like boundaries so that people don't ask you to like, how do I make a shader that does this? It's like, dude, I made a tool. Like, I made you a hammer. Don't ask me how to build a fucking house. So it's like those kind of things that are rough. So yeah, for like the next 30 minutes, we're going to be working on serializing tile map data into our open. We made an open source tile manager that we've put out to help people that want to work with Unity's tile map system. We're working on getting that so we can serialize that data out to a binary file, which hopefully will help people that don't know how to save and load data. It'll give them an example, and it'll help people that want to learn. And we're going to use it for our game too, and it's just our way to kind of give back to the open source community after, years building a career based off of open source. But in 30 minutes, we're going to go talk to Groggy and his mates about our Ludum Dare experiences. So it's gonna be awesome. And I know one of my biggest things I didn't do right off the bat was actually test. I should have known better, and I should have tested Unity shit before we went live. I just should have expected it to be a pile of fucking garbage. Isn't the right word, but just that they missed some mundane detail. Like they miss mundane details. It's like, oh, does this thing build? Like, here's the Premiere thing, it'll work in the editor. Can you make a build off of it? Fuck that, you can't make a build off of it. I mean, that's crazy. And it was one little thing, so you can tell it was like one little missed QA item. Which I should make a ticket about. I should do that, yeah. Maybe, we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that later, we'll see. Okay, so right now we're trying to see a tile. Tile data has a position. It has the sprite, right? we need to actually look at it. Tile palette. So this is the tile right now. So it's got, so this is what it has. Let me take a screenshot of it. So we just like, here's what a tile has that we care about. So it has a vector 3 position. It also has a tile. We'll call it the tile. And then it's got the sprite. But should I keep sprite here? Sprite should probably be in this class. Name. Got its color. Well, that also has color, so yeah, we'll get the color. There's the sprite and the color right there. You know, let's snag those for the tile as well. The tile base we're not gonna do. We're just gonna do a tile for now. We'll dig with tile base later. Tile map we don't need. The name. Everything will have a name, so we'll grab the name. But grab the color, glider type. We might not be able to use that either, but we'll see. We'll try. I'll take your advice and do like a graphical update to the game. Maybe even work on it to add new enemies. Yeah, that's awesome, Dr. Java. Like, strike while the iron's hot and keep... Like, if you got a bunch... 50 people that were interested in it, that's 50 people that would tell their friends about it, which then could become 100 people, like, if you keep pushing forward and making updates. Like, don't underestimate word of mouth. Like, when we worked at Media Temple, we were a, $100 million company. 90% of it was word of mouth. Just from people... graphic designers telling other people what a great host we were for the graphic design community. So that's how we built our brand. So never underestimate word of mouth, And don't think anything has to go viral. Like, maybe your ramp up will take a little bit longer, but the hard work will get you there, man. And you will do awesome because of it. Glider type. And then position, which we think we've got, right? Or no? I guess we don't have it. And this is a tile base, so it's going to be a vector 3 int for its local position, right? Vector 3 int, yeah. Because these are also snag those. Position and then rotation. And then scale. What would scale be? Scale would be a float vector. It would be just a vector 3. Because scale's a float. Duh, vector 3, moron. Lock control and lock transform I don't need for... Because we only need things we care about saving to a file. So we care about what tile it is. That's super fucking important. We care about the... Well, this is really the tile base, but we care about the position, which we've fucking got right here. We care about the sprite. Let me line it up the same way as this screenshot too, so we get it. We care about the tile, we care about the sprite, we care about the color. We care about the collider type. Actually, we might not care about the collider type. We might not care about this. We might not care about this motherfucker. Good for you, Dr. Java. You can do hard things, sir. Position. Okay, position's right there. Rotation. Rotation would just be... What is size for? Did I mean rotation for size? I probably meant rotation. Rotation, and then scale would be here. And then... I don't know what we have origin for. And I guess name will be there just in case. Okay. So we've got a world tile. Our world map is going to have a list of tiles. So for save load, where is it? Save tile map. So for save tile map, it takes the tile map, a string for the path, and the rows. It makes, this is the tiles. So this should be a list of the world tiles, not world map anymore. Because this is just going to give us an array of the individual tiles of the world that then we would shove into a singular world tile map, if I'm thinking this through correctly. So we're going to loop through the local place. Local place is going to be a new vector 3 of this. If it has a tile, if it doesn't have a tile, we're going to continue. It should probably be the very first thing we do. Like, we don't even do the other piece if we don't need it, right? Oh, well, we need the fucking location, right? If there is no tile here, fuck off. I should really not put swearing and oh, whatever. The sprite location, it's getting the sprite from the local place. Tile map that gets sprite, which this is all Unity functions we're calling to grab the data. What keyboard switch do you have? Hi, Philax Taken. Good morning. If my keyboard's too loud, let me know. I've been dicking with the sound because I moved the mic out from being in my face, so now you might be getting more audible background noise, and if it's bothersome, let me know. But I use a Kinesis Advantage 2. The difference about it is it moves your space keys, space and backspace are here, enter and stuff is over here. When I got it in 2008, I was in my 20s, and I had really bad carpal tunnel pain in my wrist here. I was taking like Advil every day. My wife, who's a massage therapist, she was massaging my arm like daily. And then I swear to God, or I swear to the spaghetti monster, I bought this keyboard and I've never felt that pain again. Literally, like within a day, it was gone. It never came back. It is all to this keyboard because it replaces in a normal keyboard, your most used digits are your pinkies because backspace, enter, spacebar, all that shit is done. Your thumb is used for spacebar, but like your weakest digit is doing all the shit on the outside of your keyboard. So this moves the backspace, delete, home, control, enter, space, all those things into your thumb, which is your strongest digit. And then it also has your hands rest in a way that they're sitting naturally and not like a keyboard where they're set like this all the time. And I've not had pain since then. Did you know that NVIDIA released an AI that removes the keyboard and sound? Oh yeah, the RTX on stuff, which is funny. Yeah, I've heard people that also had issues with the software, but then someone was telling me about this software called Crisp. But Crisp just sounds like it's a noise gate. So if I have to tweak the noise gates, then I can do that. Yeah, it's a really fucking amazing keyboard. Like, anyone that has carpal tunnel, I cannot recommend. Like, everyone sees the keyboard because the keys are in different spots. They're gonna say, oh, this is really hard, I can't do it. And that's not true. You can totally do it. Let me pull this off another screen so that, none of my porn stuff, and stuff that I don't want you guys to know about shows up here. I mean, come on. Nobody wants to see all the weird shit I buy, but I will link you to the keyboard. It's $300. So it's a $300 keyboard, which is not a small chunk of change, I know. But I will tell you another story about them. Let me make sure it's got all the shit off of it. What a terrible link. But anyway, does that link actually work now? Yeah. I know. I don't really care that much. It's like if people, oh, it's embarrassing. He buys fucking adult stuff. It's like, yeah, whatever. I'm a human. Go fuck yourself. Everyone does. If you say you don't, you're a goddamn liar, or you're not enjoying life. So live a little and buy some fucking toys. And don't be a prude. Be more European. So I I spilled a soda on this keyboard. I've had this keyboard since 2008. I spilled water on it. It like wrecked this piece of the pad. So I called them, and for $25, they sent me a replacement. And this thing is really easy to open and maintain yourself. I plugged in the new keyboard or the new module. It worked just fine. Like, they could have been like, sorry, you got to buy another keyboard for $300. Like, that's what Logitech would do. That's what Razer would do. That's what all these other motherfuckers would do. But this company is just like, no, it's cool. They've also got a plug for like foot pedals, so you can use your feet as well for things, to alleviate more stress on your hands. So, don't be scared, Groggy. Give yourself, by the end of the first day, you will be 75% as good as you were. The one thing that I always have to do, that you're gonna probably have to do, is I always have to remap. I always remap space to backspace now, because like with games, you know, you can always use this for the space bar, but with this keyboard you can't. So the one thing I do is I map every game. I map space to backspace, and then I can still use my left hand for all the gaming stuff, and then it's just fine. And it's very satisfying. There's different versions of it if you like different kinds of like play on the Switch. Like if you like that tactile feedback. I use the Advantage, and I do like the noise of it. I don't know. Kinesis International key sets? International characters, let's say. Like, their characters pop off and on really quick, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's like aftermarket setups for it either. Let's see. Oh, and it's also got a whole programming thing, so you can set up, like, I don't use it, but they've got a whole thing where you can program like macros right into the keyboard itself. Like, it's got you can hold down, if I hold down equals M, it'll switch to Mac mode, so all the keys immediately go to Mac mode. Equal W will go to Windows mode. Then there's I think it's like equal O, and you can set up your own custom everything. Like, it's super fucking nice. Let's see what you got. I actually like this soundtrack. The one thing I'd give to Epidemic, Groggy, would be that I wish they'd have a way to, like, once you're done with one album, go to the next one. Oh, dude, that's awesome. What does it look like? Let's see. Show me a picture of it, lady. I clicked and it's like black border. I'm like, oh, there it goes. Nice. But yeah, it's, dude. They give you a key popper too, so like one thing you have to do is I move my Windows keys around because I like them in different places. It's super nice. Oh yeah, I should do that. I should find the one. I like this one. Yeah, that's a good idea. I should save this. But I've been looking through and trying to find what I like for now. And I think I like the chiptunes one for sure. I went whole hog and I paid for the whole year, and I paid for Enterprise so that I can actually, they have a sale, so it was like $300 for the year, and I can actually put this into my game without having to do any extra bullshit, which is nice. I was like, I'll find sound effects in the game without having to deal with it. Because now it's like I'm actually putting money into the game. I really need to get it done because I'm throwing my hard-earned money at it, so I should totally do that. Okay, so we're getting Get Sprite. So Get Sprite grabs, describes reference to Sprite, right? Okay. Position of the tile on the tile map, perfect. So that'll return you to the sprite. We get the sprite, we get the path to it. We're going to save that as a resource path. And here's where we're making our new world tile map. So we're going to make a new world tile. Oh, and local place comes. No, local place becomes position. Where the fuck am I going? Okay, comes local place. Okay. World locate. So that's the position in the local space, and then this is the world position of that hex. Okay, so call to world gives us. I'm imagining it just gives us the 3D representation in the world, right? So it actually calls grid layout. Well, then why is it tile map doesn't have a cell to world? So what are you thinking, dum dum? Tile base, where's tile map? Tile map doesn't have a cell to world. Get the logical center coordinates of a grid cell in world space. So I think we want to call. Yeah, so it looks like we want to call get cell center world to get the actual position in world space. Get the tile map, get the cell position. World to cell. The cell position is already grabbing world to cell, and that's just transferring it back and forth. Okay. So we'll call that to get the cell position. Yeah, I don't know why I did it that way. Okay, cool. So the tile map. Why does that not fucking error like cell to world? It's like, bro, what? Yeah, it's like grid layout. It's like, no, we're not a grid layout. We're a cell layout, son. Okay, much better. World location will become. You will need a world location, and it'll need to be floats. It'll still need to be a regular vector 3. Position. Tile sprite, we'll get that properly. Color. You get the name. Oh, so the name is just going to be. So I'm using name is just the XY, just for government work. Did I lose the game's done? 10-minute warning. Oh my god, it's happening. Okay, well then we're just gonna leave the music off for the next 10 minutes since we're gonna be in with Groggy in a second anyway. I like chiptunes. I'm gonna have to download this soundtrack. What do I add to? Does that add it to car? Oh, add to playlist. Oh, you can make playlists. Oh shit. Fuck to the giggity yeah. Perfect. Well, forgive me, Groggy. I'm an idiot. There's playlists. Here, I'm just dumb. My music. That makes that easy now, doesn't it? Oh, this is so good. Boy, this sucks. I wish you could have oh, never mind. I'm just dumb. Forgive me. That happens a lot with me. Oh, let me tweet too. We're about to go live. Update that. Well, we've been live for 2 hours. I'm still getting into the tweeting game thing. Making sure people know that I'm streaming. Today is day 32. Day 32. Yes. Let's see. Updating my drivers and kernel so my table. Hey, you could drag me whenever you want. I'm sitting there in I'm sitting in your general room in your Discord. Drag me whenever you want. I think Discord should work. I have it set to be streamer mode, so hopefully I'll hear you when you talk. Actually, I'll turn streamer mode off and I'll turn it back on when we're in, just to make sure streamer mode is not just gonna fucking mute you and be like, he's streaming, fuck you, fuck off. It's like, no, I want to hear Groggy. Oh, I just heard a dingy dingy dingy. Row? Okay, so I'm in that room now. Cool. Let me turn Discord mode back on, and let's see. It still shows me talking. Okay, cool. So hopefully they guys hear me. Fuck it, I'll turn it back on later because I don't want to risk it. Okay, so let's go ahead and post on Twitter that we are about to have a Ludum Dare retro. I'm checking out. with Mr. Groggy. We will let him dare. Postmortem. I called you my friend, so I'm taking some liberties, so sorry about that. Check it out. Check it out. Oop. That's a terrible link. We want it to be this. Perfect. Nice. Boom, tweet away. This Twitter thing. Good morning, Litany. How are you doing today? Hello. We're about to hop on with Groggy and some of his mates to go over our Let 'em Dare entries and like what we learned from it. And I'm the one that'll be like, I'll be quiet. I'll be like, I'm the noob. I'm the noob that wanted to learn the job system. I was really happy with it, so. Well, there's always got to be the professional one, and then there's the slacker. I'm doing pretty good, Litany. How are you? Well, you're doing good, so I'm doing good too. We're just working on this morning. We're getting ready to go talk to Groggy and his mates about our Let 'em Dare entries. What we were working on before then is we were kind of we kind of pivoted a little bit from working on the pathfinding to just get some breather room and go back to serializing, to serialize all the tile map data we have out to a binary file. That's going to be part of our tile manager that we've open sourced for anyone to use. Just a way to give back, because there's so many times I get questions like, how do you save? And so this will show us how you can save data, how you can actually work with mono behaviors and work them. It's not hard, but it's tedious. How to take a mono behavior, break it down to a primitive, save it to a binary file, and then the more hard part will be how do you take the mono behavior, how do you deserialize it, and how do you put it back into a mono behavior without it turning into bitch Stewie. If you've seen Family Guy, there's an episode where Stewie clones himself. He doesn't want him to be too smart, so he kind of messes up the function a bit. So, bitch Stewie just, he's not all there. So that's what our first pass of deserialization is going to be until we figure it out. But it's going to go into the tile manager that's open sourced, so that anyone can contribute to and help. And hopefully it'll help somebody that wants to work with Unity tile map in the future. Or if they want to do like, how do I see a real world example of how you save assets to a disk? Because it's really not straightforward. And, I talked about earlier how I was fortunate that I've always had the money to be able to buy assets to let me do the things I want to do, because it's something everyone has to do. And this way we're going to put it out for free. It's already out for free, but we're going to push a new patch up after we get this working to the repo. And then anyone's going to be able to use it and help, and it's gonna be awesome. Tile Manger, if I could spell properly. It's the Tile Manger. It's like a manager, but kind of retarded. So we're starting with the new world. We're filling out the position. As soon as I hear, I'm not on Discord mode, so as soon as I hear you guys, I will shut the fuck up about what I'm doing, and we'll go to a more, it's going to be interesting because I don't necessarily even have a overlay for it yet. Let me work on that for a second. We'll just go to chat, and we'll be chickadee chatting. And then let me work on the chat frame. Oh, I got to fix that too. This is all fucked up. Oh my goodness. Scrub I am. Go back in the box. Box, let's see. Let's see where it is. Okay, go there. Maybe that'll be a little bit better. But we'll figure it out. And then let's do a little text overlay. Talk. Review. What's up? We're gonna call it. I'm just setting up showing you the magic of doing all the behind the scenes stuff you have to do. Doing it live because I'm a bit of a scrub. Dare 46. Retrospective. Tests. Groggy. The other. What did here? I don't know who else is there, but this will be a good start. That up here, say bloop. Doesn't really fit in the frame, but I'll make a better frame later. Not such poop. Less poop, much wow. Joy. Do a color source. I do a black color source. A little much. There you go. Make that a little bit smaller. Bloop. There. Put black and what's up together as a group. Together again as a group. Talk show. Let's call it talk show. Because we might do more talk show stuff eventually. You never know. I've got a buddy that wants to talk gaming together too. Covers that up. Okay, that's mildly acceptable. Cool. So that'll get started in a couple minutes. We'll have the chat screen ready to go when we're ready to flip over. We'll flip back to Unity until we get started. Oh, I gotta make it a little bit smaller because, you know, they see. Perfect. Semi-professional. Look at that. I'm partially professional, folks. Okay. Let's see. What were we doing while we're waiting for this? Okay. Position, tile map. We need the rotation information, right? So position, world position, we're grabbing. Sprite tile we're getting. Color we're getting for easily enough. The name we're getting. How do we get the rotation then as well? So we need rotation needs to be. How will we snag the rotation from the tile map? Let's see what functions we have available to us in tile map. Do that. Probably orientation matrix, I would bet. Or orientation. Orientation or the matrix would be my guess for what it is. Orientation of the tile maps. The tile maps, tile map, orientation joint. Oh, so this is just the orientation of the tiles in the tile map. So we don't give as much. We do care about that with respect to the world tiles, which should be the tile map, the way we represent the tile map. No, this guy here, world tiles. We have orientation matrix. So we do have the orientation here. But for the individual cell itself, where do we get the so tile base? See what tile base has available to it. Because the tile base is what a tile is based off of. Hence the name tile base. I know, crazy. Okay, well, let's see what other things. Let's do it the old-fashioned way and just see what we can reference then. From a, let's say tile base, just so we can see. And then instantiate. New tile base. Tile data. Fresh tile startup. Takes the tile map, the position, and the pool. I wonder does the tile not store that anywhere? Is there somewhere else? Let's Google. Unity get rotation of a tile. Let's see what they say. Tile location at runtime. Let's see. Going down the rabbit hole, but we'll figure it out together. It'll be awesome. Let's update this too. About to do a LD46 retrospective. Which, while we're doing that, I should also let me open up the 46 entry just so I can review it. If any questions come up about it for the code, or to jog my memory if I need it. Can't you use the information from tilemap rather than sprites from tilemap? Transform matrix, composition. Let's see if this works then. What will that return us? The tile map. We're working with this tile map. Then tile position. What is tile position? That's just a vector3 int. So that would be our vector3 int would be local position or local place. Good damage then. Oh, because rotation is a rotation in our thing here is vector3 int, but this is returning a matrix probably, right? Oh, it's a vector3 int. Oh, because duh. It's not going to be an int, you fucking bonehead. Okay. That'll be better. Derpa derpa derp. Derpa derpa derp. Derpa herpa derpa derpa derp. Oh, they've got so it looks like they've already got Crisp loaded into Discord to do noise suppression. Nice. I'm turning that on. Let's I'm gonna test that. And I hear myself double. But I'm gonna clap. Let's see. Dude, I don't hear that coming through at all. That's awesome. Okay. Amazing. Brilliant. Yeah, so I'm gonna fucking load Crisp up, I think. Crisp is the real hotness. Dude, that's way better than that RTX bullshit. RTX on. Yeah. You heard the echo, but you didn't hear me fucking clapping. Well, you might have heard me clapping through here, but through my Discord task I was listening to, I didn't hear it. So while I probably jarred all of your fucking ears, which I'm sorry for, you did, but in the test I was hearing in my headphones, I didn't hear shit when I clapped. So that was fucking magic. Although my CPU's already fucking pegged, so there's no way I can fucking run Crisp on my desktop. My CPU's already like, bro, you need a new computer. And yeah, I found out yesterday I'm most likely not getting my bonus, so that's the plans for a new computer are now on hold indefinitely. Because I was going to use the $5,000 to build a Ryzen computer, and that's not happening now. So sucks to be me. Because we're in the middle of the 30 million Americans being out of jobs and the big downturn in the real estate market, and in order to survive, we are being very careful with money so that we can make it out the other side of this after the recovery happens. Like once it passes, people are going to open up, but things are going to be different, and there might be we're planning for like a longer ramp back up to, home buying. And I'd really like the company to survive, so, I'm super fucking bummed. Like I worked all year for that money, and I hope we can recover and I can get it sometime this year, but I can't, I'd rather have a job in an old ass computer than a no job and no computer. So, oh, you don't be sorry. It's okay. I mean, it's just my wife is more upset about it. I mean, I'm upset about it. I'm bummed about it, but it's like if you think about it in the big picture, it's like, well, as long as I still have a job, then if I can keep the roof over the head for the family and keep them fed, then that's a win, you know. Well, it was gonna be a Ryzen Threadripper with like 32 cores, like 64 gigs of RAM, a couple of 2 TB hard drives, an RTX a 280 RTX, which that itself was like $1,000 at least. Like most of the ones I saw were like they were oscillating between 1,000 to 1,500 based on price. So it was the biggest cost was that the two biggest costs were the CPU and the video card. The rest of it was actually pretty reasonable. So I'll just have to see if I can save my pennies and work through it that way. So here's our. Let's see where we left off with our game. Let's just give it a quick playthrough while we wait for the stuff to start. The world's most annoying sounds. Possible.
Game over.
I don't know how the fuck Shadow beat Insane. Like, this is... Impossible's just like everyone's dead before you can even... How the fuck did... Shadow, how the fuck did you beat this on Impossible, dude? This is nuts. How did you do this? This is impossible. That's why I called it impossible, because it's impossible. Every baddie you click gives you a second. Goddamn hard. I beat it on hard. I didn't beat it on impossible. There's like... I have time left. There's just no goddamn fish left. It's crucial to kill as fast as you can. Philip, it's almost like you made this game and you know how it works. That's incredible. Like, you can thank my daughter for this fucked up super fast fish bullshit. Like, she's like, Dad, you should make it when it's harder. You should make the fish really fast. I was like, okay, let's do it. It's like, dude, super hard. Super hard mode. Man, I love these fucking icons we made, though. I think we did great with this. Like, that fucking shark, what a baller. What a baller shark. He's just, you know, he don't take no shit. And they dance the music, like, so good. So wholesome. Okay. Let's go back to what we're doing while we wait for the talk show to start. Talk show. Just talking. And remind me to change it to just talking when we start just talking, Philip. Or you can change it. You can do set title, I think. Or can you do set category? Let me see if you can do set category from Nightbot. I'm not sure. Let's see. You gotta figure it out for me. You gotta help me. Philip, I don't know these things. What's commands? Can you set title? We can do we can do title, right? Title's here. The title's there. Can we set category? There's a set title. I don't see a set category though. Or maybe it's game because it's really the game. You know, it looks like # game. So you could do # game and do just talking. Like you could do, I'll put an example for you, Philip. So you know, you could do like that. But in place of like League of Legends, you would do just talking. You know, just so you know. Just mod things. So how do we test this? Well, we test this by running it from the game, right? We would test and say, go to game data, where we have all this, and then we'd run the save map. The save map gets called from, I think, the save map button. I know, it's weird. It's weird that it would be called from the save map button. But at the end of the day, So it gets called from Game Manager Save Map, which I think it's called from Save Map on the menu manager. Okay. Let's go give it a try. Let's see what... Well, we need to make the build. We need to do another build and see what we get. So this should save out... This at this point, this is only going to save out... It would only save out... So we're doing a binary format. And then we're saving it out as bytes. We should add the ability to change the format as well. Like we should default to binary. Save formats, which I think we already have. This is already a binary, right? Data format is already enum, right? Yeah, it's an enum already. So we'll just say data format. We'll call it data format. And then it'll default to binary if you don't pass it in. Then your damage here, buddy. How can you not resolve path? Path is something we pass in. Oh, because I'm an idiot. That's fine. Oh shit. Let me see. He just linked me. Where did it go? Oh, let me check it out. Copy the link to... I gotta figure out how to say his name because it's not Jaror, so I want to say it so I'm not a total American piece of shit that says stuff wrong. So this is the biggest stress-inducing part for me is like saying people's names right. It's like, oh god. Okay, guys, we're gonna play this game real quick. Save the last hydrocarbon life form. Let's see if his game is better than Groggy's game. That's the real test. And he has a web version of it. So let's see. Left mouse to grab, right mouse for modular effects, escape to skip logs, keep items in spotlight for information, connect more modules to your drone, save, find power sources to stay alive. You can tap power from broken bots. Let's see. Let us give it a giggity go. Okay, performance issues. Toggle shadow options. Dude, you can tell these motherfuckers are like, they work for Paradox. They're fucking... They don't fuck around. It's like... like, here's all the shit. Like, vote here. Like, right on the link. Vote here. Performance issues? Toggle shadows by pressing the S button. Or try Windows the Net Downloadable build. It has much better performance. Experiment with the experimental Unity 2D rendering shadows. Messed up things in WebGL. Oh, you used Unity's Web 2D stuff too. That's awesome. I did as well. Booting up. Low power. Okay, let's run the game. Dude, he went amazing. Already, like, this guy's pro. Play with Unity. With love. Booting up. Shadows on, music on. Identity. No, screw this. We're gonna run the... we want to do it justice. We want to do the Windows build. WebGL sucks ass. I'm just saying that because I'm super salty about... oh, here it is. That's it. I'm super duper salty about the fact that it wouldn't work for my game. Because I put too much shit into it. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's like, hey, you're putting 1,000 mono behaviors in here and you're trying to run burst compiler in the WebGL. That shit's not going to work. It's like, pox on you. It will totally work. But it didn't. That's my bad. It's my bad. LD games. Where are we saving this son of a gun? Let's go to chat while we do that. Let us pray. Where did you go? Where did you go, Mythical Beast? There it is. Okay. 6. Put it in here like I fucking said originally, but you just did your own thing because, you know, fuck you. Fuck you. This is like one of those times where you're like, oh, I'm totally not worthy. Like, like, these are people that do this shit. It would be like me finding someone that does like really neat like DevOps stuff and like them doing it casually and be like, oh, you should come look at this. It's so cool. And then being like, what the fuck? You've done this for like, this is your job and I'm just fucking doing this as a joke. Bring it back up. We're going to bring it back up from a Windows build. That will be awesome. And anyway. And the torpedoes and full speed ahead. Garbage. Dude, there's so many good games. Oh, this is itch.io. I'm like, what the fuck? These are 48-hour games? Like, man, I suck. No, you suck, but you suck for a different reason. Did I not run it? Maybe I hit the wrong button. Oh, it's running. LD46, it's running somewhere. My game. Other game. Oh, there it goes. I was just being a dummy. Booting up. Yeah, this is way better. I'm going to turn the audio down just a little bit. Hold on. Let me get the volume. I normally have my volume mixer up. I need to turn it down just a curmudgeon. It's a little goddamn loud. Keep the last hydrocarbon life forms alive. Take it to the escape pod near the helm. Modular droid controls. Hold mouse button to grab items. Press escape to skip. Keep items. Dude, this font is really cool. Like, that's a nice touch. Keep font. Like, this is like, oh, I wish I could know. I knew how to do this stuff. Or like, I wish I could even think on that level of like, just the polish that makes something awesome. Connect more modules to your droid. Find power sources to stay active. Click to unlock controls. We're just taking a quick jaunt into one of the other games that was made by a Ludum Dare contestant, one of Groggy's buddies. Click to unlock controls. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this is like playing... What's that game that Jacksepticeye did? With Billy? Analyzing object. Precious hydrocarbon life form. Oh, so now he's my... Oh, he's just attached to me now. Nice. Hello? Let me turn the game down. Boop. Oh, there's Groggy. Deceased precious life form. Sliding door. Perhaps I can grab it. Dude, this is fucking awesome. Holy shit, this is cool. Vault. What is that thing? Analyzing object. Oh, they're eating my power cells? Get the fuck over here, shithead. Those little bastards. Your power. Motherfucker. Stealing my power. Oh, am I stealing his power? Oh, I am taking his power. Ha, fuck that guy. Get punk. Charge up some more. My kitchen. Dude, this is fucking awesome. This is way better than your game, Groggy. Sorry, man. Your game is awesome, but this is way more awesome. Although your games are both awesome. You've been ejected. Emergency blast door requires a cutting tool. Dude, this is really cool. Like,
Did that worked?
I hear people.
Hello?
Hello?
Groogy. So now we just need George to join.
Let me go over to chatting. Let's set ourselves as just chatting. That's still science and technology.
Got this game?
Dude, his game is... You must not have heard when I said, okay, his game is way better than your game, Groggy. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
His game is really fucking good.
Yeah.
They're both really
He
good.
did everything in vector graphics, which I find amazing.
Like, I just quit out of it because I was playing it when he came in, but holy fuck, that was amazing.
Maybe I have the volume on you guys a little bit too loud. Maybe.
I think I'm in multiple channels somehow.
What?
Oh, okay, no, it's good. There's some weird stuff going on. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Or
morning.
wherever, whatever your time slice is.
I think it's evening for him.
No, it's 6:30 in the morning for me.
All right,
Is it?
6:30. So -6. That is.
Yeah, you guys are at lunchtime, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're Central European, so that's like.
Good afternoon to you, gentlemen.
Yes. Well.
Did I get up that early? Oh man, now I feel bad.
I get
was
up-
like, oh, I found a good time that fits everything.
No, I get up early every day, so it doesn't really matter. I'm kind of a morning bird now.
I mean, I woke up like an hour ago.
For me, morning is after you wake up.
Yeah.
That's independent of clocks.
Yeah.
How do-
So I wrote the agenda. Essentially what we do at work as well, almost. So just like though now we're 3 different projects, so it's a little bit different. So I think like we should all recap on what our product is, a synopsis, and then how it ended up. Then we go through like you write up some post-its, which is like good, bad, learning. Yeah, those 3 different categories, and then present them, and then overall what you think about how the like entire process went for you, like working on it, and then ending it with like comments, talks, like talking about each other products and so on. How does that?
Look at that
think
agile.
I went ahead of you. I already made a lot of little.
Yeah,
ones.
yeah. I saw.
I thought it was like, oh, you want to do this on stream,
Yeah.
so this is the content we have. I thought that was the agenda. Like this is what we do on stream. Then you have some food to present.
These guys gone full agile.
Yeah, but that just means you're extra.
Exactly.
I just went push to talk.
I'm cheating.
I appreciate the agile retrospectives.
Yeah.
So wait, your synopsis and conclusion. And conclusion, you mean like what we ended up with?
Like
Alright.
how do you feel like the product actually ended up? Like so.
Yeah. Okay, but
So
sure.
like synopsis is like
How did it
what
end
you
up?
wanted,
So I went push to talk so I
like,
can talk to you
how the
guys. So
project- I can just go through so for the viewers. So we have my project, which is sort of like a strategy terraforming sim kind of game. I don't know how else to describe it. Sim Earth kind of like. Then we have Welcome to Pre-Sushi by B. Wheatley, which you were doing this in order to learn like multi-threading in Unity or something like that. I don't know a lot about
Correct.
Unity, so maybe you
Yeah.
should let you describe it.
So pre-sushi was my attempt. So every time I do a Let 'em Dare, I want to learn something that I didn't learn before. And Unity has this new architecture where they're trying to, mono behaviors suck to work with because they do a bunch of shit. You can't really. They're not super performant. So they do what I've done, like in my professional world, which I'm sure you guys do too, which is you like keep your data separate from like the stuff that moves around on the screen. So this job system is trying to do that for us, and like they'll handle a lot of the threading. So all we have to do is we have to pass off, segregate the data into its own little struct, so that can get sent off and multi-threaded, and it does all the work on your other cores, and then that thread comes back, and then you merge that back in with your mono behaviors afterwards. So it's way more performant.
Yeah, it was called DOTS, DOTS. their solution. It's pretty neat. I've tried experimented with it a little bit as well. It's fun to see that you use that.
Yeah, it worked. It worked really well. Like, I thought it went super well. I learned a lot. There was some typical like Unity things where they miss some mundane detail, like in their demo project. Like, it works great in the editor, but when you try to build it, like one thing's missing a reference, so you can't build, which that cost me like 4 hours of beating my head against the wall to get it to work.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm actually starting it up on stream. I have played it before, but it's a very simple.
Exactly. I left a review for you just like 10 minutes ago or something.
Oh, thanks. Can you link up yours, Groggy, so I can put it in chat?
Yeah, sure. And where's the last thing? There's the shark. There we go. Just to show what it is, I'm gonna do the same with Don's game or your. Let's see, where is mine?
The games we're reviewing are, I'm gonna put it in chat now.
Open up your streams, yo.
No, I'm gonna write to him on here in Colab. There we go.
Awesome.
There's mine.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Put 'em
I've
up
also
on
written
stream.
review, like I think I did this like in a lot of the reviews I've done on Room there. It's like you have a good core here. You could have done something more with it. I've written.
But that's the gist of game jams. They're
Yeah.
also raw prototypes. But if you see the fun,
Yeah.
that's always what I focus on when reviewing. Can I see some like fun nugget? And if it's all complete anyway, then it's great. But the goal is to have like a nugget of something.
Oh, so like, well, we can get this to Misktalk now. We can getting off topic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about yours.
Yes. So
if you were done.
Go for it.
yeah. Right. So my game, and let me just whip.
There we go.
Is a small little physics adventure puzzle game where you go around and you're trying to save this little plant to bring it to the escape pod.
Dude, his game is awesome. This game on screen,
Now it did actually
amazing.
start off like that, but it's what it ended up as. So that's my synopsis of my little game there. And do you want to also have the conclusion as well, or do you want to split it up?
Let's split it up. I'm just gonna like show it off.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just your interest is seen is a bit long, and I remember when I was testing it, and
escape.
I did. I don't know. It still makes all of the sound.
Yeah, it's
even
true.
if you press escape.
I know it was the dirtiest hack to just press escape. It'll just hide the window. It's
These
fine.
guys are so awesome.
There we go. And it's like a little bit like physics puzzle, right? So
Exactly.
And
It,
you
it
have
has
the-
a weird control scheme, which is part of the physics things.
Yeah.
You can hold left mouse button to grab things. So if
did you
grab
see
it-
my review of it?
Yes. So it's a bit hard. I mean, now we kind of get into reviewing like what maybe you should do it at one point as well, like just sort of like play through it and
Yeah, we can
mention
have that in the Misk talk. Yeah. Then.
Yeah, just sort of like while someone else is playing through it, the creator gives feedback or something.
Oh.
They're sort of like you explain what's going on and what is weird.
But did you see? I found a bug
Oh,
which made the game
yeah.
simpler
Oh,
for me.
yeah, I-
It's like I found that. This is perfect.
Yeah, no, it is physics. It's one of
Those
my
are awesome.
one of my items in my
Physics is
recap
so
there.
good.
Physics, physics engines.
But what did you guys like? I think Wheatley was the only one that achieved what he wanted from the start set go. Like he wanted to learn mono behaviors. But like you and I had different goals from the start of like our projects.
Yeah, so perhaps you start with your goal. Or
Yeah.
did you actually? You did your synopsis, so yeah, you can do the.
Yeah,
Just keeping some notes while we write, too.
This is like the project is that you have this garden that you're nurturing. You're this derelict satellite that is trying to fix Earth after humans have destroyed it. And
That's
what
his
I
game right here. It's very fun.
Originally, was more interactions with the humans. Like this is the conclusion of like what I wanted. Like I wanted like more of this like interaction with humans, them having factions, them doing things, and you then responding to that, but never got actually time to do that. I wasted too much. Well, we'll get to that in good, bad, and learnings.
Exactly.
But like, I wanted more interactions with that. What I ended up with was actually still a very fun game. It was more nurture of Earth, and then humans being just like a issue,
A small
right? Like
nuisance.
they're speed for you to achieve your goal, which still worked out.
Yeah, exactly.
And you, Jora?
All right. So my goal was essentially like what I've done with most of the Jam games is to find which structured something, but it leaves a bit more exploration. So this is, I think, achieved that. Primarily, I was happy with the fun part was discovering a physics thing that felt okay and was fun. And the original sort of like original idea that I had was to have like a body with spider tentacles and like physics tentacles. So you
Spider
could sort of like
bodies.
climb
Oh,
your way through a level.
that sounds terrifying.
And this kind of uses the very basis of that, like having a body that you don't move, but you move the limbs. So you're basically moving your end limb, and that gives you an interesting physics.
Octodad, essentially.
Exactly. So it's that, but 2D. Only one limb, because I actually had like when I iterated all this, I had some other things like multiple limbs, so you could extend the limbs, make them shorter and longer. But in the end, I kind of settled on this one. Yeah, so I'm happy with the end results. Yeah, but I did want more. Basically, I had an idea of a level, and I think out of the 6 areas that I had designated in my sort of like level layout, I made 3. So that's only half in that way. So it's there, but the ending is definitely more rushed and less complete than the beginning.
Yeah, that's actually noticeable because like
Oh yeah.
there's this puzzle, like you had this idea of puzzles where you would get your arm in places where your body can't go.
Mhm.
That was actually like the first one was pretty good, and then I can
Yeah.
see you were planning another, but you never got
Yeah.
it finished. I
Exactly.
can see there's a puzzle next by that you could have used.
Oh yeah, for sure.
One of the
So,
tips I remember hearing from, sorry for interrupting, from like
Go on.
from ID, like the guys that made Doom, was they always make their last levels first, so that by the time they get to the beginning, they've all the lessons they've learned at the end. Like, so the beginning is like super great and crisp. But I guess in this case, it wouldn't work out since you've got such a time limit.
Maybe it would have worked,
No?
right? Like just if you start with like this, I want the player to achieve to this point, right?
Yeah.
Then you start working backwards. But it might end up actually that because it's a Ludum Dare and you have such a time limit, at the ending, I don't think the start will be super strong. It might be really shit start, but you'll get a really good gameplay mechanics because you already have refined and know what it is gonna be.
But
Maybe.
it's a great idea of having like making sure you at least have an ending.
Yeah.
Um, and then taking the lessons from building that ending to making your start, which is a bit weird. Yeah, but I like that idea as well. I will try it. I think maybe next jam or something. Go like make the ending first and sort of like work towards it instead of making the beginning first and then work towards an end, which is
Yeah.
an interesting concept.
Yeah, I think it would work for this because you got because yeah, I always end up cutting stuff. Like I'm sure everyone does. Like you always cut your scope because you're like, I'm out of time. I can't do what I want.
I wanted to have human factions, them waging war against each other and all stuff like that. And when I was reaching towards the end, this is gonna be one of my did good. I actually, even though I was hacking things together really, really quickly, I still had a good structure where like, so I could just hook things in, right? I was like the buttons and UI stuff I was doing was made in such a way it's like, all right, now I need this building has this effect, and it would just like kick into the entire thing by itself by using some features in the code language.
Yeah. Structure-wise, where were we at? Like synopsis, conclusion?
Yeah, yeah, sort of. We're
So
also kind of just talking.
I know, I know.
I don't want to disrupt people. I'm like talking.
No, but I like that you have a agenda set up.
Yeah.
So
So
let's
we don't
see.
know what we're gonna talk about. So
Exactly.
weekly, if you feel like it, just write. Like if you while we're talking, just write up did good, did bad, learnings, so we can go through them later.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, you could also just talk to them while we go through it because you
Did
probably
good.
have some of them in your head already. But it helps a little bit to write them down. It's sort of.
Did good. We got it done.
Actually, let me just see if I can get an image because it's kind of interesting. Usually, I don't have like snapshots of my early
Did not do enough pre-work.
stages.
We didn't do enough pre-work for
that
sure.
might also be interesting to show off a little bit, for all of our games, if you have them. I don't know if it might take a little bit too much time to actually set up, but like this is how it looks in the beginning, and then at the end, because the work in progress, the steps in between are pretty fun because I know that mine looked like quite different or quite crappy in the beginning, but there was at least some of the initial inklings of it.
Yeah, I think I've got my did goods were that we got the project done. The did bads was I did a shitty job of pre. I should have known ahead of time because I've used Unity for 7 years. I know they don't change. They always miss something. I should have tested first, but I didn't because I was being dumb. But yeah, what did I learn? I learned that I need to be more like you two because you guys are fucking awesome.
Wow. Take that with a grain of salt.
No, but it was a lot. Should have invited you because like it's a lot more fun when having talked while you're working, and that's also it was very fun streaming the entire experience because I had the chat to talk to.
Yeah, that is one of my takeaways as well. That streaming takes a little bit of time to sort of interact with people and also interact with your group, but like it's fun. It's great to show off little things. It's a little reward in between. While the other thing, if you don't show off your stuff in between, it kind of feels like you just have some reward at the end, but nothing in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was did good. Chat being streaming it like totally. Like you guys are like professionals, but I'm like a scrub. So chat was like super helpful. I did one thing I was trying to do. I was going about it. I was overthinking what I wanted to do, and like my buddy Zach in chat was like, no, just do it this way, and he saved me probably 4 to 5 hours that I would have spent like trying to do this super complicated thing that wouldn't have fucking worked. And I just did it the simple way, and I saved a bunch of time. So chat was such a great thing, and I do good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's also good for some random creativity things. I think that Groogy had that more than I had because I just dropped in now and then. Whereas with Groogy, they could see you building it step by step, so they had more decision points to have.
Yeah, and they could get me. They could see me get stuck on things that were not important.
Yeah, I mean that happens. It's good to know that they happen. Also,
Losing
you
sight
have
of the
also
forest and the
then
trees is
that's
totally
kind of
what I did bad at too.
lesson, but you hope to make them smaller. Yeah. So, good, bad.
We're just doing a talk with Sir Groggy and your, I don't know if you said it, two PDX devs that work for EU4 that they've invited me in, which is awesome.
We did some good prep.
Oh yeah.
We actually did a theme brainstorm the evening before, just with the final theme list. Just like went through all the themes and just made a tiny idea for each of them, sort of get the creative brain going.
Yeah, and my theme.
I should have done that prep before.
Like the original brainstorming thing that we wrote up was nothing like what I ended up with, but it helped me like have a direction of what should I be doing.
Yeah, it seeds your brain with lots of small ideas. Yeah. Because the thing I made was actually kind of intended for a different theme, but it was like, oh no,
and
this
yours talking right now.
It's already in my brain a little bit. I just need to tweak it for the theme. Other stuff was okay. I actually settled on what kind of the type of game I wanted to do pretty fast, even though the concept wasn't fully fleshed out. So like I have had jams where like I'm not sure what I want to build. What I was also happy with. Oh yeah, so happy with the little bots that flew around. They actually felt quite alive. for each little behavior that they had, and they actually had some interesting logic to them that players may not be aware of, but that at least makes them seem a bit more alive. Yeah, I can go into what they actually do a bit later. Iterating on physics led to fun, so that's good. Doing my art myself was fun again. Last jam I didn't do that. I just used a sprite pack, which looked great, but doing a little bit of art myself is also fun. And what other
I enjoy
physics
the
did
art
we
myself
have?
too.
Lighting. Adding lights can hide a lot of bad or not so good art. Just add some lights to it, and it'll just create stuff.
I agree. I
some
did
bad
lighting too,
stuff.
and it did help hide a
Don't
lot of the
switch your render
ugly.
solution mid-jam. I basically switched a major Unity feature mid-game because I wanted to improve, like have shadow casted shadows, like projected from your lights, because I wanted to make it moody. But yeah, I lost like 6 hours right there. And it
What'd you go
wasn't
from?
the defaults, kind of like what you get right now.
Oh, you
and
went
there's
default to
also what's
the
called in Unity the what's it
universal
called again?
universal render
Experimental
pipeline.
2D. Yeah, that one. Yeah, exactly. And it has an experimental 2D thing,
I did the
which
same shit.
includes a shadow casting 2D solution. So like, great, that's what I want. But I'll just switch to that. But
You
it
should
turned out,
probably have been thinking also like, is this worth it? Right? Like, so like,
yes,
how much
yeah,
do I want these shadows?
exactly. So I wanted them, but it was not worth the effort.
Yeah.
And also in the end, those shadows had bugs in them because turns out experimental is actually quite experimental. Yeah. So no, I went in there and lost time fixing.
I use the
their
2D
experimental
Unity
stuff. And
experimental
in the end,
stuff too.
the performance was quite crappy as well on lower NPCs. So yeah. I think that's what my major bad. The other bits are just scope a little bit too big, but that happens all the time. I cut stuff. Added sound music a bit late, but I did still add them. So yeah, and the performance thing with the shadows. I did have a post. I added a switch post jam to my game to switch shadows on and off because I got some reports with people with 2 frames per second.
Yeah,
So like,
I saw that.
that's a bit too much on the bad side.
Ooh, 2 frames a second.
Essentially, it's a switch that just switches off one option on and off. Actually, there's three settings, but one is it has all the shadows, which is your beefy PC for some. Middle is just the doors and cast shadows,
Oh,
which
just doors do shadows.
has the
Nice.
same effect for a lot of the atmosphere because it blocked sight. And the other one is no shadows at all. Your light goes through things, which still looks pretty okay. So that kind of proves my point that I shouldn't have switched. Yeah. So that's a lot
I
of
like the
learnings.
shadows. They were really cool, and I used the same thing.
Yeah, they were cool, but they're just. I had to lose a lot of time in fixing them because I had a lot of walls, and they don't.
And you didn't have time to optimize where you split up like what walls are we going to be testing.
Yeah, and their
on.
solution was not that performant for the things you get, and you also it didn't even work if you had your light right next to it. The shadows didn't always cast nicely, so you could still project your light through it. So there was so it was multiple things going on.
I didn't see that on my end.
I still
Yeah.
like it as a visual, but it was kind of broken.
Yeah, but it's like in essence, it becomes a question.
So for anyone that's just joining, we're doing a retrospective with Sir Grugy and Yor, two PDX devs that did Let 'em Dare. They invited me to come along, which is a totally I'm not worthy moment, but
spent 3 hours on it.
We're doing a retro on it.
Because I do think shadows give a nice look.
And Yor's talking right now.
But no, not the amount I spent now for a subpar solution. That's not performant. Yeah. Yeah, this is my good and bad, and I have some learnings. But you two guys can give your some of your feedback, perhaps.
Yeah. Do Wheatley want to go first, or should I go first?
You can go first.
Right. So what I did good, praising myself, is I had a really good structure in code. Even though I was hacking things together, there were certain parts where I actually put a little bit more thought behind how I did it, like the UI and how. So the main thing you were going to be interacting with as a player was the buildings. So I put a little bit more thinking about how will they work, which helped me in the long run because it meant like in the last hour before I submitted, I added like 3 new buildings to that just manipulated the world, and it like worked just hooked in, and I was very happy with that. So at least there I knew where to put my krut, like my gunpowder, like it's a Swedish saying. But yeah, so that worked really well. I did end up with all the faults that I did end up with a very recognizable art style, which I'm actually very happy with.
Yeah.
Like like when I started to see like, oh well, this looks glitchy. All right, what can
Yeah,
I
his
do
art
with
was
this so
awesome
it's
for
not
GOG
several
stuff.
hours of wasted work? Well, I can just do that. It's a very like Atari style or Commodore style like looking game.
It
Sort
was
of.
a Commodore style, very good.
Yeah.
And that kind of worked.
Or basically this intentionally, or is it just sort of like just the color you picked from a palette?
Oh yeah, no, that's just the color I picked.
Because it kind of works.
Wasteland, yeah. Yeah. So like, I mean, it was that I was just thinking like, okay, what's Wasteland color? Yeah, let's take orange, right? Like I was like, I didn't want brown because but it's like I was thinking like, oh, Fallout. What would I see as Wasteland? And then and then that was kind of incidental. But then when you see the green coming over that orange, it was very satisfying to see. Because it's such a contrast.
What did we learn?
That was not intentional.
Yeah, what did we learn, chat?
From start was
From the Ludum Dare,
just to show Wasteland.
Yeah.
And then that also because it was that kind of like very old-fashioned or like with the entire art style. Our brainstorming was fun. It worked really well. Next Ludum Dare, I want to do that again. Like, that wasn't on stream though, but that was just us like before going to bed. Just like,
oh, we could do it on stream, I guess.
Yeah, we can do it on stream. But it's just like sitting like we went through every single theme the day before that was a potential, and just spit out like here's a one-liner, right? Like oh no, I think I removed. Man, I don't have them saved, but I had.
I have I've written them down on paper.
Oh, yeah, but you didn't write down mine. But like
no.
one of the Keep It Alive, which I was considering doing. No, that was Side Effects. Side Effects had one which I really liked. It was Papers, Please, but you were a doctor and you had limited amount of medicine and you need to like figure out like how am I gonna do this? And one of the things is like it's Wasteland, and like. You're in a bunker, and let's say one of the days there's low amount of oxygen in the bunker, so a way to solve this is by giving everyone Viagra. Sure, they'll have a raging boner, but their blood will also be better at absorbing oxygen.
Raging boner.
Yeah, that's a interesting one.
Yeah, but it's like that as Papers, Please, and like I think that would have been very fun. Would have been very art heavy, but I think I would have been able to make it work. Oh yeah. Another thing I did good.
Here's the 2 games: Groggy's games and yours game.
It did come in late. It did come in on the second day, and that's my one of my bad things. But like when it was in, it was very quickly obvious this is satisfying to play, and that I was very happy with.
For bad, we totally didn't have a good game loop.
Bad. I told myself before starting the entire Ludum Dare, I'm not gonna do a single thing in 3D, and immediately second one of the Ludum Dare, I start working on 3D.
Yep.
You lied to yourself.
So many hours to that.
I mean,
You're a dirty liar.
You left with something pretty nice visually.
Yeah.
It does add a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it was not worth it at all. Quickly, you were saying something?
I was saying you were a dirty liar and you lied to yourself.
Yeah. No, it was such a like it's
dirty liar.
And it's like I knew I was gonna get
Throw
sucked
my
into
pen right in
this.
my eye.
And I had told myself I'm gonna do everything from scratch because I just wanted to see to myself, can I do this in 72 hours? I have nothing but like just this little framework and just like get something all myself out. So yeah, actually, I'm gonna write that up as a learning I can do. An entire complete game in 72 hours without any
Engines.
yeah
Without any
or
engines.
assets.
Yep.
Oh, I did do sound.
Yeah, I did all the assets
Yeah,
myself.
so
That's something we did good.
That is the
We did the assets.
sort of like the jam versus compo question, which is also an interesting one.
Yep. And I also had that. I should
We
have
that's the
tried to
first time we
avoid
did it all
the
ourselves too.
shaders. I did. One of the things where it's like why I had the Y coordinate wrong is because I hacked together the graphics pipeline, and that meant. So I had to cheat to try and get clicks on the map actually work correctly. And if I would have just rendered things normally and I would have not have that 3D, that wouldn't have been a problem. It would have just worked out of the box by itself. But because I had to write everything like more advanced than it needed to, that screwed things up. But that limitation of how the shader worked did make me make things on the map look pixelated, like, and the clouds having these striped lines and so on. That did give to the feeling of the game, like, oh, this looks yeah. And another bad thing, core loop of the game came in on the second day, which is really bad. I should have just that's the first thing I should.
Yeah, bad game loop for me too.
I'm a little want to have like the first day, but you don't have to settle on it.
Oh no. Yeah. But like no gameplay was stay. Zero game.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I had the same as the second day. And if you do the competition, only 2 days, yeah, that's a no-go.
Yeah, exactly. And from learning sound design, oh my god, that changed the feeling of the entire game. When I was sitting and I think I spent 2-3 hours just picking out sounds. I could have done that better. Like certain clicks should have had a different sound. I can hear now when I'm playing it again with a fresh set of eyes almost. But like that, like whole like having, and I'm seeing that a lot in when I'm going through the Ludum Dare games. They'll have a click sound, but they have one click sound. Even if like something goes wrong, it's the same click sound and stuff like that. And it makes such a difference if you take actually the effort to like okay, this click means this, and that's different from this click, so it should have a different sound.
Yeah, no, it's a whole other input lane that you can use to convey meaning.
Yeah, and I didn't have space, right, for the inter because of the other bad decisions I've made. So the sound was really, really good and important to let you know, oh yeah, no, you can't build this, right? Like you don't have the energy or whatever.
It was a very harsh buzzer, I remember.
Yeah.
Like, I feel punished every time I did it.
But your music was so good though, like the way when you'd have the initial ... of the talking go through and then it just flowed right to the beginning of the music. It just like it was like somebody professionally designed that to fucking have that convey that feeling. It was really good.
Yeah, no, I was very happy with that. That was actually an accident. And then I heard, oh shit, this fits really, really well. Because I was thinking I would have a music player, implement a music player in the game, so I would have several different sounds, musics they would go through. But that song was like 5 or 6 minutes long.
That's plenty.
That's plenty. Even if it repeats, people won't get tired of it because they're not going to play for hours and hours and hours. Fine, I don't need to get more songs. And another learning, I can do an entire complete game in 73 hours without any engines or assets, and that like is a great learning because I was super unsure of myself when I first got it. I mean, this is my first.
Oh, is this your first?
So, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Ever. Yeah, so it was very nice. No, now I know I can do this, so I kind of thinking I should do the comp next time, or I'll make a team next time.
Yeah. So the compo is will challenge you again, because less time and you have to make all the things. Yeah, it's definitely I've grown to enjoy the jam more. There's a lot of times where I've started off trying to do the compo, and like the middle of the end of the second day, I was like, no, fuck it, I need one extra. I'm switching over to the jam, and that has made it a lot easier for me to enjoy it. But I've made funny and interesting compo games as well in the past. But it's I enjoy jams a little bit more. But I could do the challenge again, I guess. it's fun in a different way.
So yeah, Whitley, what did you learn? Like, what did you do good? What do you feel you did good?
Well, I think what I did good was, I went in knowing what I wanted to learn. I wanted because I'm working on another game project on the side, and I was like, we'd been talking before the jam of like we really need to implement job system potentially down the line to improve performance. So I was like, well, let's spend the 2 days for Ludum Dare to work on the job system and see if we can get it to work. So we knew that. We found a theme pretty quick. Like we talked about it the day before in chat, and we kind of had a couple ideas of what we wanted to do. And then when Keep It Alive came out, I was thinking somebody suggested fish tank. So I was like, oh yeah, fish tank would be awesome. Like you feed it and you have to keep it protected from cats and shit. And then someone's like, well, why don't you put it in the ocean? Because then you can have like a ton of fish. Because if it's like there's not going to be 1,000 fish in a fish tank, but like in the ocean that would work. So we did that, and that so I was really happy with how quick we came up with a theme. Like this is my 5th one, I think. So every other time it's normally I spend a lot of time like pivoting and trying to switch to different ideas. So like we found the idea and we stuck to it, which was awesome. Chat really helped a lot with the good things. Chat was there to help save me a ton of time from overthinking. Like I suffer, I don't know if you guys do, but I suffer from overthinking. I overcomplicate everything in my head where I'm like, my day job is like a back-end engineer, like with DevOps stuff. So it's like, oh, I know how everything works. I'm going to lay the scheme out like just like a database this way. It's going to be third normal form. And then it's like, that's fucking dumb. Nobody gives a shit about that. They're going to play it for 5 minutes. That's way too much. Yeah. So chat kept telling me when I was going crazy, and I just backed off.
I mean, I had the same problem, but like I think I was maybe I have more experience because I know like release dates for Paradox games and so on. So it becomes I'm more used to killing my darlings. So it becomes more just like, all right, I want to do all of this. I want to create an entire world, blah 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 blah. And then it's like, all right, now we gotta cut our losses, blah 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 blah. What can we fit? What's important? What will the player actually interact with? I mean, I still screwed up in some places there, right? But it's a good skill to have.
The other thing I liked, like we did, this is the first time I actually did art assets that I feel like I'm bad at art, but like I really like that fucking shark I did. Like the shark, like my wife saw it with the shark with like a big ass and he like twerks, and my wife was just like cracking up like, that shark, like what's up with his ass? Why is it all, the proportions are wrong? And I was like, oh, I'll fix it. She's like, no, don't. And like everyone chats like, no, please leave it. He's like a retarded shark and everyone loves him. And he's going around eating the fish. So I did all the assets myself, which, sometimes I'll cheat and steal assets and then just say don't be graded on it. But this time I did it myself, so I was proud of myself for that. Because I'm not an artist.
You did 48 hours one, right? You did.
Yeah, I did I've always done the compo. Yeah, I didn't like. I thought the jam was just like you could do a jam if you're doing it with other people. I didn't realize a person by themselves could still do the jam. I thought it was like you have to be a team.
No, well, team of one.
I'm a team of one.
Yeah. No, that's I used to jam mostly for that, and also to have the, getting the extra assets if I want to, like using a sprite pack, for example, like if you have like a compo game and then you use an entire sprite pack and you don't use any original art yourself, making it that feels a little bit like that's not the spirit kind of thing. So that's also a reason why I do the jam a bit. But it's mostly actually just the extra day, just the one extra day.
Dude, an extra day would be like so meaningful.
Huge.
I mean, my last day was literally polish. I was amazed. I had time to polish. I barely have that time when I'm doing Paradox games. It's just sitting for a full day and just polishing and improving the game, tweaking values, adding stuff that I felt was missing. It was so good.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have that as much. I just had a little bit more sort of like the last half day of the last days when I had let's be not as generous. The last 4 hours.
Yeah,
first 5 hours.
You went into full crunch mode, I remember.
No. If you saw my state like 6 hours before the deadline, and at the deadline, suddenly I had a level. Suddenly I had like lights everywhere. Suddenly I had like twice as much art. Like I just like it's sort of like everything came together, but it's it shouldn't have to. Yeah.
I think the biggest good that I did was I ended the first day. So it started at like 9 p.m. where I was. So I had a long day. Like I get up super early. So I was already up for like 24 hours at that time. So I took a nap. I had a Monster Energy drink. And I woke up and I was able to power through till like 2 in the morning or 1 or 2 in the morning before I lost steam. But I ended the first day feeling really good because of chat. Like they helped me. Like I entered the first full day, which was like after I got a nap, and I was like in a really good place. I ended the first night with running into the issue like let's make a build before I go to bed, which is when I opened that can of worms where the building doesn't fucking work with Unity. But the best good I did was thanks to chat. Like I feel like I was able to spend my second full day just doing nothing but polish because we had like the loop, which was terrible, and then we'll get to that in the bad. The loop was done, the art was done, the engine was done, and it was just like, let's try to make something that doesn't suck ass. And like that's the first time I've ever been like all of my other prior things, I'd have big ideas, I'd go into it, and then I'd realize I don't have enough fucking time and I have to like pare things down. But this time I don't feel like I did that at all. I feel like I knew what I wanted to do. I kept the scope small enough to like actually get it done. And I was really proud of myself. I mean, the game loop sucks ass, but I was proud of myself that I didn't have to like kill any darlings because I had none to begin with. But yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, having time to polish just makes the end product better. Polished. It's a thing. Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to sort of like switch your game into a mode where like, okay, now I'm done. Sort of what this is currently is what it is. And that point when you do that, that kind of determines a lot about how nice it will look. Maybe it's not a big game, but it's a nice small game.
It's a complete.
Yeah, it feels more complete, even though in your brain it's not complete because you had a bigger idea, you had a bigger scope. For people playing it, they don't know that. So they can sometimes see it. In my game, you could see it. Like I had little like sections where I can't make it. I'll just put a big bar in front of it. Like nope, you can't go there. Yeah,
Dude, that's something I always struggle with Let 'em Dare, which I don't know if you guys do. But I always go in thinking about things and forgetting the fact that people are going to play this for 5, maybe 10 minutes. So it's like, I don't need to go that deep.
No.
I'm actually super happy because I got a lot of comments. Not on Let 'em Dare yet. Hopefully more people will review me. I'm reviewing others, but like I did get a bunch of like people writing to me and on HIO and on Twitter and so on, like that they like the game more than they expected to. So like here I have Leon 75. I didn't expect to enjoy this as exceeded my expectations by wide margin. And that like made me super happy. People play, and I got pictures on my Discord and so on from a person that like was trying to make the entire world green again. So like people were actually putting like a lot of time into this game, and that made me actually very happy that people actually.
Yeah, your game was awesome.
Yeah. What learnings did you have?
So for my bad, if was bad next, right? So my bad was I didn't do enough pre-work. Like I was streaming every day and I was working on the other project and I just kind of went into it. Like I should have known that I need to set up I did set up a Unity project, but I didn't test building, so I missed a big step that would have uncovered a flaw like right the fuck away before we even started. Like I could have fixed this before the game started and saved myself 10% of my time I wasted working through that problem. So that was like 4 hours. So it was a pretty non-trivial chunk of time when you don't have a lot to begin with. The game loop was really bad. Yeah, that was bad. The game loop was bad. I should have, like, we didn't know what the hero was going to be. Like, at first it was like, is the hero going to be someone you control with, like, the thumbstick when you move around? And then someone was just like, just make it a fucking clicker, like, because you don't have time to implement, like, a controller and to do all that shit. So it became a clicker.
Yeah, exactly. Just make the quick decisions, and then later on you can make those deeper. Like, have simple things and then make them deeper. Then you can just have like, okay, this is a small physics thing. So, okay, what you can do with it? Well, you can make a small physics. Instead of having like a body, but I intentionally like with 4 tentacles, that was way too much. Just getting the control scheme right on that kind of stuff is just it's a lot of work. Yeah. So I think the whole quality of keeping things like you can explore, but then you have to go back. And actually, I think that's one of my learnings. Did I have it? Yes. Yes. Explore your possibilities, but then when you find something, settle on it and make it smaller again. So like sort of focus on it. Oh yeah, I didn't do my learnings. I see. I'll do them now.
You forgot your learnings.
Yeah.
Let's Whitley finish first.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm
Yeah.
interrupting.
Mine are easy, and then you guys can finish. What I learned to do is pre-work next time. Like that's totally a takeaway that I need to do. Set aside dedicated time to pre-work. I brainstormed a little bit, but I didn't have ideas. I had ideas for the things I wanted to happen, but every time I want one of the fucking themes to happen, it never happens. So I should learn to stop doing that and just make a theme for everything, because it's never going to be what I want it to be. Yeah, those were it. And then yeah, just try harder next time, and try to get better rest before, because I went into the first day, and that was just a fluke that my kids were up late, so I didn't get any sleep. So I was totally gassed the whole way through. So by the end of the second day, I was just like, I stopped like 8 hours before the deadline, because I'm just like, it's done enough. I need to fucking nap. I need to spend time with my family. I'm getting grumpy. I'm tired. So, being better with time management next time.
So your learning, because you forgot them.
Indeed. I'll go run through them. Yeah, the big one is don't do the big tech switches in the middle of the jam. Live with what you. I said one already, like explore your possibilities, but then settle on something and make it small again. Games with physics, they are fun, but they're also glitchy. So it's learning, accept it.
Beware the Kraken.
Exactly. I have to accept that there's going to be glitches, and I can't fix them all, and I shouldn't try to fix them all. It's just impossible in the time frame. Streaming
Oh, yeah,
fun.
yeah. I broke your game with the physics where when
yeah.
you go out in the escape pod, if
Mhm.
you use your torch, then you get catapulted out of the escape pod.
Well, I'm happy you killed yourself by torching your escape pod, but but yeah, there's like at least 5 things I know where you can get seriously glitched out. But that's kind of okay with these kind of games. That's okay. Other things, takeaways. Grug's Discord drops out a lot.
Yes.
Like now I'm on the web browser this with like something like I keep getting segmentation fault on my Discord. I don't know why. I tried to. Probably it's something with OBS and Discord, like trying to take the same audio at the same time or something, and then it crashes. But in Opera, it's fine. So maybe I'll just do that for the future. No, it's not Arch Linux. Shut up.
It might be.
Yeah, I liked Opera before they sold out.
Yeah.
And now I use Vivaldi because they're the original Opera guys.
All right, I got 2 more learnings, and that's it. Streaming stuff is actually, and I haven't streamed it before. Like I didn't stream it actually myself. I just joined the stream and occasionally dropped in and had some things. But it's good to. I have always enjoyed doing game jams with someone else, but that other person is just doing their own thing, which just gives you someone to sort of bounce ideas off. And this, in a way, was both to that times 2, because you could, I could talk to Grugy and have some brainstorms with that mid jam, but also the chat gave interesting feedback, and showing things off also helps. Then you realize
you get sort of a like not deadline, but like milestones, where it's like, oh, I'm gonna show it off to the to like essentially you're producing you have a producer, which is chat, and you're showing it to your producer, like, here's what we've accomplished with this milestone. And then
This is shit. Do it better.
Yeah.
They don't have that much power though.
Exactly.
And the last one, I last learning, like I could have made a more strict sort of idea concept, but then I would skip out on the exploration part. And I've made some jam games like that in the past. So more strict to the or write down a concept at the beginning and try to stick to it. So the learning there is that you can do both. This is also fun. This also gets to something interesting.
I had a
And
question.
Mhm.
Did you just use a specific font? Like some of your letters are so interesting. I didn't know if that was just a font pack.
Oh, this is one of my key takeaways for also in the compo, because I think in compo you can actually use fonts. Fonts are great for art. Just go out to the free fonts like the Google. What is from the Google site? Free fonts. Just find a wacky one, and that just gives so much character. And this one is just, oh, that's funky. It looks a bit sci-fi, and the letters are weird. As long as you make the letters big enough, and it's not like lapse of text.
Yeah,
it looks
there's a
great.
risk you make it unreadable
Yeah.
very easily.
What I do is I have two fonts. One interesting one that I use both for the title of the game when I like your splash screen, and for like big things, and then a smaller, more readable one when you have to do like small little numbers or lots of text. And that can be a bit boring one. But at least you always have one funky one that always gives a lot of character. It's one of the things that just like adding sound. Adding a nice font just gives a lot of character. Yeah.
Yeah, your font was awesome. Like I went into it and I was like, because I haven't finished it because I only found it this morning when Grugy linked it to me. So I'm gonna play it out after we're done with this. But I was like, dude, this font like totally sets the tone, and it reminded me of like, okay, like some shit's going down. Like his CPU's not right. His fonts are kind of fucked up. So there's something weird going on. And it was really awesome.
Yeah, that's great. Did you also have a specific special font, Grugy?
No, I just took one that like I felt like that was free and would look the most readable.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's something I wanted to find a font that was like a little bit, but I couldn't find one that still kept the readability. Like for once, I was reviewing one game that was really good, but the font was so bad. It would have been good if they only used it for like they have a status bar at the top. If it was only there and then all of the other text was more like sans serif normal text, that would have been great because like there was a lot of text to read, but it's really hard to read that pixelated kind of text that fits the style, but it's also like very very hard to read. So I was trying to focus most. All right, I have a huge information dump at the start of the game, which is actually that's a learning I should take. People don't like that. It's like that if I would have had like more in fair text there, that would probably have put a lot of people off because even more because it's such a like here's a lot of text, now try and read it with this font that is very hard for your eyes to like see difference between number 3 and E.
Yep. No, for sure. It's one of those things where you do want to have some exposition,
Yeah.
but it's yeah, it's a balancing act. It's you won't please everyone. Some people won't like. Some people are like, oh yes, I can get into it. Sort of like read it up, like a little. The people who like RPGs a lot more, like, oh yeah, fine, just read something, get into the mood. And others will be like, I want an action game. Like, no, what you doing? I don't want
Yeah.
text. So you won't make everyone happy. What I did do, what I was happy with, is in the game. I don't know if you noticed that there are like little glowy plaques on the wall.
Yeah, no, I read them.
Yeah, I read
And
them. I
also,
thought there was things to do with them.
exactly, the basic premise was like you aim your tentacle thing at something, you take like a little bit of time, and then you get a little bit of information, like what it is. And I could just use that for people to explore the environment. I was really happy with that little concept. So you could at least do a bit of that exposition in game.
Yeah, it
So
totally
what I
felt like I
would
scratched an itch when I was going through. I was like, oh, what's this one say? And I was like, I went around and read them because I like to explore everything. So I was like, this is really cool. What the fuck's it say?
Yeah, that's actually one of the feedbacks that people gave. Can you disable the energy drain? Like, I was like, okay, sure, yeah. I guess you could just do this as a little adventure puzzler. You don't need the pressure of a draining battery.
Yeah.
So I think uh like
Dropping out there.
object once, it doesn't do the whole analyzing thing again, right? So I know what a box is now. I don't need to analyze it and wait for a second. That would be the only thing, right? It's nice and good feeling the first time, and then when you have to do it Oh, what is this thing in the darkness? I can't really see. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, it's just a box.
No, it was. I wanted to do that. I didn't have the time to do it. The second time you identify the same item, it's faster.
Yeah.
Just more like instant. But we have like 20 boxes and they're all
Yeah.
individual. So every time that's just another box, another crate. I should have made those like all together. Like if you've seen one crate, you've seen them all. That kind of stuff. But yeah, that's like a feature I didn't spend more time on.
So,
yeah.
also, that reminds me, praising you for your vector graphics, which was really
Oh, yeah.
nice. Very
That-
crisp, nice graphic.
That's a thing I've sort of learned to do over the multiple jams I've done. Like I started off with like crappy vector art, but now I kind of have a little style going if I want to, so I can make stuff. And as long as I add lights, like I said, as long as you add lights to it, they look kind of good. But if you just make them flat without because they don't have shadow themselves, so they don't have any depth as much. So that you do need some lighting there. And there's actually one little trick that I forgot to do, and I'm kind of miffed about that I forgot it, is that if you have objects, you can put like a circular like just a sprite, like a transparent circular black fading circle, just to give everything seemingly depth, because it just gives a little bit of oh yeah, there's a like a small little what you call it environmental shadow for each object. So that's like a small trick I forgot to do. So they look a bit more flat than they could have.
And
You put the circle behind like
Yeah,
the graphic.
yeah, exactly. It's just a static sprite, black, fading from dark to like fading to some other color, like also to transparent, and you put it behind all the things, and it just looks like everything has a little shadow of itself.
Oh,
It's
I wrote that down because that's awesome.
yeah,
I can also think for your hobby project, Weekly, that's gonna click quite well.
yeah. It's a lot of those a lot of games do that actually, like old games. They do that exactly that. They or sometimes if you have like a platformer, or they have a small little oval at the feet of the player,
Yeah.
which is just a small, transparent black spot, which doesn't actually respond to any lighting, but you always see a little bit of shadow underneath the whatever you have. Yeah.
Brilliant. What did you do for your
So what you got
graphics?
me, yeah.
What did you do
What,
with your
what-
to your graphics? What'd you make them in? Like I've never made vector art.
Inkscape. I can actually show you if you. I can see if I can screen cast.
Oh, can I?
Let me just let me double check if I don't have anything risky open. No. So I use Inkscape, which is an open source.
I have it installed as well.
Yeah, it's kind of crappy in one way, but it's very full. It has a lot of features. So essentially, it works a bit like Photoshop. You have layers here, and for example.
Are you streaming?
Oh wait, I'm not streaming.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I just had to click on a screen.
Okay, so then it just doesn't work on the web browser.
Oh yeah, maybe
I can
not.
share screen, but I
you
can't
can
see.
So it is visible or it is not.
I do see it.
Okay. Right. Yeah. All right. I'll just describe it for the people on Google Stream.
Wait. No, they can also go to weekly stream
Oh, yeah,
and see it there.
sure.
But I can do.
Yeah. All right. So. Oh, you're going away now. People popping in and back, in and out.
So here's the fun. My Discord. I can go to you. I can see your stream there, but I cannot connect to the voice.
Oh. Okay. Right. Yes. So good to go. So yeah, this Inkscape, and it's very simple. You just make basic shapes, circles. You have a little circle thing here. There's actually one, and they all have like these little things you can do to them. And the main two tools you have is you have an inside and you have a border. And the stroke and the what's it called? just the fill and the stroke, and that's kind of the main two things I use for distinguishing. So these are all just circles, or sometimes there's a little bit of a. You can easily make like a curved. So curves go like whoop whoop.
This is
you want.
cool.
It's very limited tool set in one way, but also very extended because I can make this like this is a vector.
Oh, this
thing.
interface is horrible.
Yes, the interface is horrible.
But like the
I
limits
do-
like help you like not go crazy because you don't have a lot you can do.
Yeah, so I use layers there. So this is the body, and for example, I have the no, this is the crate. Where did I have the naming bad? Where was it? Okay, no. Okay, this is the battery, like your main body, and then I have a separate layer for the bars, and I actually have them as like I can disable them. So what I then do is I just go like, okay, I have my, for example, when I need two separate sprites, I just go, I have this one, I just select those, or actually just these, and then I go like export the selection as a PNG in resolution, and go like, okay, just put that in there, and then when I need my body, I just go select all of these things, and go export selection as a separate sprite again. But yeah, you can do a lot of fun stuff with if you get going with it. Like it's all, yeah. It's just for example, is when your it's just like it's a circle with a little thing cut out of it, and this is like a dead plant, which is a version of the a live plant. And a live plant is just if you zoom in, it's just some half circles with a slightly different curve to them. And
That
this
is
is
so cool. Just to signify like the light, like the.
Me thinking about implementing my own, like try and implement my own vector graphics render.
yeah, it is
A challenge to do.
yeah. And also some of these things are just, you have the little tentacle, but it's just a sequence of cable parts. And the cable part is just a very simple round thing with a border on it. So I was like, this is a cable part. I actually stretch it. It's a bit ugly, but yeah. And I
Are you
actually had
rendering SVG files or?
no, I export to PNG.
Okay.
At one point, I actually had like the idea to have claws on your main, sort of like your operating. I don't actually what I call it plug. It's no longer a plug. Did you have like little claws on it or like a plug? I did have a different enemy at one point, like this guy. I didn't use it, and I made the gnats, which is basically a small little drone. And the funny part there is,
Just
I
a
made
bunch of
these
circles.
yeah, and I made these transparent to sort of be like their little rotor. And these are just 5 circles with these circles being transparent. And you get a double circle in there because the stroke and the fill are separately rendered. So that's kind of how I do those things. Sometimes, yeah. This is also just like the engine in the engine room is just a square with colored things in it.
Now I see why you like the 2D lighting because like when the little bit I played, like the lighting was so well done. Like I know you don't think the shadows were good, but I really liked the little red enemy coming at you. Like the lighting was really
Yeah.
on point.
The lighting, don't get the lighting. The spot lighting is great, but the shadow casting, that just like that you hit your searchlight and the wall casts that part.
Oh, okay.
So all the other lighting was great, but that's also in the default render engine for Unity already. So yeah. And
So
also,
he wouldn't have needed to switch engine.
no, and also this is also a little fun thing. These are wingdings. So just I added this as I settled on this as the in-game language. So both the uh, the like this is the info thing that I attach to walls when you can inspect and see what
Oh,
things are.
I have an idea.
Yeah. So
Wait,
anyway,
before you continue with the Inkscape, I'm gonna go to where is Big Weekly, and then I'm gonna mute him, and then I can actually also see. I'm smart.
you're not seeing me.
Yeah, there. Now,
Oh.
continue talking.
All right. Yes. So okay. I won't redo all the info. But what I said no. This is also you can just put fonts in here, and they're also vector graphics, so they can also scale. You can go all the way depth. I mean, it won't work on all levels, but so I accepted Wingdings, like little arrows, as being my in-game language, like just a set of these just to give a little bit of a alien language. What else have we got in here? I don't know. Just stack them together. Oh yeah, just this is the. I had the base body and I just put different things on it. Now it's a different module. And these are all just.
I didn't.
Yeah, so each one is just the same body with a different little other thing on top of it.
Also, if like because of the size of the modules, it was very like it became very hard to get through some doors.
This was actually intentional.
But
I'm not sure if it was good, but it was intentional.
Yeah,
As in, it became a bit more physical.
Yeah.
You became like, okay, now I'm small and agile. Oh, now I'm clunky and I have to live with it.
And it's like so like it's so what I figured, and because each module takes energy, what I did was I just went through the entire game
Mhm.
and explored everything, and then I went back and got everything I needed at each step.
I suspected that people might do that actually.
Yeah, in order
which,
to
yeah.
just maximize everything and making it as easy as. And I was so happy when I discovered the bug where I could make the nodes overlap.
Yeah, so that's actually for this. I mean, I'll probably, if I would do something more with this, I would change that so it doesn't feel as clunky, or at least it doesn't punish you to gain more modules.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of a thing.
Or you just make them smaller or something like that.
Yeah. Also, one we're still on. Okay, I'll show this, and then you can show off your stuff as well. Because this is kind of what the Unity layout that I've used. So basically, I use a tile map to make all the levels. So the tile map is essentially two tile maps. So you have one tile map, which is the wall, like the floor. So I actually see that I made some black walls that weren't supposed to be that. The part of that is because these actually have collision and the walls don't. And this is the shadow caster that contains all the things that can cast shadows. There's 208 of them.
Wow.
And you're testing against every one of them, regardless of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mainly because that's how the system works. It can because it's experimental. You couldn't actually adjust the bounding box of what casts a shadow. Instead, the hacky solution was make a box and then stretch it. But then you can only make boxes. So these are all just separate lines. And I made a small little algorithm that just walked through them, my entire map, and go like, okay, is this a wall? Okay, I'll make a block here. So that's why it's also inefficient, because there wasn't a way to do it in another way. So yeah, that's a kind of crappy way. And there's one little fun little bit here, is that the end, if you're at the end, this little escape pod, if I can go to it, is actually on a separate tile map. Because otherwise I couldn't make it move separately from the. So in the end, when you escape, I just give this entire tile map velocity.
Oh, and it just starts flying away. Nice. Dude, that's brilliant.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and then you have. Yeah. You also have what's in here? I think. No. Where's my little jets? Thrusters are they over here? Yeah, these are just zoom in. So these little jets are the same as your laser cutter, or just attached here. They actually have collision. They shouldn't have, but they have. And these were the areas that I didn't finish. So I only made this area over here, where you start off, the engine area. I would have made like cargo bay number 2, and this was supposed to be quarters of some sort. And this, I didn't actually know what I wanted to do with that. And then at the end, there was like a helm area, and you have to sort of like make your way to this last end bit here, which was the escape pods. But as you can see, out of the entire volume, I made, well, about a quarter of it. Well, okay, if you count all the hallways, say like a third. Yeah, and another hacky thing as well. Yeah. Yeah, I have one more hacky thing, and then I can let people go. There is I wanted to have a star background, so I generated one. I wanted to do a skybox, but the skybox didn't work for the new experimental renderer.
Yeah.
So what I did, I had one sprite, and I attached it to the camera, and then
Just
I
follows
made
the
it
camera.
rotate. I made it slightly rotate, so I can do it again. So I can just make it look.
It just follows you around as you move. That's funny.
Exactly. It's stuck to the camera.
Oh.
And now,
Those are like the
if you
brilliant
go,
tricks that I need to learn, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
yeah. So this is my
That's
hacky
clever.
trick to actually have, and it's big enough. If your monitor is too large, you would see beyond the sprite, but that's fine. So
Alright.
yeah. These are a
So
little bit-
do you know how the shadows actually work?
Yes. So what
Actually
they do?
implement
Yeah.
yes, I can actually
look
show
at
it on
code.
stream.
Yeah. What do you mean? What are you showing off?
And this is my hobby project because I've done
Ah.
like occlusion logic that is basically the same.
Let me go back to Discord.
Let me check one moment here to see if there's.
Well, I'm not going to be streaming it on Discord because I think that's
Okay.
really problematic. But
Anyway. So very good.
or did I break something? Oh no, I broke something. Oh god.
Classic.
But essentially, so it's just
Okay, let's stop streaming now.
it's this like triangles that goes if it's a point light, and then like it hits a surface and then it cuts it off.
Let me just. Oh, 1 second. I'm gonna have to go
So
back to you.
I've broken something that makes everything look weird. But otherwise,
Yeah.
this is it.
Yeah, I've made that before as well, and this is kind of what they've made as well for. There are like a few algorithms for 2D that you can use, make these kind of shadows. I kind of hoped that the Unity one would just sort of like pick a. I don't know if it did. Probably the number of bodies it tries to collide with, maybe something like that. But yeah, it's shadow like raycasting. If
Oh,
you
that's interesting.
do it, and then
Oh
you
god.
hit something, and depending on like you hit something, and then you walk the that you've hit to sort of make things more optimal. Or you can do the very simple, more simple one way is just make a bunch of rays all the time and use that as your base.
Okay, now so what I do is trigon. So it's like essentially it's sort of raycasting, but what you do is like you have these triangles in a sphere around you. Check if you intersect with another, and if you do, you cut back the triangle to that, and then you solve for a new triangle by the side. So it's I hate math, and you can see that from my entire Ludum Dare. But like it does allow things that makes a lot of But math in itself is horrible, and I hate.
Yeah.
And I know what I've broken now is I've been trying to fix. I can show like the delay of information, and I wanted to get to you in the right time, so it kind of enlarges things, and that makes the whole like that work, and I need to fix that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a wild idea. The delayed information.
Oh, yeah. So Wheatley on his hobby project is RimWorld clone. What would you call it? Survival.
I'd call it's like it's a story generator, but it's I want it to have the depth of Dwarf Fortress with like the UI that makes it more approachable like RimWorld. And then but RimWorld the thing it has which I really feel like it it lacks is like there's no multiple Z levels. So like you don't so I want to be able to have multiple tiles to go down cuz I really liked building bases in Dwarf Fortress. It's just the keyboard shortcuts were so unapproachable.
To your base.
Yeah.
I experimented with that as well with a few little projects. It's fun. Yeah. It is. I mean, it's also one of the main things that, for example, RimWorld does really well is that it has a combat system that is
Oh yeah,
actually quite okay, and that's one of its main features. Why I can sort of like forgive its other things that like
Yeah.
low Z level.
Yeah, the combat is actually
Yeah,
the combat's fun. Even the but there's all that cheesing that like drives me crazy.
with what RimWorld misses that Dwarf Fortress is great at is Dwarf Fortress will have these wonky combat results sometimes. So like I had one who just got really fucking pissed, threw away his weapon, like chasing after a fucking goblin until he got to him and grappled him and threw him over a cliff.
Wow.
The fuck just happened? You had an axe, you had a shield, and like all of the other goblins came. Yeah.
Yeah. RimWorld has it a little bit because you can have bite marks. So if you come, like the wounds will get to specific body parts. So I've had like colonists that have bitten off toes from when they fought a rabbit or something. It's like that, and then you can get an artificial toe or an artificial leg for them. Sometimes like, yeah, you've got 10% less movement speed because you have a like something would happen to your foot. I'll take off your leg. You get a new leg.
Bionic legs.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so that's fun. But now we get into other games. But
Yeah.
so have you been reviewing other Jam games?
Yeah, I have. I need to do more. I want to do more. I still haven't gotten 20 ratings, so I need to keep reviewing other.
On average, I would say review 30 other games, and you are quite certain to get to 20 or so.
Yeah.
Usually, it kind of keeps the same. Like in the beginning, you get a little bit of bump. It might seem you get more reviews than you do yourself, but in the end, it kind of settles on the amount of reviews you do is kind of the amount of reviews you're going to get, and over 20, you won't get promoted as much, so it kind of drops off after that.
But I'm pretty sure I've given more than 6 ratings, but it's saying 5.5. I don't know how it calculates these things.
If you don't score someone on a certain thing, it
Oh,
doesn't
I've scored
count
them on.
as
I've scored them on everything.
then I don't know. The numbers are a bit more magical.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just score 30 others, and you're like fairly. Don't do it on the last day, even though the last day a lot of scoring happens. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Code for that puzzle game Jake play. Oh, yeah, but that's a different thing. Yeah. There were two programmers, so yeah, we wrote all of the code for like graphics and stuff. Yes. And that was done in XML and in C#, and that's why I hate C# because holy shit.
You have some trauma there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. XNA and not quite Unity, but it's
There was one
Alright,
game. This guy in my chat, Dr. Java, he's probably hung out your tattoo too, Grugy. He made a game that was very much like Knights. I forget the name of it, but it was like Kingdom. It wasn't Kingdom Come Deliverance, but it was like the Kingdom game where you're walking around on this side-scrolling pixeler game, but the art was like super pixely.
Oh.
It's called Kingdom.
Yeah, is that what he called him?
It's actually
Yeah.
it's made by friends of ours.
Yeah.
Like Raw Fury Games, who publishes it. They are old.
Weren't they also?
Oh, that's fucking awesome. So yeah, he made this game based on like Kingdom's art, and it's like really good. He's got like 50 ratings, and he's like, he's gonna work on making the game better. I was like, dude, you have something special. You should keep pushing it.
Yeah. For sure.
I'll give it a rating as well.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there are some people who are really good at making jam games, and that's also the one point. Don't compare yourself to the other people out there as much. Loomdare, though, I would say Loomdare is also the entire breadth of quality you can get, because there's a lot of crappy games in there, made with love but crappy.
What I think is you should set a goal for yourself, and then as long as you accomplish that, it doesn't matter how horrible it looks.
Yeah,
right. So
people will still
just
judge themselves slightly, but
but you can always learn, right? It's always a learning experience.
You get better. Yeah. No, I remember my first jam games. They were not that good, but I thought they were at some time like, oh, this one's pretty good. But the idea in your brain is not the same as the idea that you actually make. It's the difference, and sometimes it's very small. Why, some jam games score high because they have a very initial hook. The rest might be crap, but it's just the scores also has a lot about to first impression, user interface. Those things are actually things you score on a lot, which might be not the main things you do while you're game jamming. So that's also what the good game jammers do. They have a really solid like user interface and have polished the start of the game.
I mean, so I could see a lot of like when I was clicking around before going to bed, I saw a lot of people that seem to be doing this very often, and they would focus a lot on art and presentation,
Yep.
which I think makes sense because it more invite and test the game.
Mhm.
So
I mean, yeah, different games also as well. I mean, you won't like all the other people will like all the games.
Yep.
Novels people make not that many though, but they make all sorts of games. It's that's also what's fun.
I did also so I tried to play one, so I didn't, but it crashed, so I didn't give it a rating. Right? I did write like, oh, it seems like you're missing the Open AL DLL.
Yeah.
Like, I can right?
Yeah.
He had like one rating, so I wanted to give him one. It in 3D, so like he's probably put a lot of effort into it.
Yeah. No, I always leave comments. Almost always leave comments.
I always leave.
Yeah, it's a good invitation for them to review your game as well. So
Yeah, at least with the LD community, like most of the times, nobody's like a total dick. Everyone's like really understanding that it's 48 hours, and it's the feedback's always very good and genuine, and no one's being a dickhead.
yeah, which is kind of surprising. The amount of people are
I
in
hope
there.
people don't take my comment like because I was like, oh, I see what you're trying to do. You could have done this as well.
I would
was like
say
one
package
game
it.
I asked for like you have given like or it's like something that makes it so I don't have to go. I want to finish the game, but if I have to play 5 minutes.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, most of even the most crappy game, I'll go like, yeah,
Yeah.
you could, even if it's like it broken, it could because it can be someone's first project, and I think just being positive. You mean you can still have your like the score that you give, like in the stars, be reflecting upon the grander scheme of quality.
Yeah.
But then, like in the comments, I'm always like, I'm always going to be positive because I always want to push people. Doesn't matter where they currently are.
But it's like there was one where like a zombie game, and like it was this like he would like because he had nowhere to go, so he would just flip back and forth like his sprite. And like it was like that. I didn't even comment on that. Like that's just you know what you can do within the time. So I was more focusing on like gameplay issues. Like it would have made the game more interesting if like you made like you expanded on these kind of puzzles. This puzzle you had here was really fun, and I would have wanted to see more of that. And then there was this issue with where a button you couldn't really see it because it was like 4 pixels of red on the screen, so it was like super hard. And when I say 4 pixels of red on the screen, that's literally it. So it took me like 10 tries until I figured out, oh, when I walk there, these spikes comes up and I die. Oh, okay.
Yeah. No,
So I
there's a
comment
lot
on
of
that, right?
yeah. I mean, there's a lot to comment on in general. Yeah. It's part of the good spirits. Another thing I can recommend is to put a very clear tips and tricks for how to at the top of your page. because people don't have that much time.
Oh
If
yeah, I
you're-
mean,
if you're-
I did
yeah.
write the instruction, like, you should start out by doing this.
Yeah, but make it bold, clear, bullet pointed,
Yeah.
because most people will not look at your text the first time you play it. They play it. They go like, "Oh, game, play game,"
Yeah.
and only when they get stuck or don't understand things, they'll go like, "Oh, let's have a look at the actual description." And then they should find a list of like, okay, these are the common things you can run into, and you can update that description as the game goes through your game jam.
Yeah.
Because I've now seen, for example, that the people have performance problems. So I can like, okay, make sure that you can toggle it off. First tip: you can move the door. Simple things, but people can get stuck on.
I did have one I review where it's like it had a feature and it just said press E to heal. Oh, okay, cool. That's healing me, right? And so I got a drum. I pressed E, and it does this animation, and it looks really pretty. Actually, that game, you're like an elf, and you're trying to save your tree, but like it looked really pretty. But like that was super confused. It was like nothing is happening. He's doing this animation, but nothing is happening. What they did mean was that you used the heal ability to heal the tree, and you were supposed to do it at certain points, but like it never says that anywhere in the game. So it's like took me so long to just figure out like, oh, I'm plants.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, be very. Any of you planning to do some more with the game you've made?
I'm not. I don't think so. Like I already have my hobby project. So like I can see a lot more I can do with mine, but I don't think I'm gonna do more with mine. Because it's kind of like very limited by the graphics now. Like how my rendering pipeline really bad. It works exactly well for what I needed to do right for the game jam, but if I want to expand on it, how do I show different sprites? I can't. I have no support for that. I would have.
Well, that could be your prototype, though, right?
Yeah.
Start over and.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a really neat idea.
Yeah. But I like my hobby project more, which is Project Lightspeed, where I'm trying to make like a tactical space shooter game or like submarine game in space where
like Newtonian physics
information.
Nice.
And like I also have like it's inspired by The Expanse and
oh dude, yes.
So I already have that, so it takes time for information to travel to you. And I've now implemented occlusion, so now the next steps are to start implementing like mass and stuff on ships, and like having different shapes. And that's why I was thinking like maybe I should implement a vector renderer, so I can have like vectors being destroyed, and like you can have a little bit cool physics that fits with the style of the game.
I'm a total space nerd, so I would totally play that. And the community, one of the big communities I watch is like EJSA. And if you made a game like The Expanse, you'd have at least 1,000 people from that fucking channel that will pay you money to play that game because it will be amazing.
I don't know, but it's just very fun to do.
Yeah.
By my indie game before I worked at Paradox, which is all like time manipulation. So essentially every object in the game has a timeline, and then depending on how far away you are from that object, it just that's a point in that timeline, kind of like how light travels. So you look back in the background. All right, I know he's there. I know his speed vector at that point is this. So I'm gonna just shoot a volley of like shrapnel in that direction and hope it hits him, and then you see. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I will beta test for you.
Yeah, it's an intense type of game to make fun because it's a lot of information, sort of, and extrapolation. But yeah, it's a great challenge. You can wrap it nicely. It's also unique.
I mean, the core mechanics is done, right? Yeah. So now I just need to make it fun to play and
Yeah.
It's like it reminds you of that game Children of a Dead Earth. I don't know if you've played it, but that was very like realistic orbital mechanics and things like that.
Do you? I'm assuming you're not gonna do
Oh,
more
fuck
with
no.
yours.
It was just a
I'm
tech
also not,
demo.
yeah, I'm also not doing much more with mine. I think I'm happy what the kind of thing it is, and also just a little bit of the try to experiment with a little bit of the Unity tech, and of course realizing that it's not exactly what you want always. So that was a good part as well. Yeah, I don't think I'll do more with it. I have some other projects as well, but I mean, this also the part of the Ludum Dare is you can just make a thing and then be done with it. And it's great.
But you still always get
I'm
that feeling of
super happy with that,
accomplishment.
yep.
Yeah, exactly. And you set out the goal, and the goal's done. A jam is done.
Like you finish the
And you
game.
just
Like
leave it behind you. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're finished. You're done. You've made a full product there.
Yeah. And if I look back, like the jam games I've done so far, like oh, every one of them has a thing, is a theme, has a little, they can all live and they all feel kind of done, and that's nice. Yeah, because a hobby project can start big and it just escalate into larger,
Yeah.
without actually finishing, and then you don't have that sense of accomplishment as much. You could still
and
have other sense feelings, but yeah.
for like my hobby projects, it isn't. It's that I don't get done. It's that I learn so much that game development is like 90% not working on the fucking game loop, and then you hit your head on things, and then eventually I'm like, okay, fuck this, and I put it on the shelf, and then I'll start something else because you get that like high of I'm starting something fresh, but then you don't finish it. So I'm trying to. That's why I'm going back to my very first game. I was like, I want to finish it and stop being in that cycle of starting something that you never finish.
Yeah, the fresh and new. That's true.
I mean, I have an old project just lying on my computer, which is a Dwarf Fortress-like game. So but those are kind of games you're never gonna finish, and you're just gonna keep adding more complexity constantly. Like kudos to you for trying to make a Dwarf Fortress game, but like you're gonna just keep expanding on like, oh, I'm gonna add this, I'm gonna make this more, and this and this and this. So yeah.
Well, that's what I'm hoping Chad helps with. I'm hoping that Chad will be like, okay, fucker, put something out. Like, this is good enough to start with. RimWorld didn't start with everything. Dwarf Fortress didn't start with what it had 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And they put it out and then keep making new builds and growing it. We want to see it.
Yeah. No, it's also sometimes you can twist a game or just for example, RimWorld was a combat shooter at its start. Didn't have any of the like current setting or environment things going on, and even he just used hey, I have this engine for combat already, and I have this other idea. Let's just mash them together using his already existing code, and go like or just put it in there. Now I have a from the very start he had a very fleshed out combat, which is
Yeah, he would give that away. And if you also signed up like back in the day with the Sendal stuff, he gave us access to that Ode prototype.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you can play the shooter game, so you can see like where it came from. I was like, dude, this is going back on it now. I'd be like, wow, I can't believe this was the basis of RimWorld, this like combat game. That's fun. Someone in my chat was just saying, unless I lost you guys.
The audio is doing a bit wonky, but
yeah, you're cutting off every now and.
Poopy Discord.
You're cutting off like a. But yeah, are people feeling done?
yeah.
Do you have anything finishing you want to say? You don't stream, but Wheatley does, so feel free to follow him if you want to see someone making a RimWorld Dwarf Fortress game.
I think I follow. Oh, no, I follow.
Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
I did raid you once, so.
Yeah, with like 60 people.
I was just too tired to remember 8 people.
No, I appreciated it. It was really nice. I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity to come here and talk to you guys. It was really fun. I totally have been having the I don't feel worthy moment because you guys are doing this professionally. It would be like if I had brought in some like DevOps scrub that was just, you made this really cool thing and I like it. And he's like, but you've been doing this for 30 years. It's like, but it's still really awesome.
I'll tell you something. 3 years ago, I wasn't a game dev. I did DevOps, and I've been a DevOps for like 15 years before that. So
Nice.
It can change. So
Cool. Well, I appreciate you guys having me on. Thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
yeah, it's fun.
So yeah, I'm gonna say goodbye to chat, both mine and yours, Whitley. I hope you guys enjoyed us going through what we learned and so on. At least I liked, like, it's one thing realizing it yourself, but also like putting it on paper and just having it written down makes it more real. Yeah, and I'm looking forward to next Ludum Dare.
Indeed. Well, and when's the next one?
October. Just like a bunch of releases now. 10 and 4.
Oh yeah. Well, it's only a weekend. Only one weekend. Big weekend. Right.
Yep.
See
Bye.
y'all.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, there you go, guys. I hope that was enjoyable for you guys that stuck around to listen to that. I really did that for me as much as anyone else. I appreciate folks that did stick around though, and talk over that. What is the? Let me remove the thingamabobber here. External notices. Where is it? Overlay followers. No, not that. I gotta remove the. What are we doing? Writer. Not that guy. Shuttle 2. Why do I see... Hold on. I might be being dumb. I see double... I'm being stupid about something. For sure. Oop. Oh, did I put it into the webcam? I bet I put it into the webcam like an idiot. Okay. Okay, let me go back to chat so I can see where I put this into. Not that, we're going to turn that off. We have Discord off. Oh, there it was. I put it in the external notices by mistake. Oops. Oopsie daisy. There we go. It's like, why do I still see that on my overlay? Okay. So we're done with that. Hope everyone had a good time with that. I'm going to put my sweater off real quick, so 1 second. Hey, thank you for the follow and welcome to the Biscuit Brigade. Sheep. Oh, let me get this sweater off. Whew. There we go. Okay. So yeah, the game on the left, Hydrocarbon Rescue, is yours game. I don't know how to say his name right. I'm a terrible American. I really apologize. And then Groogy's game is Derelict, Gaia Derelict. I linked up your game to them, Java, in the chat so they can check it out because they said, "Oh, we know the guys that made Kingdom because they worked at Paradox." So that was kind of cool to see. So hopefully they'll check it out and give you a review because I thought your game was really awesome and it would have been cool to have a chance for you to go through that stuff. But I appreciate being like even invited into that realm. So where did we get? Actually, yeah. Okay. So let's get back into what we were doing, which was we're trying to save out Unity tile map data. We're trying to save it out into something, either binary or JSON. So what we were in the middle of doing, if I recall correctly, is we were adding in a data format so that you could, when you call this, so stepping back, this is a tile manager that we made. It's open sourced. It's up online on my GitHub. It's public. People can grab it. It's just a way to kind of help you work through using Unity's tile map system and grid system in a little bit more straightforward manner without like all the steps. We're actually going to add in the saving of the tile maps to disk in here. So anyone that has questions like, how do I save things out to disk from Unity? Like this can be something you can grab and do. Just trying to give back to the Unity community. It's been 4.5 hours. I'm going to go grab a water real quick and I will be right back. I have to use the water, use the restroom. So I'll be back in just a second. I appreciate you guys hanging out. I'll be right back. Thank you. Oh, let me put some music back on before I go, just so y'all can see, can hear some jiggity jams. I just gotta find, where did I put the music? And now that I know that you can do playlists with this music, I'm super excited about that. So I'll have to add this. We'll start this chiptunes ones again, and I'll be right back in just a second. Okay, welcome back, y'all. Okay. Oh, but yeah, I understand being the perfectionist, Axe and Blitz. Like, I totally would do that as well. Okay. Let's make a new playlist. Stream music. Stream music, and let's add. So now can I go and add this to the list? Let's refresh and see. We're going to refresh this playlist real quick. We're going to see if I can add these songs to the playlist without it being so goddamn loud. Jesus Christ. Okay, thank you. Okay, cool. Can I add the whole playlist to it, or just the songs? Goodness, chiptunes. Blow my ears out again. Okay. I guess I have to do it one by one. Oh well. Better than nothing, I guess. I'm just saving this list real quick before we dive back into saving binary data out, which is fun and tedious at the same time. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll stop and help people that are trying to learn. Like the more esoteric questions of how do I get a job in this, that's a little bit harder of an ask. But we will do what we can. We will do what we can do, chat. We will do what we can do. Okay. So we're gonna add in a data format. What are you bitching about? Oh, yeah, it's never used. Well, we haven't set it up to use yet, of course. So the data format's going to be the data format we pass in. Oh, I'm passing in this data format, boo. Come on. Oh, duh. Oh, are we reusing it here? Oh, we don't have to do it anymore because we're actually setting it now. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So we're going to pass in the data form to there, and we're already passing in the path to the file. So yeah, we don't need to know. So like, it's going to default to binary if you want to do binary. But that also means you can pass in JSON if you want. So yeah, let's see what we get with this for now, and then we'll iterate on this. And this is a separate library because it's open source. It's not part of the game, but it's open source for you guys. So we're going to put that out now. Let me bring it into the law. There we go. Let's close out our Let 'em Dare game because we're not working on that anymore. Place the files. Should be compiling now. Porting under DLL. Perfect. Yeah, that was totally, you know, a total. Breathing in water is no fun. That was totally an all-time opportunity that I'm never going to pass up an opportunity to talk to, like, cool people, like Grugy and Yor, much less they work for fucking Paradox, which is, like, hard for me to not fanboy over. So, boop. Let's clean it off there. Let's go back and update our title back to what it was before as well. Unity Game Dev. Day 32. Saving file map data out disk. Serialization. 1,000 follower goal. Discord community. Cool. So we are. Boom, we're back. Okay, cool. Let's see what happens now. We're gonna load the game in. We're gonna hit save tile map. We're gonna see what happens. Probably gonna explode into a fireball. But that's the fun part, right? When things explode and when things don't work the way you expect them to. There we go. Turn the sound down just a little bit. It seemed a little loud. So we're gonna hit save map here, and we're gonna see what kind of shenanigans happen when we do that. It's thinking. Yeah, it's locked up, so it's thinking. Oh. Did it actually work? Oh, it defaults, so okay, so it did work. So it took 13 seconds, and let's see what we got on our back end. Yeah, and we're gonna have to play yours game later, so we're gonna put this over here for later to remember. Okay, so here's where all the data got put out here. So data did get saved. We passed it in as binary data though, so we're not gonna be able to read it. If we try to say open this in open this in Sublime, then we're gonna be totally biggity boned. Let's see. It's gonna tell us to go £. This is all gonna be binary data. So it's just binary data. Like, oh, we can't do anything with that. So let's quit out of here. Let's reference our call again that we had. Not in here, but in the save map function, where we call it from game data. And then we're going to pass in that we want this to be saved. There's the row. So we're going to, next thing we have to pass in is the data format. So we're going to pass in, we're going to say this time we want it to be JSON. Just, just for. How the hell did it go to Odin Serializer? Interesting data format. Is this data format coming from Odin? And this data format's coming from them too. But there's... Oh, Unity had a data format as well. Maybe not, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay. So we're gonna save it out to JSON. So if we do this, then we should be able to at least add the reference we need at the top of the file, right? No. Hold on, I'm just having a semi-brain fart at the moment. I'm having a semi at the moment? Okay. Because if it's an Odin thing, that's fine. I just was assuming that was something Unity related, so. Data format.json. So yeah, then it's Odin Inspector, and I was just being dumb. Okay. So we should be able to add here though. Using Odin Serializer. That should, I think, get us the right thing without having to type Odin Serializer every time. Now it's happy. Cool. So this is, and there's probably better ways to do this, but for now we're going to get it working, and then we'll iterate on making it better. So we're going to export every tile map as a separate binary blob, or a separate We're gonna serialize it separately. Let's just say it that way. So let's go back in, restart the game after it compiles, and let's see what we get at that time. Oh my goodness. I have both the Odin Inspector and serialization stuff, as well as Odin Serialization, which is their open source piece. So I'm just going to call it out a little differently. Data format. Oh, I've already got it mapped out here. Okay. I could just do that, right? That should work, question mark? Okay, fuck it. Fuck it! Because this is calling for... What's the signature it's calling for? It's calling for data format. Okay. Move that. Comment that out. Let's see if we do it this way, if it is less bitchy about something, or if we're missing something else done. Totally a possibility. Like, I'm just trying to pass in an enum. Why is it this hard, people? Why is this hard? No whammies? No whammies. Well, hello everybody. Oh, perfect. So it's like, why did that... Now the part of my brain where I'm like, why did that behave stupidly? Makes me want to compare it. Let's see. Odin serializer, .data format. Oh, because it was... Okay, don't worry about it. Just fucking ignore it. Doesn't matter. So we're gonna try to save the map now. This is gonna take even longer because the binary took 13 seconds because it was binary. This is gonna take like 30 to 60 seconds because it's writing out JSON, so it's gonna be a little slower. Binary is the most compressible, it's really the best. But for in terms of making sure our data is being represented properly, we really want to see it in JSON. At least the first time. Like that's really what, and yeah, that's really what the JSON's for. So if we can get the data serialization done for the map here, the next piece we're going to do is we're going to work on implementing streaming assets so that we can move all the assets into just outside of Unity, but have the game load them on load when you start. And that'll really help us support modding. I got that idea from Dean when I was watching him yesterday. I was like, that's fucking brilliant. Like, the way I was thinking about serializing it was totally different, so. Yeah, 26 seconds. Yeah, so here's all of our bytes. The flood map. So some of them are smaller, so like flood fill layer has a bunch of stuff on it. I don't know why, but it does. What's all nulls? Everything's null. So let's do the actual terrain layer. That should have some interesting stuff. It's 74 megs, so it's going to be a little bit to open it. But let's see what we got. Okay. The name is 00. 1. Type Apis tile manager world tile. There's a reference to the tile sprite. Train, the color of it. And here's the color broken down. Its position is vector 3s, is right here. Rotation is all 0, 0, 0. Scale 0, 0, 0, which doesn't seem right. I'd expect the scale to be 1, so let's see. Let's see what we fucked up. What did we Fukaki up? Oh, because we're not setting the scale. Well, that could be a problem. So we've got the rotation information, but that's coming through 0, of course, because no one's sticking with that. Yeah, where do we get the scale from on a Unity object? Let's Google and see. Unity gets scale of a tile. We want to get a scale of a tile, so let's see. How do we get the scale of a tile? That's a great question. And since it's the number one answer, hopefully it has an answer. Oh, so we do need the matrix 4x4, okay. Oh, I guess this guy used to work for Unity. It doesn't say it anymore, but he's asking questions that only a Unity person would normally give a shit about. Is it working well? Only problem's the palette. Hold on, gotta blow my nose real quick. Okay, let's see. That's not super helpful. I don't want to set the scale. I want to get the scale of it. So I should have read a little bit better. Is Groggy still streaming or is he off? I guess he stopped streaming. We'll close it out for later then. So we want to get the scale of a tile. We don't want to set the scale of a tile. Oh yeah, just look at the tile base, right? Grid layout, tile map. What was tile base? There's tile base here. Get tile data. I don't know if that's going to be the right thing that we care about though. You pass the position tile map. Retrieves any tile rendering data from the scripted tile. Yeah, which doesn't really do anything for us. Unfortunately, does not do anything for us. This isn't super helpful. Tile data. Transform. Transform matrix. So we could do tile data transform potentially. See how that's used. See their example. Four by 4 matrix. Okay, so get the transform of a tile. Unity, how do you get the transform of a tile? Unity, get transform of tile. I want the transform. Well, we could try it, right? Like, I will expect, like, if we look at this, like, let's look at the tile palette. Look at a tile. I expect this will come through as 1111. If it doesn't come through as 1111, then we know we fucked something up. So let's try doing what it says, which is, oh god, I lost it. Too many tabs. Getting the tile data. So get tile data. The tile base. Was there? Oh, there's get tile data. What does that return? Does that return the 4x4? It returns void, so this doesn't retrieves any tile rendering data from the scripted tile. That doesn't seem like it does what we want then. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it gets the... So that doesn't make sense, because this render... Data to render the tile. Let's try it. Let's just fucking try it, right? Let's look up the tile data and see what we get in here. So we need to snarf down... I think it's called from tile base. So it'd be... Getting called as get tile data. Let's find a real world example if we can of this. Maybe let's see what we can find. That would be helpful. Having trouble with get tile data. Aren't we all, buddy? Aren't we all? So say we all. You call the tile base. Active tile that get tile map. Is there a get tile? Did I miss that whole time? Am I a big dumb dummy? Hey, I'm a big dumb dummy. Oh. I'm a big dumb dummy. What does this get us? So it returns the tile. Okay. Are we running get tile? So this is where the tile base is. Okay, so we'll make the tile. The tile is going to equal to tile map dot get tile base. So this should be the tile we can work on now. So then what we can do is first put fucking name at the top. Like, the fact that it's at the end is insanity. Position, world position. Let's add, and let's do scale at the top so we can just know if it works right away or not. Scale is going to be equal to, let's scale, right? Scale is going to be equal to the tile dot get tile data. And then I wonder if we can do I wonder if we can do I want to get that tile data out of here so we can tile. Yeah, that guy's just doing guitar, which that doesn't fucking work. See what? How do we actually get out of here? Can we? I wonder, can we pass in? Or we'll save the tile map. Just do it. Is it done already? Is that music gone? Like a dream. It was like a fart in the wind. It has gone by and left us. Atmosphere. Let's see. This is alright so far. Well, this is done. Perfect. Okay. Let's see if we can attach the debugger when it goes in here to do this. See if we can suss out what we actually get from get tile data and see what we can get. Because it's like, yeah, what is this actually going to give us? Probably not much of anything. But maybe it will. Let's let's move this outside here because we're getting the tile here. Let's say tile data is equal to this. It's just, that's what you get, the tile data. And then scale is going to be the matrix 4x4 of the tile. Let's see what we did for those examples where they said 4x4 matrix. I want to get the scale of it, the tile, so we can save it out. We can't always assume it's going to be 1, which would be a problem. Let's see. Okay, hold on. I gotta do something work, so we're gonna go to the chat overlay real quick. While I do that for work real quick, it'll take like a minute. Just have to deploy some stuff to production. Boop. Uno momento, I'm doing the things. So how's your day going, chat? Are you just focusing on yeah, I totally get being a perfectionist, Maxim. Like it'd be really hard for me, but I've gotten used to it. Why do I have a red pixel on my screen right here? I'm dumb, and there's someone coming from inside the house, ready to shoot me. Not the external notices. The green screen. All of them? Nope, it's not all of them. Only on this son of a gun. Show. Ford LE Jam. That. That. Oh, it just decided it went away. It's like, nah, fuck you, we're done. Okay. Okay, we are back. Back to chats. Let's go back there. Okay. We want to get the scale of a tile. Like, that's what we want to do. We want to get the scale of a tile. So if there's a better way to do it, we should know about here. Let's see how we change the scale of a tile. If we can find how to change it, that might show us how to get it. Because before you set it, you gotta get it. Whenever you want to load Unity answers, geez. Okay, fuck it. We're gonna default to 1 for now, and we'll add a to do. We're gonna say to do, which that won't work like this. But we'll add a to do here. Support different scaling. Scaling for tiles. So we're gonna assume 1111 for now. If you don't like it, well, you don't have any pudding, you can't eat your meat. We're gonna do 111. That's gonna be our assumption. That's what we're gonna go in with. The world position goes in, the sprite path goes in, the colors going in, the rotation's coming in. Tile we're getting. Oh, we have to pass stuff in. It's like, no, you gotta pass in the position. Position is local place. The tile map is tile map. It comes in. Then, oh, it's a reference out to tile data. Or it'd be a reference to ourselves then, right? The tile data. Ref to the tile data. You can't do that, sir. Oh, it needs to be an high time map. Yeah. Oh, fuck you then. You're not coming in. You're dead to us. You're dead to us, sir. You're dead to us. This should get us a list of tiles. Tile sprite. The tile sprite's what we really care about. In this game, in other games, we're doing custom things with tiles, so we would care about preserving those things in the hex. But in this case, we're not really doing anything on the tile itself yet. We're storing all that in other data objects. So we don't actually have to store it on the tile, as far as I remember. But with another game, yeah, we're totally doing custom hex things, and makes it a little bit harder for sure. Source path 0. That's talking to the tile sprite, right? So what are we doing here? Tiles xy equal tile. Oh, so we're building the tile here and we're setting it here. Okay. Set the tile. That's going to be zeroized. So we're not actually saving a tile map. What we're saving is a collection of tiles that we know goes into a tile map. So when we pull them out, we'll have to build the tile map and then seed the tile map with all these tiles. Is there anything on the actual tile map, though, that we're going to miss if we go this method? Let's see, if we go this route, what are we going to miss? I mean, we might miss some of the render material stuff, but maybe we can work around that for now. Let's see. Because what we want to do is we want to do the bare amount. We want to save out the bare amount that we need to be able to rebuild this as a tile map. Okay, so let's save. Let's do another build. Name, position, scale. I think we've got everything we need. to try to rebuild a tile map after. So let's do another build, push it out. We'll save this out as JSON, spot check it, then we'll save it out as binary. And then what we can do is, oh, that's where you guys are seeing my desktop of Justice. This is years and years of desktop there, boys. Years and years of desktop. An OG desktop warrior. Okay. Go back into the game, let it compile, we'll run, we'll save to JSON, we'll spot check to make sure it's copacetic, we'll save to binary just to save some time in our lives. And then, or no, maybe we just try to import it as JSON. Like, who gives a shit? Like, we want to get it to work, and then we can convert it to binary. Like, who cares? We're not saving time if it's not working. So we need to get it to work first. And for the interview earlier, I'm gonna highlight that later. I'll make a highlight out of it and put it on YouTube, and we'll kind of talk over it, and it'll be fun because those guys are awesome. Like, real game developers. Like, yes, I can learn from them. You're still compiling? Come on. While we're young. We good? We good. Let's go in. We're gonna save all of this out. It should save out here, so this should get updated. So we'll see. The scale should come through as 1 because we're now forcing that, so that'll be a good sign if we see it that way. About that. Save map data out. Oop. What's up, Nova Network? How are you doing, sir? Good morning. Save. This should take like 26 seconds or 36, however long it takes. Save the data out to the drive. Then we're going to spot check it, and then we'll go into another test scene and we'll try to deserialize that data. I'm pretty good. Thank you for asking. We're working on, we've pivoted a little bit from our job system. We're going to go work on getting data saving out. We're baking the saving data into our open source tile manager we've put up online for people to use if they're ever trying to work with tile maps in Unity. So it should help them with working with tile maps and grids and everything. And it should also help them figure out how to serialize data out of Unity and then bring it back in. And that's mostly like, and this is like with Unity specific stuff like mono behavior, so it's going to be a pain in the ass, but I think it'll be helpful for people that don't know how to do this. So it should provide some sort of help. Okay, so let's quit out of here now. 22 seconds. Let's go check the file. Let it update. Let it flow. World position's right. Rotation's right. Scale got passed in as 1s because we're assuming 1 now because we're like, fuck it, I don't care. For right now. So then let's make a new... I have a test load thing here, which what do you want to bet that this was me trying to load stuff? Thought, just a hunch. Be wrong, but we'll see. Load that scene. The project. What do we have here? We have a grid. All this new hotness. Got a holder that's running test data. You do test data. What would you say you do here, test data? So it's just on the start. It's loading a tile map. So it's loading the persistent tile map for us. Okay. So it's going to call read all the bytes from path. Serialization utility. So it's going to deserialize it for me to a world tile. Which just needs to be... Is world tile still the right thing? I think world tile is still the right thing. Yeah, we called it a world tile. It's going to deserialize all the world tile data from JSON. It's going to take a little bit, for sure. And then it's going to grab the tile map. Okay, now here's where we're going to loop over and deserialize. Okay. So we're just straight up hard coding this. We read data in from my path, and then we're calling the tile. Okay, so we're calling the tile map path from here. Let's make sure that's what this file name is called. Where was it? There? Okay. So we want it to be this guy. That's the guy we're going to load. Okay, so it looks like it's got the terrain layers and everything. So we're going to call the tile map path for the terrain layer. Now let's see. Nothing here. When we load this, nothing should... Let's turn off the script, because I just want to see what happens without the script running. Hey. It should be nothing. It should just be a black scene. Black scene? Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, black scene. Perfect. Sorry for yawning in your ear. I got up a little early to do an interview with some of the PDX guys. Or Paradox guys. My friends. Okay, so now we need to uncomment. Not here, we need to go back to the actual code here. We need to uncomment some of that. We need to uncomment that. And then uncomment all this loop, please. Should be so simple. Okay. Not gonna be simple, but it should be simple. We're setting the tile map to tile map path. Yeah, my sprite does need this. Where's it getting tile map from? We're gonna deserialize the data from here, which is totally fine. The data, deserialize the data. Terrain layer. Oh, terrain layers. Okay, so we're getting the terrain layer. Okay, we're getting that guy. It's terrain layer, and he's going to be our tile map. We're going to loop over the bounds of the data. Let's compare it versus the stuff we have in tile here. Just so let me take a screenshot so we can have like a 1-for-1. And make sure we're grabbing everything that we actually have in here. Really? I'm going to put that on another screen just so I can compare. Let's see. Oop, okay, there we go. So the first thing we want to go through is the name. The name doesn't matter. I mean, it does kind of matter. But I don't want to. I'm not going to debug out any of this because that would bog stuff to shit. XY position is this. We're setting flags and none so we can actually set tiles properly. At this point, though, we're creating the tile terrain. And this isn't right. We're looping over deserialized data. That's not the way it's going to be seen, though. Because it's not going to come through as an X or Y, because it's going to come through as... Yeah, it's not going to come through as a multi-dimensional array. It's going to be 1 by 1 by 1. So there shouldn't be a loop like this, I don't think. let's start with a more normal implementation, I'd say. Well, no, it is going to come out as a data world tile. Okay. So it is going to come through. Is that how we're serializing it? That way on the other back end? We're serializing it as a byte array. And we're serializing it as tiles. And tiles is totally a world thing. Okay, so that's how we know we're coming back as that. Okay. And we're using var, that's why it's telling us, hey, it's coming back as a world tile array. Okay. But never mind. So we are right, okay. So we're gonna get the vector 3. I mean, yeah, we know the position based on that, but we also store it locally. So we should probably do, man, it's been a while, so I'm trying to like remember. Well, it's bringing it back as a world tile data, right? So you can say position var, and position is actually a vector 3 int. So vector 3 int of position equals data xy dot position. That's how we're going to work with this stuff. So the vector 3 position is equal to this, so we need to make a tile. So we need to instantiate tiles from code. Create instance of tiles. Okay, so first things first, we need to create a tile. Tile needs to be created. So then that would be my tile position. Can you set position here? How do you set transform? That's 4x4 matrix. How do we set its position? Like, how do we get that data back out to set its position to what we want it to be? Because while we've made a tile, we have to find a way to convert this data. I used to work at GoDaddy a while ago, and hello, Andresen23. Good morning or afternoon. Why do you ask? Just out of curiosity. Hey, thank you for the follow, and welcome to the Biscuit Brigade, as said by my 6-year-old daughter.
Welcome to the Biscuit Brigade.
I worked for a company that got acquired by GoDaddy, Media Temple, and then I worked for GoDaddy for 3 more years after that, I think. 2 or 3. So that was like a lifetime ago. It's 5 years ago, forever ago. A long lifetime ago in computer years. Things on tile map. So we need to see, how do we set a tile map's position? Or how do we set a position? So let's go back to tile map and see what tools it has for us to be able to do that. Because there's a bunch of get things, but how do we set? So we can set the color, set a tile. Let's see. And this one might actually be set tile block, might be the thing we would do. Yeah, no worries. No, I didn't know if you'd also worked at GoDaddy. I mean, they've got thousands of employees, so it's not totally out of the realm of possibility to run into former coworkers. You know. Sets a tile at the given XYZ coordinate of a cell in the tile map. And then it sets to this tile. Okay. And don't I do set tile block? I think we do set tile block, so we can actually leverage some of what we've done in the open source tile manager to remember how we did this shit originally. So here we're passing in, well, we're also passing in a tile that we want to set, and then we're setting the tile map. But let's see what we do. We just do tile array. We're grabbing a random tile, or we're dividing it by 2. There's the tile base. For the bounds we made. Oh, actually, if we have the data we need, there's no reason we can't, well, as we're deserializing it, we can't make a tile If we can make the tile, then we can just call the tile manager to say set the blocks as it goes through to paint them. So that would work. So all we have to do is, if we can make a tile and tell it its fucking position, we don't need to tell it. It's a tile. The tile doesn't need the position. It just needs... We need to know what position to set it to, but the tile has no concept of where the fuck it is. It's just a tile. It don't give a fuck. It doesn't give a fuck. So I was thinking about it the wrong way. Like, duh. Diggity duh, dum dum. So the tile has no concept. And I'm going to write it out so I don't forget it. The tile we're building has no concept of its position. We just need to... We need to know its position for when we call back to set tile to paint the fucker. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, so then what we need to do on this end is what this is going to end with is, yeah, it's calling tile tool set position. So it's setting the tile to the position here. So the position is going to be a vector3 int. We're doing that here. It's based on the x and the y in the loop, which is fine. So that's right. This is the position where the tile will live in the tile map. Awesome. And then the tile map, we already know the tile map because we've already set that. And then my tile is what we're building now. And we're creating the tile. So all we have to do is set the parameters of the tile. We should be good to go, I think. Maybe. Position's good. We're setting the flags on the tile position to be off, because then that lets us like tweak it. Without it, it gets a little pissy and it's like, no, you can't do that. Don't touch me in the bad place. It's like, no, you're gonna take it and you're gonna like it. It doesn't actually say that. I'm just being silly. Okay, so my tile, that sprite is going to equal data sprite. Is it, what do we have it referenced as? We have it as sprite, but that's a sprite. So that's a string to the resource, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go look. We should see the string to the resource in here. Yeah, the tile sprite is this guy. And then there should be some that aren't terrain, right? Like there should be, they shouldn't all say terrain. I don't think so. If it says, if they all say terrain, then we're missing something. Let's look at what we do for tile sprite for the saving of the binary data. Tile sprite right there. We don't need this shit. We want the editor. Just save time up. So the tile map sprite path. So this is getting the location. We're saving the resource path. The sprite path that's split. So it's not going in as right. Oh, I need to turn that off again. I left that on by mistake. My bad. Stream remote engaged. Okay. This seems like it might not be working right then. We're writing music done already? Jeepers creepers. Oh, my wife's asking me how the meeting went. It went awesome. Groogy and Yor were awesome. They were great guys to talk to. We talked for like an hour and a half. It was really, really eye-opening. They taught me a bunch of tricks. They're good dudes, and I love them. And I want to have their babies. So I think it went pretty good. See what she says to that. I always like to keep her on her toes. It's part of my charm. And then she'll say, you're not very charming. And I'll say, you're totally right. I'm not charming. Just how I am. Okay, new music. Man, like time really does fly though. It's like, oh, the streams, the thing's done already. It's like, dude, that was like 20 minutes of music. So you've been had your thumb up. You've been done had your thumb up your ass for a good long time, sir. Perfect. Okay. That's super easier now. So let's look. I think we're grabbing the wrong... So it's just going to a terrain path. It's actually not getting... This is actually the path with nothing in it. Let me pull it up and see. So we can... I'll show it to you guys over here whenever I find... Where's my thing? Where is my thingy thing? Sir, where's the thing longer? Open a new window, go here. Let's go here. So it's going to assets, assets, sprites, resources, terrain, and then it's being split inappropriately. Because it's going to train and it's missing. Yeah, for the terrain, it's slash terrain. Oh, actually no, it's terrain. So is it terrain.png? Is that what it's telling me? Open up terrain.png and see what it says. Nope, it's not nudes. So it is showing like, hey, the train is here. So that's correct. So the train is one of these. Depending on, it's typically one of those things. It's the map. It's a sprite map. Okay. So we're saying here, which isn't super helpful. Like here's the whole sprite we've saved out in a tile map, in the tile sheet. Okay. So that's not going to help us. Or maybe it will help us. Maybe we're close to figuring it out, but we're missing something. We're trying to load the sprite stuff here. And this would work. Okay, so I was trying to do that here. I was trying to load it in there, but it's not actually a reference to... Like, how do you... So we need to back up a step, because we're getting the reference to, hey, this is the sprite that this fucking thing is drawn off of, which is cool, but it's not getting us a reference to the segment of the sprite map. So let's go back and see what we need to do to fix that, because we're being dumb about something. Close out some extra crap we don't need open. I have a tendency to not forget to close tabs, because I'm a terrible person. Unity get sprite asset from sprite sheet. There it is, from sprite sheet. Okay. It might not be possible. And if it's not possible, then we have to just break the sprites up, which isn't the end of the world, but there's got to be a way to do it. I mean, or I'm doing it this dumb. Like, there's either, like, if you're being dumb about something, there's an easier way to do this. Which is probably the case. Multi-sprite texture has to be in a resource folder so they can be accessed with resource load all, which we did. Get asset path, load all assets at path of type sprite to array. There's new ways of doing this. Sprite atlas was added. You can make one from your create menu. You can also create a multi-sprite texture of an atlas. You can access the child sprites by using get atlas. Okay, so let's... How to decide the packing order? The original sprite sheet was packed with the wrong order. Is there a way to specify? Okay. So we've got to take a step back, and we've got to look at this guy's comment. We're going to write it down so we don't forget it. Boop. Okay. Oh, shit. This guy. For anyone looking at this topic, we should note that there's no way of doing this. In Unity 2017, Sprite Atlas was added. You can make them from the Create menu. So let's try that. Let's back it up and get this working the right way. See what we do. See what we got, sir! Oh, we have to fix the code we left in like a shitty state. It's like, dude, your shit's just kind of fucking half-baked, sir. I know. We'll get there. So we're not going to do this, but we are going to go and look at the Sprite Atlas. And let's say, instead of just taking some random internet guy's word for it, let's actually Google the Unity Sprite Atlas to get the tutorials from Unity, which will probably be okay. Good lord. How to use the Sprite Atlas. First, a boy meets a girl, or a girl meets a girl, or a boy meets a boy, or a boy meets a dog, or a dog meets a cow. I don't know. I don't give a shit. Okay, Sprite Atlas. How do we use it? So if we put them in Atlas, it's better. Okay, so I don't think we have a Sprite Atlas in this Mad Mammer Jammer here. I don't think we have Sprite Packer. That's the old shit, right? I think that's the old shit. Let's see. Graphics. There's somewhere to set like using the old shit too. I forget what it is. Let's see. Force text. Default mode 2D. Asset pipeline version 2. The Legacy Sprite Packer. Okay. Fuck you, Legacy Sprite Packer. We're going to Sprite Atlases. Yeah. Disabled? We're gonna go to the new hotness. I think that's what we're doing. Going to the new hotness. This is helpful, but I'd like to see someone's walkthrough on like how do you do it? Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to break everything we already have here. So on that note, let's make a git commit real quick. Just cause. Be safe. Commit before working through Sprite Atlas changes. Because this might end up being a lot more legwork than we hope just to get a sprite, but without the sprite we don't really have a tile. It's like we could totally put a placeholder in of just like white to verify that the tech works, but I'd rather it get the sprite working. Well, actually, we could do that first. Before we go down this rabbit hole, why don't we have a white sprite and a black sprite, and we just fucking alternate them to make sure it paints something, you know? To make sure we're able to decrypt stuff properly. But then what does that really tell us? Does it really tell us anything? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think it really tells us anything. Let's look at the Sprite Atlas workflow. Let's read this guy's comment again. In Unity 2017, Sprite Atlas was added. You can make one of them from the Create menu. If you have a multi-sprite texture to add a sprite, you can also access the child sprites by using Sprite Atlas get sprite child sprite name. That's what we fucking need. Yeah, that's what we need. You can change the individual subsprite names in the sprite editor. Okay, or get all... Yeah, that's what we gotta do. Okay, so we need to make a Sprite Atlas. Motherfucking Sprite Atlas, motherfucker. Fuck you, Sprite Packer. You're dead to me. Legacy Sprite Packing's disabled. You're goddamn right it is. Oop. Oh, I can set the root namespace here? That's super handy. That's super handy. That is super handy. That's something that I've been waiting for forever. Like, root namespace, SWS. Like, yes, please. But that's going to break everything, so I don't want to touch that now. Okay. Let's go down to sprites. Resources. Let's make a sprite atlas. Made a detour, boys. We've made a detour. We'll just call it sprite atlas for now, because we're gonna learn. We're gonna be doing some learning here. We're gonna be futzing around and figuring it out. Sprite atlas packing is disabled. Sprite atlas packing is disabled. Enable it in edit project settings editor. Okay. Well, let me turn on the sprite packer. So I want to make sure the sprite packer doesn't work, but it sounds like we need to set a setting in here to enable the new one. Okay, so the new one's working, the old one's still off. So that's what we had to do. We had to say enabled for builds, or always enabled, which that should still keep off the old sprite packer, right? Still disabled, perfect. So we'll save that. Now we're making a type master or a variant. Nice. Include in build, yes. Include rotation, type packing. Rewrite enabled, enable maps. Point filtering. No compression. Objects are packing. Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. So we're going to go into train. We're going to pack train first, because train's the one we have the issue with, right? So we're going to put this train sprite map into here. Can you just drag and drop it? Can't. Can you just... Nope, you can't. Okay, so we'll say add to list. And then... Like, can I really not just drag? That would be so much easier. That'd be a lot easier, but okay. So we'll rename this to be train sheet. No, just leave it train. We can look for train. All good. We're gonna add train into here. We're gonna look for the asset terrain. It's right there. Train. Boom. Oh. Total ADHD moment. I'm sorry. So let me look up Inkscape, because that's what Yor was talking about. It was awesome. Come on, baby. What'd you say? Why? Okay, I turned the camera off. Okay, come on. I got it right here. Come on. I got you. I had to turn the camera off because my wife's got her high beam showing.
Seriously?
She's not naked. She's not walking around naked. There's a lot of things wrong with me. Can I have a kiss? Love your smile.
This is a Grimace.
Oh, Grimace was my favorite next to Hamburglar. Yes. Run away from me before you kiss me. You're trying to like, she's doing like a block like I'm some sort of assailant. She's like just chopping my arms like, let go. Thank you for the coffee. I love you. I appreciate it. Okay. We have the Nectar of the Gods. It's good. So Inkscape. This is the one we wanted to get for vector graphics with, while I'm in here, while I remember it, I want to at least download a copy of it because Yor recommended it. It looks pretty fucking awesome. His techniques were awesome. We can do hard things, like eat chicken wings. Did you download? Did you not download? We have to download at the bottom. Windows. Haha. 64-bit. The win. Take an MSI. It's cool. Now that we've done the hard things, let's go back to the sprite packer. I don't know what made me think of that. It's like, what made me think of that? I don't fucking know. But let's find the other. Zoom in a little. Ooh, that's zooming out. Okay, let's find the other pieces. Things we'd be using. It's really rough to read. I have a lot of different characters that I've never used in here. What's that? Is that guy naked? What the fuck? I didn't realize I downloaded nudie sprites. Nice. For the rated X version. For the adults only version. Nudie sprites. Oh my goodness, what's up, my little skeleton? What are you, a skeleton? What are you?
A Dalmatian.
Oh, you're Dalmatian. Oh, that's your tongue. I thought that was like blood from eating a human brains.
Ew.
You're gonna say hi to chat.
Hi.
I love you. I'm gonna try to work on the game later so that it'll work on your iPad. I want to make sure it's not poison. Okay. I love you. Just come back in later and grab the goldfish when you're ready for him, okay? Love you, baby. Oh, is this the pack preview right here? Like, that's our preview of its job it did. It did a pretty good job, I think. Okay, not bad. Okay, not bad at all. So... Hey, Gene, good morning, sir. What is the good word? We just finished up doing a interview with a couple Paradox devs for our Let 'em Dare entries. It was really fun. And I don't know if you saw the new commands I added on EJ. There's one big deal, where Dean Hall is saying, you know, EJ's kind of a big deal. And then there's another one, EJ and Notch, where EJ gets top billing from like Dean about like, oh EJ, I'll flick you a key to this and you can help me with this game, and you too, Notch. And it was like, dude, EJ, you just got like top billed in a sentence with Notch. I was like, you should feel pretty fucking awesome about what you built, sir, because that's impressive. Oh goodness. Okay, let me mute that. Sorry for that being so loud for you guys. I meant to close it out and I was being stupid. Let me change that out real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Because I wanted to mute that tab. Sorry, it's making noise in your ears. Boop. Okay, it's done, sir. Okay, cool. You're all done. I just mean we should talk to Jillian about it so she knows that kind of stuff, so she's aware of it, so she doesn't think he's mad at her, that she just knows that he's different and he processes things different. That's all. We can talk about it more later. So we've made the one file sheet. That's awesome. I'm glad you had fun with the interview. I'll go look at those commands right now. I really missed about 60% of VJ stream due to work and sleep. Yeah, me too. I normally catch up the VODs, which is why when he's been doing so good about not muting the VODs, it's been helpful for me to stay caught up. But yeah, it was really cool. Like, I was in the chat with Dean, who I go to when I'm done with my stream on the weekdays in the morning, and he's working on a game, and then I'm sitting there, and then Notch comes in. I'm like, oh fuck, it's like 2 legends, 1 cup, and then not only does Notch like talk to me, he's just like, you know, I host his Dean's channel with EJ because I know EJ really likes Dean's stuff, so I was like, let me host his channel, and then he's like, oh thanks to host EJ, I'll pass you a key, and I was like, oh Jesus, it's like EJ's a fucking legend. Okay, so we've added this train. Let's add the other ones. What are the other pieces we really care about? It should be probably trees. No, actually the trees are segregated. So yeah, let's just start with this then. Let's start with this atlas for these sprites. So how does that change how we're going to do the breaking apart of things though? Like, how can, because this is a third-party thing, so how do we let it know? How does it find out about the sprite atlas, you know? We might have to add a different version, like call this for, if you have a sprite atlas, call that if not. And it was pretty cool. Let's see. Let us pray. Okay. Load and build. Can be a big boy texture if you want. Start with that. And then the code, what we have to do, we have to say sprite atlas.get sprite. So we could pass in. Here's where it gets confusing though. Is everything we draw on the map it's all gonna be in this. It's all gonna be in the atlas. If it's not in the atlas, we can't fucking be sure that it's gonna be right. So we've got to add to the atlas. It's just the way it's got to be. So let's look at our map editor to see some of these tiles. Big tree. Where's Big Tree 1 live? Big Tree 01. Is this a PNG? Are you really just that's the tile asset. That's a PNG under there, and that's another PNG. So where do you live? You just live under isometric tiles. And where's the other one? Or was it actually referencing both of those? Oh yeah, because this is the sprite and this is its internal representation of it. Okay. So we need to add in all these isometric trees, because we're using these, into the sprite atlas. Which will be pretty awesome. How are you doing, Gene? Are you and your family doing okay? Like, is your business doing all right with all the quarantine stuff? I'm sure it has to be super duper hard, just like it is for everybody else. But just wanted to ask. Don't feel free not to answer if you don't want to think about that kind of shit today. We had a really big board meeting yesterday, so far so good. We still have work, so that was nice to know. As much as people can say like, oh, it'll be fine, it's like, well, you're the one that doesn't have to potentially go without food and stuff, so kind of a big deal. So I want to add it to the sprite atlas. Can I just pick the folder? That would be the best if I could just say look for everything under. I just look for everything under isometric trees. I wonder if I could just drag. That would be a good workflow if I can click plus, search for isometric trees, and it just shows up as a folder. Isometric tiles, I should say. It's like womp womp. Did that work? No way. If that worked, that would be fucking awesome. That'll make. I was so scared that I was gonna have to fucking go crazy. Oh, it fucking worked. Oh my goodness. How do I preview that? This is too small. I want to preview it bigger. Dude, that's freaking awesome. Does the sprite atlas get actually made as an atlas on the screen? My business is on the back burner, which isn't a huge deal because I work for a major hospital in my state. Oh well, working for a hospital, you're probably good for a long time then. Which is not necessarily true because I know there's a lot of people that are doing like inpatient stuff that is no longer working, which is messed up. Oh, that's awesome. We had some temp employees that were laid off, but things are already turning upwards again. So that's awesome. No, it's been pretty good. We're in the real estate industry, so it's you know, they're a little nervous about it, but you know, we will figure it out, I hope. But keeping my job is important, so it's a startup, so there's reasons I like this job more than jobs where I was just an employee and not the first employee. It's a really good opportunity. Told EJ if it works out and plays good, then we can try to start a aerospace engineering company or something, or a game design company. Do something with the world. Do something good with the world. Make the world a better place would be awesome. Okay, so we dragged that son of a gun in there. Cool. So that gets all of that, and we could just add the isometric plant back in there too, right? Materials. They've got materials in there which we don't care about. Well, I guess we'll see. So this could be all of the sprites. We've packed it. It's a 2K by or 2 meg by 2 meg 2048 by 2048 sprite atlas. So it's not tiny, but it could be worse. So let's save this build. And then what we'll do, we'll need to change the serializer to pass in a sprite atlas as an optional. So we need to do two things. We need to test as a sprite atlas and we need to test as a non-atlas, because I know we're making this for me and then that's cool, but if we're going to open source it, we should test both ways because not everyone's going to want to use the sprite atlas. For sprite, make sure for sprite serializing, make sure we support both sprite atlas and non-sprite atlas. So we'll get sprite atlas done first. If we get that done first and it works, then we'll circle back and make a test scene where we just make a dummy map that we save that just uses just hard-coded sprite paths instead of multi-sheets. So we'll see. So we need to add in the tile manager. Go away, GOG. I love you, but go away. You bother me. Save tiles. We're gonna extend. So we pass in the data format now, but we're also gonna pass in a sprite atlas. Sprite atlas. It'll be called sprite atlas. Good name. And it'll default to null. You don't always have to pass in a sprite atlas. And then did the music end again? Good lord. We need longer music, people. More, better, longer music across the galaxy. This has potential to be good. Okay, there. Thank you for asking, Gene. I'm considered an essential employee, or it's something that happens, I'm calling in, mass casualty or whatnot. No, I mean, that's important. Like, hospitals need technology to make them go, and if technology doesn't work, people die, so it's important. Oh shit, yeah, how's your house stuff going? Ecume documentation. Oh, that's awesome. Hey, well, this is an EJ stream, so fuck it. At least Shake Shack got 10 million bucks, man. That's what matters, you know. The real small businesses, like we applied for a $10 million loan and same shit happened. It was like, sorry, we're out of money. It's like, motherfucker, we applied the same day you opened that shit up. It's like, oh, well, we made sure all the people from like Ernst & Young that like did this for all the big people, like we took them first. I mean, they're our friends. Like, dude, you guys, you are not doing the work for the people. I will just say that. And I'll leave it at that. But I'm glad your house stuff's going good. I hope it squares away. We're down like 20% now, but we were up year over year by like 300%, so it's a little bit in a better position. But they're still wanting us to plan for, like, we're like, we think it'll pick up in July, we'll start to get back to normal, and then but they want the contingency plan for February of 2021, like make sure that your money lasts for that long. So we've had to put a lot of, you know, which is super smart. I mean even I've done things to try to cut expenses just in case shit goes pear-shaped. So what up, sup? I'm Joe TV. How are you doing, sir? Good morning.
Hello.
And I was just like, why did I just say sup? And I was like, I don't say sup. And I was like, oh, his name is Sup. So good morning, sir. Sorry for talking. We're in the middle of making a something epic with this music. So we're making, we're working on serializing data out of our game, and we're doing it as part of our open source tile manager that we've put out to help anyone that wants to work with like Unity tile maps and stuff. So the twofold benefit of this is when we get it done, people are going to be able to have it, because it's a common question of like, how do I save data? Like, how do you save and load? And it's not just, there's no like easy button. It actually takes work. So if we do it here, we have a real life example for someone that can potentially use it. I'm good. I'm from Australia. Oh, that's awesome. So you're Sunday night now, right? Or no, you're 9 p.m. So you're going to be getting to Sunday night soon. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah, so I used to use before Unity Tile Maps was a thing, I used a third-party thing. But now that Tile Maps is added, I ripped that thing out and I've replaced it. And in traditional like Unity style, their examples leave a lot to be desired. So I've made Tile Manager, which is right here. So you can do basic things like get tiles, set colliders, do all the things that you want to do, but you don't have to like, the way that you go about it in Unity is kind of a pain in the ass. I think it's a pain in the ass. Coming from the third-party software I used, it's a pain in the ass. So for instance, like to set a tile, where the hell do I set tiles in this bastard? Oop. No, don't go back. No. I'm calling the tile map. So you have to have like a tile map position, like a grid. Like and clearing tiles is annoying. Setting block tiles, you have to do extra code. So we've done, well, this is some extra little weirdness I threw in when I was prototyping. But it's different for me. So we've got like the set tile where you just pass in the tile position you care about, which is a vector3 int. You pass in the tile map, and you can also pass in an array of tiles if you want to have a randomness to it. Set multiple blocks works, and we try to handle all of the heavy lifting of, it isn't that it's heavy lifting, but their documentation is not great for me, and it was confusing. So I was like, let's open source this so that other people can use it. So I'm still on track to close in the next week and a half, and that's a smart move to project out to Q1 of next year. Yeah, just for contingency. I mean, it does, some things do suck about it, but having a job is, in times like this is really, considering that my buddy Magic Leap, like 1,000 of his coworkers, and 200 of them just on his like DevOps team got like laid off. He's like, very thankful. And it's, I don't know, I have a lot more respect for Magic Leap now though, because I've worked at places that they can go through like mass layoffs, and the leadership will just laugh about it, and they'll think it's super funny that they're taking people's livelihoods. Where when they told me the story about, where my buddy told me the story about the CEO at Magic Leap, he was just crying. He had to turn his camera off because he was just crying about it, which is, I think, is right, because that means that you care about the fact that you're having to impact so many people's like livelihoods. It's like, it's super fucking hard to be a leader, man. Hey, G-Man. Good morning, sir or madam. Oh, that's awesome. I was furloughed, but I'm happy. Yeah, so I'm not trying to bring anyone down or be negative. And if it is, and you don't want me to talk about it, feel free to be like, hey, Biscuit, shut the fuck up about the negative shit. I wanna be happy. And I'll do that, so. As I know, not everyone wants to, some people come on here to just forget and zone out on shit, so. Feel free to kick me in the nuts if I do, because I'm not trying to bring anybody down. So, this tile manager will let you set tiles, get tiles, delete tiles, do the basic shit you're gonna need to do with the tile game, Super Joe. The piece we're working on now is saving that tile map out. So we want to save the tile map or tile maps out to disk, so that you can handcraft like a beautiful map, save it out to disk, and then deserialize it and rebuild it the way you want it to. Because one of the things we found, well, one, you just kind of have to do it. But with the game we're working now, it was very procedurally generated, so there was such a long time for it to generating a 300 by 300 tile map with like 9 layers. It took like a minute, so we wanted to save it out to kind of cut that time down a little bit. And so we've got it now saving to a JSON object, and we just realized that the tile sprite we're getting, this is actually a legitimate sprite, but it's a a sprite sheet, so I can do dick with that. But this was made before sprite atlases were a thing. So what we've just done is we've grabbed all of the pictures that we use and we throw them into a sprite atlas, because apparently sprite atlas has the ability to let us specifically pick a child. So we can still pass in this data in this world tile class that we're making. We can pass in the sprite, but we can also pass in like what's the name of the sprite, so that we have all the pieces we need to deserialize the data and repaint the tile map and be good to go. G-Man, I am super duper happy for you. Like, I can't think of anything more stressful than, you know, what you just said you were going through. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's more stressful, but I'm really glad that you're in a good place now. So, awesome. Rock on. So now we're going to pass in a save asset map. We need to clear map. Where is it? Gem top position. Oh, it's at the bottom, right? Boop, 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 boop. And I do some of the things like map the screen position, screen to map position, and world to map position, so you can get a grid position based on your world coordinates, which is a pain in the fucking ass. Like, that's one of the main reasons I did it, because doing this through like Unity system is just like, it's like mind numbing. So we've got functions to allow you to do that lookup that you need to. It's not 100% feature complete, but it was good enough for me to get started with it, and I keep pushing the updates as I get to it, or as we improve it. We keep doing that. Oh, where's the save tile? That tile. Oh, it's right here. Okay, so save tile map. Now we're gonna pass in a sprite atlas. Let's see. This sounds like Halo, almost. It's kind of funny. Did all that stuff. So the data format: JSON, binary, other, and sprite atlas. Pass. You use. This totally sounds like fucking Halo. Like, somebody like legit sounds like they stole the Halo. If it goes like dun dun dun, it's gonna totally be Halo. Come on. You use the sprite atlas. Somebody totally just jacked Halo's stuff. I listened to enough on my buddy's channel that I can tell that this is a Halo riff. If you use a sprite atlas for your tile sheets, this will allow you to reference the child sprite. Okay. We just have to figure out how to do that now. So what we're doing here is we're taking the sprite path and we're literally putting it out there, fine. But in this case, if there is a sprite atlas, we need to grab the child info, which, let's see, sprite atlas.getSprite. Let's look that up on the interwebs. My daughter picked this out for me for Father's Day. She has jokes for you, new to the channel.
What do you call a pirate with a blue top hat?
I don't know, what?
I don't know either. The education system has failed me.
Or Sprite Atlas. Get Sprite. There it is. Boom. I don't know where she learned that from. Like, she just came in and told me that. I was like, where the fuck did you learn that? I mean, I didn't. I might have swore at her face, but I try not to. So, like, where did you hear that? She's like, I made it up. I was like, okay, well, cool. That was awesome. She's gonna be a comedian one day, I think, or scientist. She's really smart, but she loves to make people laugh. Like, she fucking loves to make people laugh. It's nice. She is an amazing kid. The name of the sprite. So how do we do that? Because that's not the best example that matches the name packed in the atlas. Okay, so we have the sprite location. And do we have to do anything? Okay, I need to see if we even have to do anything different from getting a sprite out of the atlas. Like, is the sprite name in the atlas should probably be the same as, I'd imagine it would be the same as there it is. I imagine, like, for instance, when we open up the terrain sprite sheet right here, like, I'm hoping the name will be Cliff 1, Cliff 2, and then we'll be okay. And if that's the case, we should work just fine. But the name it was getting was terrain, so let's see. Let us see. Yeah, it is a good quality to have. She's done, like, karate too, so that, like, really helped her self-confidence a lot. Like, she's really... She's a tough cookie. Oh, this is trying to load the tile map. I want to go to the tile manager and try to save the tile map. So we're getting the sprite location. We're getting the sprite path. We're getting the asset path for the sprite location. And how do we look it up inside of, how do we get the name of the sprite? Tile map that gets sprite. Let's see what it gives us. Tile map that gets sprites. And it returns a sprite, so we should get a name out of that, right? We should get a name that we can reference, I think. We can also, oh, we can actually just check if it's packed in an atlas. That would be nice. Get the name, okay. So let's do one quick test with, not dick with what we have here, but let's do a public string sprite name. So we'll set the sprite name, and we'll do this at the bottom. Sprite name equals the name of the sprite, I hope. Sprite location dot name, and see what we get. If that comes back like terrain _71, then I think we can work. Oh, we can work with this, I think. Will that break if I leave a comment at the end, or will it just... It's not showing an error, but will it just silently fail? Like, ha, you left a comment at the end, fuck you, and we're not going to tell you. Because we hate you. What fun would it be if we told you about that stuff? You know, things that games like to do. Oh, I didn't mean to close you there, because now you're going to open over here, which that's what I don't want. Yeah, I don't want you to open here. You should open over here. Boo-boo. Logging, and there it is. Ha, okay, let's copy the new build. Oh, this is the login one. Go away. I don't care about you. What about you? Haha. There's the new build, 9:41 a.m. That's correct. Copy over. Place, recompile. Let's load up our sprite sheet again. That's what my wife said. Oh my goodness. Spoonful of Clorox makes the medicine go down. I'd be thrilled if my daughter wanted to practice karate or taekwondo. You won't be when you realize it costs like $250 a month. The reason we thought it, like Colin, my son did karate for a little bit, but then he just, because it was supposed to help with kids on the spectrum, and it did in a way, but he also didn't like certain parts about it. And then Jillian, my daughter, she wanted to start doing it. We thought it would be good. Well, the reason we thought it'd be a good idea is because she was like, my son will like pick and pick and pick and pick and pick until she just fucking loses her shit on him, and she just would. She's 99th percentile for height. She's gonna be like 6 foot tall. Like she's as big as him almost. And he's 9 and she's like 6. So he keeps fucking with her, and then she loses her temper after saying stop enough, and she just fucking wails on him. And like it got to the point where like, dude, you're gonna hurt your brother. So we're like, we're gonna send you to karate. So you're either gonna one of two things. You're gonna learn discipline, and you're gonna learn to just stay patient, or you're gonna learn to really fucking hurt him. And I think the discipline is what came out of it more. Although she does hurt him now when she plays. She did like the other day she was playing, and she's like, they were just play fighting, and she did like the whatever the fuck called, it's like spin punch or whatever they call it, but she did it on him, and it like, I heard the thump. I'm like, Jillian, what'd you do? And Colin's like, ow. And I'm like, Jillian, you can't wail on him like you're playing. But I'm glad you've learned the technique and you could master it, so if you ever do need to, you know, kick someone's ass you can take them down a peg or two. Okay, so let's load in the map we have. Let's close out of this loading scene. Let's resave the test data we need out to a JSON file. Just to see if we get the right data we're expecting. So here's one of the procedural maps we built. It's 300 by 300 with Perlin noise. It turned out to be very light on the mountains because we tweaked it to be a little light on the mountains. It's all procedural generated, which is kind of cool. I'm really happy with it. For the 250, it was you can go as much as you want. So she would go like, she'd at least go 2 times a week, but she could go like 5 or 6 days a week. Like they had classes every day if she wanted to. It was as much as you wanted. I practiced Taekwondo as a kid and I'm aware of the price. It'll be no worse than gymnastic classes. Yeah, oh yeah, totally. Gymnastics was really expensive here. There's a lot of schools that are like Olympic quality schools like down in like Weston and stuff for like Olympian level kids, and that shit is like $600 a month. It's like, oh lord, no, fuck that noise. But oh, why is it? Whoa, why are you loading? Why are you loading a map? Oh, because I still have test load going. I was like, what's going on here? Like my uncle was like an 8th level black belt in kung fu, so he would always try to teach me stuff when I came over, like how to like. He taught me this one thing about bending someone's wrist here to like. If someone's messing with you, you just grab them here and you twist. Like, I can't, it's hard to show, but there's a way you can twist it where it just like hurts and they instantly just like, okay, let go. It's like a submission move. So he'd show me that stuff because I was a little nerd as a kid. So I never had to really use it, but it was nice to have in my back pocket if I needed it. I mean, I'm still a nerd now, but. Okay, so we're going to hit save map. So that should save the new JSON file out. It's going to take a minute. We should see it populate over here. When it gets updated, this will fill out. And then we should see, next to the sprite, we should also see file name or something of that nature. It takes like 30 seconds. Yeah, that's the one I'd be worried about is if your son was to practice karate or something. He's got a bit of an attitude problem. He's got a bit of it. He's on the spectrum, so it's more like, these playlists are super short. So it's more like it's just kind of the way he is. He's gotten a lot better with like therapy and stuff. But it's just, yeah, it just comes with the territory. But yeah, if he used his knowledge to hurt somebody, I would be super fucking pissed at him. Like, unless, you know, if they deserved it. If he's defending himself, that's one thing. But if he just like wailed on someone because which I don't think, he's not very violent. He's not violent at all, which is kind of good. But yeah, being on the spectrum does, like, people that don't know would think like, oh, what an attitude problem, what a dick. It's like, oh, it's not really, he's not really a dick. He's just a little bit different. Did I not hit the button? Maybe I didn't hit the button. That could be it. Let's see. Okay, there, now the button highlighted. Okay, so it should be in like a couple seconds. It should pop through. I pay a little over $100 for unlimited boxing extras to classes. They really added child tax to all the kid stuff. All the sports are super expensive as well. I know, it's I don't know. I don't know what oh, it did. Fuck yes, fuck to the yes. It gives us the sprite name from there. So from that, we should be able to find it in the sprite atlas. So I think we're cooking with gas now. Okay, so since we've got that here, and we know this is the object, then how do we reference that child? Boop. Sprite atlas.getSprite. So we should, in theory, since we've saved the name, we should be able to go back into our load code, and try to do, what was it? We need to reference the sprite atlas, or we need to make. Do we need to reference the sprite atlas? We'd have to reference it, right? We can't just like magically pull it with no reference out of thin air. That would not be how things work. By default, Sprite Atlas will be referenced by the sprite and available at runtime. This means the sprite will be able to acquire the package texture from the Sprite Atlas when loaded. A sprite can be loaded without a reference to an atlas. A reference to a Sprite Atlas can be added later. See also Sprite Atlas Manager. Why, thank you, Uni. That's one time you actually did good. Sprite can be loaded without referencing any Sprite Atlas, thus having no texture. It will be invisible until the user generates this atlas on the fly. Well, I mean, we can just try it. We can try it and we'll see if it works or not. Like, it'll either work or it won't, so let's try it. Sprite Atlas .get sprite. Yeah, we have to reference it first then. Okay. Which is totally fucking fine. In game data, we will add a reference to... No, what do we do in test data? Test data is where we're practicing loading it, but... Yeah, for here, let's just hard code a reference to the Sprite Atlas just for giggles. Just to see if we're good after this. Public Sprite Atlas. Go, it's compiling. Yeah, that's how my son is, except his attitude leans towards the violence and where he gets... When he gets overwhelmed, it contained... Oh, I didn't remember. Was your son on the spectrum too? Yeah, I'm really lucky that it's not like the violent... Like that would... I mean... There's a couple times he's lost his temper a little bit. And like, he won't hit me because I'm bigger than him. But that makes me worry, like, fuck, when he gets big enough to think he could take me, then I have to worry about that. And that's going to be a whole nother fucking stressful situation. Like, yeah, one time he like hit my wife and I was just like, I lost my fucking mind. I was like, dude, I was like, you hit my wife. He's like, it's mom. I'm like, fuck, that's not your mother. That's my fucking wife. Like, that's my wife and my best friend that you just hit. That's not acceptable. Like, I don't give a fuck who you are. So I wasn't my best behavior for sure, but I didn't expect him to fucking hit her. And it wasn't a bad hit, but it was enough that it was like, no, that can never happen again, dude. Yeah, Colin's that way too. Once he gets a couple minutes to like relax, he'll come out and say sorry, which is good because he knows. Which is good that he knows that he like fucked up, and he'll come and say sorry later. So we found yeah, we're trying to get behavioral therapy. So we found a really good one that took our insurance and everything, and then COVID, like Charmin-19 hit. So they're like, we can come this week, and my wife's like, they're still seeing patients, so we're not really comfortable letting them into the house. It's like, it's super important to help him, but it's like, if it helps him at the cost of getting us sick, then I don't know if that's a great trade-off. Like, we've lived with this for like a number of years, so it's like, if we have to wait another 6 months or however long it takes to get it done, we can do that. And then hopefully it'll help him with his behavioral therapy to cope. It's really hard. I totally understand what you're going through. It's like one of the most it's like some people are like, oh, you're just a shitty parent. I'm like, no, I'm not. You're an ignorant idiot talking like that. Like, you have no idea how that even works. But it's like, yeah, it's super duper difficult. And then you feel like you're alone and you don't have anyone to turn to. So it's like, yeah. Oh, it's rough some days, for sure. So let's run the test load job. And and let's add the reference to the Sprite Atlas, as there can be only one. So there should be only one, and there is only one. Haha! Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I know I'm not alone, and I'm sure, I don't know, maybe you haven't. I could be projecting, but I'd imagine a lot of people have periods where they think they're alone when they're going through some of the rougher stuff. And it's just a matter of being like, no, you're not alone. It'll be okay. And just remembering that. Okay. But it's hard. I mean, the goal is just to help him learn the skills so that when he goes out in the real world, he doesn't get his face beat in for being an asshole to people. because he can think he can just talk to people the way he talks to them. Like, no, that's not how it works, dude. Like, dude, you're gonna get, if you say that to the wrong person, you're gonna get beat. You're gonna get your ass beat, kid. Like, I mean, I had that to an extent. Like, I actually got into a fight once as a kid because, oh, they're playing. I got into a fight once as a kid because we were in school and I was tired and I was cranky and I was a nerd, so I wouldn't talk to bullies ever, but like I threw a paperclip to my buddy. He was trying to pretend to like lockpick a lock, and then he threw the paperclip back at me, but it hit this bully guy and he's like, "Did you throw that paperclip at me?" And I was like, "No." And then typical, like, I realize now I'm totally on the spectrum. I said, "But I would if I wanted to." So the bully got up and just like fucking punched me in the face. And then I got up and I punched him in the nose and broke his nose, and I sat back down and started my work. And then I was the teacher's pet, so the teacher dragged him out in a chokehold because he was a policeman, a former policeman. And then he came back, he's like, "Billy." I was like, "What?" He's like, you got to go to the principal." I was like, "He hit me, I'm doing my work." He's like, "You still got to go because you punched him in the nose." I was like, well, that's fucking dumb, but it was good times. Okay, back to what we were doing. Sorry for the ranting. Moi, apologies. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna make a reference to the Sprite Atlas, and so what we're gonna try to do is see if we can. Well, we've got a variable to it, right? So we can just say Sprite Atlas, Sprite Atlas.get Sprite. Now we're cooking with gas, and we can say reference the Sprite name, right? It was Sprite name. So we can say the name is going to be, not that, the name will be data.xy because we got to reference it from the deserialized data. Sprite name. And then let's see if we can do that. That would be fucking amazing. And does this actually return a sprite? Like a legitimate sprite? Oh, dude, this will be fucking sweet. So could we actually just say, make that the sprite? Because it'll reference it from the Sprite Atlas. That would be so much winning. I would be super excited. Okay, let's see. Like, what's the worst that can happen? It'll either explode in a fireball or it will not. No compiling errors? Perfect. Okay. 3, 2, 1, fire the missiles. This should change to be something that isn't garbage, hopefully. I pray. Oh, please, Mr. Superman. Please, please work, Superman. This is going to take a bit to loop through 300 by 300 of JSON, so we just have to buckle our seats for a minute. While we're in there waiting for that to happen, let's say, let's add a debug just so we can see in the log. String format, please, not string fire. Started loading tile map. And then we'll put that finished. Let's go back to it thinking. No, it's totally thinking because I hit the pause button. If it wasn't churning data, that would have worked. So it is churning some stuff. It is doing some shit. But literally, yeah, like 300 by 300 is 90,000. 90,000 cells. Yeah, 90,000. So it's got to take some time, especially with JSON. Like, once we get this working, we'll convert it to binary. The binary should go a lot faster because it doesn't have to read in strings and then like parse that into data objects. It can just be stored in binary. So it's like orders of magnitude faster. Oh, here we go. What? Oh, I'm an idiot. I think I'm an idiot. Did I not have it write the cell out? No, I do have it setting. So it went through the data length. We're setting the color, but I don't think we're actually setting the tile anywhere. Yeah, I'm setting the tool, but I'm not actually painting the tile. Well, that was dumb of me. Duh. So we get the sprite here, and we're setting the color here. We actually need to set the tile as well. With this. So this should actually set the tile. So this should work. This is pretty epic music for getting serialization, deserialization working. But this is literally how you save stuff in Unity to a disk. You serialize it out, and for stuff that's not like, this is complicated. This is like mono behaviors and shit. But if you have stuff like in regular data classes, like all the stuff's in a game manager that isn't a mono behavior, a lot of this serializes like super easy. So it's easy in, easy out. But the tile manager's a mono behavior. So when you deal with mono behaviors, it gets a little more tricky. But it's still possible. It just means you have to put the work into it and then never update the version of Unity again because you don't want them to break your shit. Now, I mean, I totally understand now why like KSP and other games are just, they go to a version of the engine and then they don't fucking change it unless it's like a planned thing. Like, okay, in 2 years we're going to go to the newer version of Unity and get all the benefits there because I don't want to have to deal with everything that breaks when APIs change. Just totally a legit thing. Okay, so since we did that, I think we'll be kosher. I guess we'll see. Once it recompiles, let's do another test and see. That took a little bit of time. Let us pray. God bless. Let's open up this again, our tile manager. Let's rebuild this as a binary file and see if it's a little faster, because that took a little bit of time. I don't want to iterate when it takes like 3 minutes a piece. That would be a little annoying. So let's go to the game data, doober. And then we're going to pass this in as binary. So this will return binary data to us now instead of and this is calling tile manager. So now tile manager lets you pass in I need to pass in the, I didn't even need to pass in the atlas, did I? It just knew. It just fucking knew. It's that good. Yeah, so we didn't even have to pass a reference into this sprite when we did it last time. It just fucking worked, which was amazing. Oh, we don't need a reference to it because all we need, when we're saving it out, we just need to save the name of the file. When we deserialize it, that's when we need to reference the sprite atlas, because the sprite atlas knows like, oh, this picture, this is this motherfucking picture right there. Okay, so let's save this out, recompile, save this out as a binary file. Then we'll try. It should be a little bit faster to iterate on, since we know the data's the way we want it. I'm gonna make another. Oh, that was a terrible idea. Why would I do that? What's wrong with me? Oh, you monster. Let me do it on the back end, actually. Okay. I'm gonna make a tarball of all these files just so I don't lose them. Because they're gonna get overwritten once we rename this. Perfect. Okay. We're gonna run the game. We're gonna hit save again. This file is gonna turn into binary when that happens. Then we're gonna close the scene, go into load, and then try again. Okay. Epic testing music. Okay, good. Why is it so laggy for me all of a sudden? It's not normally that laggy. Weird. Oh, that was bizarre. Okay. So save. Boop. Oh, here comes the binary. See how much faster that was? It was like, done. Done. how that goes. 25 seconds. Not bad. Not bad for government work. Cool. Close out of that. And the file sizes are way bigger too. Like the train layer is now only 40 megs instead of 89 megs, so it like cuts it in half. Jobs no, test load, yes. Close this guy. Unload scene, yes. Let's go back into the test guy yonder. Make sure we're going to read in as binary instead of reading in as JSON. Would be a big haha funny if we read in the wrong thing. That wouldn't be funny, it would just be like, it doesn't work. This isn't JSON. Dum dum. We're going to read in the binary. And this is leveraging Odin serialization, which is open source as well, which you guys can use. And it's actually put into Tile Manager since it's open sourced. But yeah, props to those guys, they're awesome. Okay. Let's run and see what happens. Let's make sure we've got everything set, right? Right out set. Okay, everything's good. Let's go. I'm gonna yell into the mic if it works, so just... We'll see if the compressor works. If the compressor works, it won't kill you, and if it does, then you're all gonna never see me again. You'll be like, fuck you, jerk face. Hey, it fucking worked! Fuck yes! Dude, that is fucking amazing. Look at that. We fucking loaded in 90,000 cells from a binary file. Fuck yes, that is awesome. Now we just have to do that per layer, and we're fucking golden. So let's do it per layer. We've got all the other layer data. Let's fucking do it. So we're looping through the first layer. Is there a way to do... We have to load each one serially, right? So this could load the tile map. We can make a helper function to... Dude, that was fucking awesome. That was so fucking awesome. It took a while for sure. Like, it took a long fucking while. And let's add some debugging so we know how long... It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter how long the steps take. I guess it kind of does. In a way, it kind of does. We can call this at the end. It calls after some looping. So this we can just pass in a tile map. The tile map to load. And then here we would say... The tile map would be... that guy, because that would be passing in the tile map. But that would be the same name, so that would be not great. Well, we're passing in a tile map, so we don't need to kick into a tile map at this point. It's like, it just works. Oh, because I'm not labeling it the same way. My bad. Okay. So the tile map's going to come into this function now. And then we're going to pass in the path, the string path. And it'll be my path. And then we should pass in this and we're good to go. Then it's going to read all the bytes in from my path. It's going to have what it needs here. And then we're going to pass in data format. It's going to be, you guessed it, data format. And this is going to go from a test file to a live file. Or to, like, we're going to move this into a real function eventually. So this is only loading one tile map. So we need another function that's going to loop through all of these. So we're going to make public void regenerate tile. Oops. So you're going to loop through actually this should, instead of being game objects, this is game objects. Oh, this is a reference to game objects. That's why I was saying get component. Okay. And then this would be var. So it would be, we can type it properly. Equals the component file map. Okay. So that will actually restore that. So we're passing in game objects, but this should be, this can be an array of game objects so that we can just pass in X number of them. So we'll do public game object array. We'll call it map layers, or what am I gonna call it? Tile maps. Tile maps. We're gonna pass in all the tile maps you want to work with, and then all this shit, all the concept of this shit goes away. And then what we're gonna do here is, one, make sure it looks not gross. We're gonna for loop through the tile maps. Tile maps like length. And then we're gonna call load tile map for each one. Load tile map. We're gonna pass in the game object. So we're gonna pass in tile maps I. The path is going to be let's do the string path here. And then tile map path. And then tile map path right now goes to what's that go to right now? Goes to this. So how do we break this out to be dynamic? It's fucking epic music for working. Okay. So because it's SWS, this is the seed. Tile, we're loading a tile map. So the thing that needs to change is like this is the name of the layer here. So it would be the game object name, which is easy. So we'll throw this in here. And it's going to be the seed, which is going to be defaulted to 0. But we're still going to put it up here. Oh, it needs to be 1 dum-dum. It's going to be the seed. And then tile map's the name of it, and then it's going to be, this is going to be the game object name. And then that'll be tile maps I dot name. Yeah. So that'll be the path. That should totally work fine. Find path, and then the last thing we need is the format. So we want to do binary, so we're gonna pass in binary. What's your fucking problem? Oh, I'm expecting to be a tile map, but it's really a game object. Mod add. Okay, there we go. So then instead of calling on start, calling regenerate tile maps, we're going to call load tile map. And then regenerate tile. So this should, when this is done, it's going to take a little bit, but when this is done, it should do all of the fucking layers. We might run into an issue with the trees, but we'll seize. Get it? We'll seize the trees? Yeah. We'll seize the trees or we'll seize the trees? I don't understand. Do you mean seize or seize? I don't know. Could be anything. Okay. Let's recompile. Good. Then we have to add, and this nice handiness here is from the Odin. Gosh darn it! It's from the Odin tools that you can buy. Super worth it if that's any of your jam. Good. Perfect. We'll add them all. Blood fill layer. I'd really like to add all of them. Can I add more than one? I can't. That's a no. But can I add? Oh, I know what I can do. Haha. The old school trick will probably still work. Lock this son of a gun. And then drag all of them in. Do mother. There we go. One train layer. Perfect. Awesome. Unlock. That's like an OG trick that you learn when you're trying to do shit the hard way. Okay, so now we're gonna loot through all these things. Tile map path no longer matters because we're gonna extract that. Okay, let's see. We're gonna run this, and it's gonna take a while. Hopefully it doesn't explode in a fireball. Motherfucker. Okay. Time at path. Oh, you shouldn't be running anymore. My path would just be my... You're coming in as my path. Oh. Is that the only spot we reference it? Because I can totally just make that the right variable. Ah. There we go. There we go. Okay. Recompile and try again. So we're about to kick off a test of, we've saved tile maps. We've saved 9 layers of tile maps. I think it's 9, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9. So we saved 9 tile maps out to binary with a tile representation. And now we're working on building it. We got the first layer done. We just saw that. Now we're going to loop through all 9. It's probably going to take a couple minutes to do this. So I'm going to hit play. And then I'm going to go run. I'm going to leave this up for you. But I'm going to go run to the restroom, and I'll be back in a second. Let me make sure the music's going to stay on for you. Or it's not going to fucking work. Or it's just not going to work. So I'm glad I waited a second. Okay. Oh. Okay. My bad. Okay, hold on. Let us see what we goofed up. Persistent data path, yes. What did I typo? I typoed something stupid. That should just be the name of the game object. Oh, I'm dumb. It's using 0 instead of 2. Wow, that was super dumb of me. Super dumb of me. Dude, it is crazy. Like today, like since it's the middle of the day, like Rocket has like almost 300 people watching him code. That is awesome. I love that guy. He's so fucking cool. He's so fucking cool. Where are we? We're in the last song already, so let's get some more music queued up from our Electro Orchestra. What was that, Across the Galaxy? Electronic techno. Let's see what this one is. Okay. Let's hit play, make sure it doesn't explode into a fireball. It could, at any minute. And play. Okay, I'm going to run to the restroom. I'm going to refresh my beverage. So I'll be right back. I'm going to leave the screen up so you can see if it finishes. Like, if you see the same kind of thing before, like the tiles there, but you also see the mountains and the lakes and shit and trees, we fucking did great. We're awesome. We can kick ass. I'll be right back in just a second. Thanks for hanging out. Welcome back. Let's see what we've got. Okay. It broke. Okay, well. At least we got the first layer done. So let's see what it broke with and how we can fix it. And what we can do from here. Okay. So it died trying to run the second loop, huh? It said starting loading here, and it died. Oh, because it was doing each one individually. So let's add a little bit better debugging while we're in here, of course. We'll say starting loading tile map. We'll say starting loading tile map 0. And then we'll have an end loading time map. Because it looks like we got through the first one, but the second one had some issues. Oh my goodness. Is it, what'd you say? Oh, thank you. Can I have a kiss? Here, I'll turn the camera off. I love you. You're beautiful. I love you. Stop trying to hold me. Your hands are so cold. Don't touch me down there. This is a family stream. You fucking crazy lady. I'm just kidding. It's not a family stream. And she wasn't doing anything. I just... Oh, we got like... The store finally has real paper towels again. We've been using these things that I had playfully referring to as diet paper towels because they were garbage. And it's like, this is like Diet Dr. Pepper, but it's like garbage. So, nice. So what did we mess up here? Stream could not parse. Invalid binary data stream could not parse the data type byte 0 in an unknown array type. Okay, so let's see. Let's see, the names might be... Oh, the names... No, the names are right. Terrain layer. Terrain layer worked. SWS terrain layer. Dot bytes. Wall layer. Unit layer. Item layer. Highlight layer. We can also spit out, instead of the number, we can also start spitting out this as well, right? Like 0. Index 0. And the name will be this guy. And let's just comment this out just to make sure that, see what the names spit out as. I'll put this here, even better. Oh, no, 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 wrong. Okay. Let's see what we get. Just to make sure, it seems like we're not loading the right file name, which is what it... Well, that doesn't necessarily make sense because the first run worked, so it was weird. We should get a nice bunch of debug here. Let's actually, while we're in here, that looks like it worked, right? Let's spit out what the path will be. Right? Like, makes sense. Name, path. So before we waste a bunch of time, it should be spitting out the right file names, you know? My path. Let's see what we get. Because there's something we're missing. Something stupid, I'm sure. SW0 tile map mislayers, yeah. That file name at the end is wrong for sure, too. That shouldn't have changed anything. Time up 0 train layers, wall map. We know that works because it loaded the first one. So wonder if it's the errors related to whatever data is in that file. I bet it's not. Let's see. I bet it's not as. It was trying to do. The second thing it loaded was what? Wall layer? Wall layer. So let's open up wall layer from our previous thing and see what we get. It's got everything there. Okay. So let's just, well, not do that. Let's just copy this code, comment all this out. Grumble, grumble. Say if I equals 1. Let's do this right now only for the first one. So it'll skip the other stuff. It'll load on the wall so we can see if there's something with the wall data that's causing it to be wonkified. Okay. Let us pray. Hopefully it fails quick. I'm gonna turn off the camera and munch on a sandwich at least in your ears. Not in your ears, but gosh darn it, it didn't work. Invalid binary data stream. That was 170K. There's 15 megs. In JSON it was 15 megs. In this it's 15 megs. Straightforward. Is there any code that is going to work differently as we come in here? Byte array. Coming in data format. Creating the tile. Let me take a bite. Actually, I'll just leave the camera on and I'll eat quietly. Let's see, did we not save? I mean, when in JSON data, the data was saved fine, right? Like, here's the wall data before we turn it to that sprite name is edge1. Is edge1 not in? Is edge1 not in a thing? In a atlas? Trying to read the data, it was giving shit for it. What in the world? Well, shit, that would explain that. Okay. We only saved out. What the fuck? Why is that that way? The timestamps are all the same. Why did that get saved as not binary? Well, that explains why it's not working. Okay, well, let's see. what an idiot I am. Because that's the only one I converted to binary. You freaking dum-dum. You freaking dum-dum. Let's make that easy to do so we don't have that happen again. We'll just do that one time and not be dumb. We're a big dumb dummy. Okay. Well, at least that makes sense. Which means we're still on the right track. And that means we don't have to edit the DLO anymore. We're good to go. Boom. Okay. So now we have to reopen our other save, resave again, because we are dumb. I always miss some mundane detail. Okay, let us resave, and then we'll reload, and then we'll be good, and then we'll profit. And then we'll say, we have tools in the tile manager that will let you pass in a tile map and save it out to binary, and then you can reload it. And then we should probably go the extra mile. And since we're working the load stuff here for tile map, we should move that into the tile manager too to show people how to, so it has like a load map so that people can see an example of how to do it. Because it's one thing to like serialize the data, but then how do you unserialize it? Like that's important to provide people code for that too. So that's, oh, my daughter just sent me a message. Let's see. You are ridiculous, girl. I love you. My daughter is cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. It's saved in 10 seconds. Nice. We should go back here. This will be binary now. Perfect. See, you go in expecting it not to work, so then you don't do everything. And then when it does work and you try to take the next step, you're like, why didn't it work? Oh, because I did it dum-dum style. Okay. Let's go back into the code here for the test data. Remove that exception. Now it should just work. Hopefully. And while this runs, I will eat a sandwich in your ear. With the mute on, of course. Motherfucker. It couldn't get a reference to the sprite object. What?
Sorry for these poor fools.
it didn't find any reference to this. Okay, let's add our debug code again so we can test this. There's probably something that's not in the sprite atlas. So that's at least easy to figure out. And this can actually be debug.error log, right? Log error. Okay. It'll actually break for us. We can do it. Let us go. You know, I actually realized we might not actually have sprite names. That could be a thing we have. Like, that's probably what's happening. The sprite name isn't even set. So we should look. If there's no sprite, then there's no fucking sprite. Because Terrain has a sprite everywhere, but the other layers might just be null. So we should be able to do that. Not null. Move that in here. Comment that out for now. And the final optimization we could do is to build out this sprite tile sheet and then just do set bulk. That should be a lot faster for painting. So we can do that once we get this sorted out. Okay, let's open up the wall manager and see what in the flying fuck it's giving shit about. Yeah, yeah. Good times. Right name. Go to the end. 299 by 299. You have a sprite name. Your tile is null. We have all the fucking records. And we're out of music, so we need to find the next thingamabobber. We're making it playlisty, so we don't have to do this once. No, I'm not feeling that. That's kind of like, ugh. No thanks. That's a little better. Okay. It's more like a fucking battleship klaxon, but it's okay. What is this? Repeating itself all now. What could possibly be here that doesn't exist, right? That would be null. Like... Right tile, train... Oh. Oh. The fuck? What is this son of a bitch right here? It's like, I'm just... 296, 262, this is just like, we're all not... Like, what? What the fuck is this shit? Why do you have null values here? What the fuck? Yeah, we obviously don't want null fucking values everywhere. Okay, we need to change the saving then, because if we're getting null values, which is a problem, it looks like some records are just like, there's no hex here. Which maybe that's it, there's nothing here, so it's like there's nothing to show there, so it has nothing there. So we need to change. We need to change the saving mechanic, I guess, then. That we don't ever want to take in null data, like, sorry, if there's no tile here. Yeah, if there's no tile. Well, here we have is has tile continue. That I thought that should work, but I guess it obviously doesn't work. Continue just skips, right? So it has no tile, it should skip. But then doesn't that mess up the... It has no tile. Fit it. Yeah, so it's like the two things of like, if there's no tile here, maybe instead of that having no tile, just continue. If it has no tile, we just use dummy data, right? Like null, maybe? Just so that the... It seems like the loop is like, there's nothing here by that title because there's no... There's nothing here that has that data. Or maybe we can work around it by null checking the data, like right that we did here. If data xy equals null, continue from there. Maybe that would work. Skip if there's no data for a position. Maybe that'll work. Because like, I don't want to record extra data if there's nothing there. Like just saying null, that's a waste of space. But if we can skip it on the way back through, then maybe we can still be okay, and kind of efficient in a way because we're not worrying about that. Let's see. Take 3, 144. So far, so good. Back scratcher. Oh, yeah, we go. That's what I'm talking about. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, a little bit nice. Okay, it did it. So that was all we have to do. We have to skip if there's no data on the way back in. Skip. Oh yeah, the back scratcher on your feet, so good. Have to inject some disinfectant into it to, get rid of germs for it. Okay, so now we should be able to go back. I think we've worked through hopefully all the edge cases now. There's no data for position, skip, awesome. And then we can come back here, once again remove this if, because we don't need it. And let's see, we're making good progress though. Saving all this data out to disk is super helpful. Like at that point, you actually have a real game because you don't have to just run everything in the editor. You've got stuff you can save to the hard drive, and if you can save to the hard drive, you can load it back in, and you're in a good place. So this is a big deal. It's kind of a big deal. Like EJSA is kind of a big deal. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god, we did it. We did it, boys and girls. This is data we loaded from the disk in all of its glory. We loaded it all to the disk. Now let's check the top out. Let's see if everything looks copacetic. Its name is Tile, which is, does that really matter? I don't think it really matters. Because it's got the sprite. If it matters, we'll find out pretty fucking soon for sure. Okay. Oh, what did it air on? Temp highlights didn't even find anything. Okay, so we're getting there. Okay, so let's do temp highlights then. File is not found. There must be a typo there then. Temp highlight layer. Oh, I have temp highlights layer. How am I saving it fucked up then? That's like literally the name. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's literally that simple. It just died right in the middle. Try again. No whammies. Oh, gosh darn it. I renamed it in the play state, so as soon as I left play state, it goes back to the wrong name. So it's going to be broken again, and we're going to have to just wait a second for this to get done. Let's do the finger dance while I wait. Oh, I should have a real orange screen coming today, so I can actually... Or green screen, not like an EJ orange screen, but a real green screen, so I don't have to do the blue back there, so I might look a little bit less fuzzy. I have this little bit of angelic glow on me. I am an angel, after all. So the glow kind of makes sense. You know, part angel, you know, don't tell anybody. No BD. NBD, baby. NBD. This should not error at the same spot. Hopefully. Because it's grabbing the object name, so it should be okay now. Let me check the other ones while we're here. Like, before it errors again. Wall layer, unit layer, highlight layer. Yes. Flood fill. Yes. Oh, flood fill is called flood fill. This is going to error on flood fill now. It's gonna be, there's no flood fill layer, dum-dum. Like, oh, I know, jeez. Look, see, when you don't follow your conventions, bad stuff happens. And I did it in the play again, because I am the dumb. Just making sure you guys are watching, that's all. Making sure you're paying attention. And that should be the last one. Which this isn't bad. This would just be like a... This would be even faster in the console, or in a build. It's not going to have all the Unity stuff it has to do, so it'll go quicker. You just have a little like picture of a dude like, hey, we're loading. Thanks for being patient. You know, something cheesy. Something arty. Like, I learned a really good trick from Yor earlier when he was talking about putting a small oval back, a small black oval that fades to transparent, like under or behind someone to give it a sense of depth or shadow. Hey, it fucking worked, dude. Look at this. This is our map that we loaded from disk. How fucking cool is that? Let's make sure it does have the colliders. That's something to check. The colliders are important. It has the colliders. Boom. Nice. Okay. Now that we got that done, which is amazing, by the way. Like, well done to all of you guys. We just loaded, what was it, 90,000? So 300 by 300, 90,000 times 9. We just loaded 810,000 cells, give or take if there was some null. But we just loaded 810,000 cells in, like, what, 2 or 3 minutes from the disk? So we're going to take a screenshot, we're going to tweet it out. Boop. We're going to put that on the old Tweeterinos real quick. Loading from disk. We're going to make the tweet. A map. Saving. Let's see. Come check it out. TV/Wheatley. Unity. Game dev. Programming. Cool. And let's add the picture. $810,000 hexes of map grid load saved. Saved and loaded. Boop. Perfect. Okay. Cool. Thank you guys for your patience. I appreciate it. Okay, so now that we've got that done, there's a couple things. I want to try to move some of this functionality back in, for at least for the maps. So like the maps, we've got a function for saving a tile set out. We've got a function for, so we've got the save tile map function. We should have a load tile map function too, I think, where we just same kind of thing. We pass in an array, same exact shit that we need. And then we can do it in here. Okay. And let's move this to a different, no, it's got to stay in the same file, I guess. File manager. Public static void. Well, it's not going to be void, right? Well, actually, what do we do in this one? What do we do for our code? It returns void because we're loading a tile map. So we need to first have a loop. We need to first have a load tile maps that takes in the stuff that we care about, which is a path. Load tile maps. So it's going to take in a game object of the tile map. Well, actually, this will be the first function that will pass in an array. We'll pass in an array of game objects. Objects. We'll call it same thing, tilemap.geo. Because this will mean that we open source this, people will get access to this code. They'll get examples of how to load and do stuff, which I think is super helpful. String my path. The data format that you're doing your work in, of course. And what else do we need? We need path. First thing is the tile maps. So we're looping through the tile maps which we're passing in. Passing in a path. And the path has to be we shouldn't do the array version. We should just do the singular and let the person on the end write the code that loops over it. I think that would be a little bit more straightforward and less error prone. So we're gonna pass in the tile map game object path, because then you can just, your path can be whatever you want it to be instead of having to like make decisions for the person using it on the other end. So we're gonna pass in the tile map game object path and the data format. Let's build the pass in game object with a tile map attached. Pass in a tile map and a pass in a tile map to restore to. And actually, we'll need to know here. We'll need to know. Will we? Will we need? What will we need to know? We'll need to do. We'll need to do the loop that actually sets the tiles. So all this would need to return to load it would be. What do we do on our end? On our end, we do some magic here, and then we call set tile. So all we need. We don't really need this. Doesn't return. This can still return void because it's going to paint the cells for you. Because you're pasting in the tile map you want to write to. You're pasting in the path to. My path is going to be a binary file that you'd like to restore, and then the data format that file's in. Okay. Pass in a tile map. Pass in a tile map to restore to, and a path to a data object, because it could be a different format. A data object doesn't fucking matter. Data object. A saved. Pass in the time up to restore your data to. Along with a path to a saved data object. And load your data. Okay, tilemap.geo is pass in. This would just be a game object with a tile map attached. This would be path to the data object you've saved with, data object saved with. And it'll be data object saved with save tile maps. I think that's what they call it, right? Save tile map? Save tile map, singular. And this would be load data map. And then the data format is the format the data is stored in. Because you could store it in binary, JSON, or there's one other one I always fucking forget. What is the other fucking one? I forget. What's going on here? Where's my pants? Nodes. Whatever nodes is. Format does not serialize to a byte stream, but is a list of data nodes in memory which can be serialized by Unity. Highly inefficient and primitive. Yes. That sounds like what we don't want to fucking do. Okay. So then we're going to move all this logic into here. And clean it up since it's going to go out to the full world. Okay. Clean it up so it's less disgusting. What up, Flykin? Would you like to help me with my game on Patreon? Let me answer question. Hey, Flykin, would you like to help me with my dream that I've been working on for 7 years of making this game? I can make a Patreon if you'd like to support me. Or I've got a donation button below, or you can just subscribe. If you want to subscribe, that would totally help me out. I'd appreciate it. How did that feel? And that should answer your question. It only takes $99 to put a game on Steam, so that's not the end of the world. Like, if you need $100, I can send you $100 eventually. I don't think you need a Patreon for that. Of all the candidates of someone who should get COVID-19 and die. Do. Okay, let's clean up the cruft. We're gonna grab a world tile, which is already here. Loop over the deserialized data and paint the tile map, yes. If there's no data, skip, that's true. We need to know its position so we can call back to set. That's still reasonable information to have. Position where the tile will live on the tile map. Set the flag so you can actually do stuff to it. If the sprite tile is not equal, don't do anything. But this will grab to do support non-sprite atlas based sprites. Right now it only supports that. If you don't have, man, it's over already. This music, either time is flying because we're making good progress and we're just like in the fucking zone, or the songs are so short that it's really French electro. This could be interesting. They're not saying I surrender all the time. We'll skip those four. Okay. Cool. I didn't hear your answer, Flykin. What happened? Are you going to subscribe to me, Flykin? Because then I can give you this. I can be like, I can do that. So here's the thing: if you ask a question, wait for the person to fucking answer you. Like that's a good thing to be a good watcher. So you said, would you like to help me on my game with Patreon? I'm trying to earn enough money to get on Steam. My answer, hey Philip. My answer was, let me answer your question with a question. Would you like to help me support my game that I've been working on for 7 years by subscribing below or donating? There's a donate link below as well. Would you like to do that? And then I said, how does that feel? So you can learn. And then I said, Steam only charges $99 to put a game on there. So I don't think you need a Patreon for that. If you really are that hard up for $99, when I get paid in a couple weeks, I will give you $100 if that'll help you. I don't think that you'll need Patreon for that though. So yeah, like it's only 99 bucks. That does not seem Patreon worthy. Like, does it? Unless you're not telling me what it actually means. Okay. Let's go through. Oh, Philip, we just saved. Like, remember a couple weeks ago we were working on saving out the tile map, and I was just like, fuck that. So we finally have the tile map. We saved it to disk. So here is the binary of our whole map. And as you'll see, it's all binary data. So we're gonna go here, and we're just gonna run this while we're working. And it's going to load. It's in binary. It was the map is about a little shy of 100 megs for a 90,000 hex map. 90,000 hex. It's actually 810,000 hexes because it's a 300 by 300 times 9 because there's 9 layers to it. So it's not. That doesn't seem like the most. That doesn't seem like it's terrible. I mean, there's probably optimizations we could do. What I've heard from a whole community was if you don't have enough to put it into fees, then do crowdfunding. Yeah, but it's only 99. Steam is super cheap now. It's like $99. It's not that much anymore. Like I have 2 games that I paid $99 for, so it's not the end of the world. What you need to do is, yeah. See, look, Philip, we loaded this from the binary files. This is from the disk drive. It's even got the colliders and everything, so it's super cool. But if you're hard up for $100, I get paid in like a week and a half, so I can help you out then. It's a little tight for us now. I was supposed to get, I don't know, it's either going to be tight or it's not going to be tight. It's most likely going to be tight because I think I'm not going to get something I was expecting. So I will probably can help you over the next month and get you the $100 you need. Would you like to build an app? That's what you sounded like when you came in. You're like, would you like to build it? Would you like to build an app? Would you like to build an app? Would you help me build an app? Like, and then it's on your forehead like, don't build an app with him. It's like, why not? Okay. Oh yeah, so if you don't, we don't even need this code, I think. I don't think we've actually got a case where there's no sprite. Yeah, I don't think we need that code. But let's leave it in. If you don't have a sprite, don't error. And then this shit is all Garbaggio. We don't need. That was also Garbaggio. Refresh the tile maps. Okay. So we should be able to do another build and then load everything from here by looping over this and then putting that into the open source project. So let's do another build. Let me make sure I saved actually. Save all. Would you like to build an app? Debug. Oh, it didn't fucking work. You motherfucker. Oh, I gotta pass in a sprite atlas. Okay, we have to pass in a sprite atlas for this to make it work too then. And we'll call it Sprite Atlas. No, I said Sprite Atlas. And then we will need to add that here. Will this automatically grab it for me? It won't. You piece of garbage. Is there an easy way to add that when you add parameters? Like, I've always wondered. Let me see. Nope. Oh well, it's not the end of the world. Sprite Atlas, where your sprites are stored. Must have sprites in a Sprite Atlas. To do support raw sprites. Sprite sheets must always be in Sprite Atlas. Build it now. Commits to building. I'm a developer, not a marketer, so I don't know how to come at people. You're not a developer. That's making it like you just don't have any house training. And that's why I'm giving you that feedback, because unless somebody tells you, you don't know. Like, unless people told me that I was being an obnoxious asshole, I would miss it. So I understand how, and I'm not saying you're being an asshole, but the way you come at people, not everyone's going to tell you, they're just going to fucking block you. But I'm telling you, like, that is very, like, that comes off super off-putting. Like, you wouldn't like it if someone did that to you. Or maybe you wouldn't give a shit and maybe like, oh, I don't care because I'm on the spectrum, so it's cool. And like, I totally get that. But normal people, neurotypical people, I think that's the PC term for it. People not like you and me, they're gonna get annoyed at that stuff. So you have to think carefully. Like the way I would approach it, be like, hey Wheatley, how are you doing? Because if you just come right in and the only thing you say is give me money, that's super off-putting. But if you come in and if you really want to work it into a conversation, you come in, oh, what are you working on? This is really cool. You show some interest, which isn't necessarily, I know people are going to think it's like, oh, then you're just being conniving, but it's not really, because if you're like me, like all of this stuff isn't natural for you. So you actually have to actively think like, what's the right way to say this? So you don't sound like an asshole, because I don't know how to, I'm like a social retard, so I don't know how to talk right. So I think about all that stuff. So it's not me being like a sociopath. It's me trying to think like a normie. Like, what would a normie think about this? Because I think about it differently. So you should work in the conversation, see what you're doing, then be like, hey, I'm still working on my game, I'm progressing it, I need a little bit of help with the Steam stuff. That would be way less off-putting. And then maybe you'd be like, oh yeah, I would totally help you. Like, but I'm serious, if you need $100 and you're that hard up for it, I will, in like the next 2 to 4 weeks, I can get it to you. I can probably do half when I get paid, because it's super tight right now. I can probably do half this next check and then the other half after for Steam, and then you're good to go, like if you really want to do it. But you can launch on itch.io and link people to that for free, so you don't need any money for that if you really want to publish a game. So then it's just, itch.io is a really good platform, so it doesn't have to be Steam. Like, this isn't going to be the likelihood of like you getting rich off your first game is going to be pretty infinitesimal, but you can try it. Let me read. And I hope you didn't think I'm being an asshole. I'm just trying to help you. Maybe forgot something or down here, but are there 9 times 9 these saved items? there is 9 layers, and each layer is 90,000 hexes because it's 300 by 300. So it's really 300 by 300 times 9 is the total number of hexes we're saving for about 100 megs. There's probably ways to make it smaller, but for now, I'm actually happy with it. I don't know, I'm really proud and happy that I've gotten so far with it. I really want it on Steam. Also, don't worry about if it's tight, then keep it. I also don't get the app meme thing. No, it's from Rick and Morty, where the little guy will come and he's like, would you like to develop an app? And then eventually, fuck, what's his name? The dad, he's like, yeah, I want to build an app. This sounds great. And it's like a terrible app. But it's all good. Do you have any experience with the HTML UI stuff? When you say HTML UI, what do you mean? But yeah, you don't feel like you need to be the only way you can be successful with Steam, Flykin. Just use itch.io. Like, watch. See? They're coming out with a new UI soon anyway, so you might want to not go crazy with it. Like, in the next couple months, it's going to have a UI. So you can just work with a crappy UI and just do set widths, a fixed width font for your a fixed width for your game, and then then when the new UI stuff comes out, work on it then, because they're supposed to be doing things like, for instance, if you want to make a game that like looks good at 2K, and then you want to scale down to 1080p okay, and then you want it to run at 720 okay, without all your menus going all over the fucking place, it's a nightmare. Like, it's super duper hard. It's way harder than it needs to be. The math to do it is hit and miss. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Like, it's worth waiting for the next couple months for the UI stuff to come out, which I think it's coming out soon. And if it's going to be longer than that, then yeah, you're going to want to do a pass on figuring that out. But there's no reason you can't make an itch.io site. Like, why do you need it to be on Steam? Because you could do itch.io for just as easily, and they support games, and you can do dev blogs there to build up a community. I mean, it takes work. Nothing's easy. It takes work. Like, if somebody makes it look easy, then they're doing a great job of making it look easy. It's not easy. You've got to be prepared. Just putting it on Steam isn't gonna be magic, you know? Where's your link to your game? I haven't even played it yet. Can you link up your Let 'em Dare entry? Or if you have it on itch.io, we link it up and I'll play it. What would the benefit of storing it in one map be, though, Philip? Because each one of the cells has to be layered on top of each other. So you can set, if you want to sell it on itch, you can set a price to sell it on itch, or you can set a bare minimum. It's like Humble Bundle. You can say, you can look at this for free, and then this costs at least this much. You can do those kind of things. But, you would probably have better luck if you put it up there and you have some blurb about who you are and what you're trying to do and getting people to donate to you, rather than putting a price tag on it that people are going to have to buy to try it, and then they might not. I don't know. You do you. You do what you think is right. But yeah, I totally want to check it out. I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, you can drop it in. Drop it in here. Okay, so now we need to do a new build, which I think we did. 11.12. So let's copy it over. Let's go to the editor, have it update. Then let's move this example code now becomes, this is little apps. The example code now becomes this, where we just loop through and load the tile manager. And we do that on game data. So let's open up game data. Let's get the load stuff working. Because we have save map working now. Save map works, because that's just the map. But it's the similar for other kind of things. Something to really understand is I didn't get to finish, and it's super, super, super bare bones. It's almost not playable, but it is. It's almost not playable. It is. Let's see. I felt the heat of time limit as we were being my first game jam, as well as being my first release to public game. I hope that someone enjoys the time playing it. You're a programmer in a company with a small office building. After a hard night of rain and thunderstorms, you walk into work with your head held high. It slowly drops as you notice no one else has shown up yet. You visit your desk to set up and begin work. You hear some noises upstairs, sound like someone's stomping around. So you get up to get something to eat. You notice a note, beginning to wonder who else is here. Point of the game is just wander around and find clipboards. Didn't really have time to flesh it out. It's a true story. Okay, let's see. No. Let's open it up and play it real quick, and then we'll start music again. You're downloading RAR. That's hacker stuff. Let's extract it. Play it. This is like, fuck you. Are you gonna play? Are you just gonna sit there and look funny? Like, what's your deal, man? Okay, here we go. I think. There. Oh, it is running 2 times. Cool. Start. There we go. 3rd time's a charm. 3D. That's not a bad start for 3D. A little foggy. Like a lot foggy. Did you make these assets yourself, or did you do the jam so you didn't have to make your own homegrown assets? Because these look way better than I'd expect you to do, not having any experience. This is my desk. I've spent many hours in the chair. I wonder what where everyone else is. Okay. Were these all free assets? Where'd you get them from? The free asset website thing? Your coworkers are minced in the barrel by the corner. Find them. Find me what I deserve, or you'll join them. Okay. We're playing a game made by Flykin in the chat. He's an acquaintance from another stream. Why does it sound like I'm on fucking sand? So you have a sprint meter. Will not survive very long wandering around like this. Mom won't survive very long wandering around like this. I'm growing increasingly angry with you. The end, I guess. Okay. The end. Well, fun game. I can tell because they totally look different. It's like you're walking on grass. Oh, the store opens up now? Okay. Without any way of telling the player that, then that's kind of hard to see for sure. Missed a clipboard, which is the true end. It's on the computer under the desk. I swear to God, if this is like a jump scare, I'm going to fucking kick you right in the nuts. Oh, there it is. You've won. Sorry for the stupidly simple game. This is a Ludum Dare entry and didn't have much time. Thank you for playing my first game ever. Feel free to roam around and check out the rest of the level. To exit, tab out, and close the window. Oh, not bad, Flakin. Yeah, so you could put it on itch.io and keep growing it that way, you know? It's way too suspenseful. Don't like that one either. We're working on things together. This is totally epic movie. What are you booing for? Why'd you boo? What happened to the bullet thing? You were asking about bullets. So where the fuck are the bullets? Oh. Not bad. Solid 3. The mood was pretty good. You gotta give more ratings. You've only given 2.5. You gotta average at least 20. Oh, what was the bullet thing? I remember you asking about bullets, and now I'm really curious, because you're like, oh, how do I do bullets? And there's no goddamn bullets in there, so... WTF, what the French toast? Or did you have to cut that out? Okay, so what are we doing? We're back to... We're fucking shit up, that's what we're doing. So we're going to go in and we're going to... We've got the save map. We're going to go to load map, and we're going to get that to work by calling in the tile manager. This was the old way we did it with like Unity game objects. What a fucking nightmare that used to be. Ugh. Pain in the anus for sure. So we're going to call... We need a reference to the tile maps then. Because the game manager has to know... Well, the game data doesn't need to know that, but the game manager should have a reference to it, which I think the game manager does, or maybe the menu manager does. Let's see where the references are for these on the normal level. Test load, you've done your distance. So you started a project and you switched like halfway through to that one? That's normal for Ludum Dare. Good job though. Like you did really good for switching halfway through then. That's really nice. Nice work. I'd like to develop an app. So let's see where... You've probably got references to these grids somewhere. Probably menu manager? Maybe? System route. There's menu manager. Okay. Does anything have the tile maps? They don't. There's got to be something that references these fucking things. Yeah, something has to have reference. Like, because when we build, board manager has to have reference to it. Board manager is in game manager, and game manager is in somewhere in here. Board manager. Oh, unless we're actually, I think we're just referencing the grid and then the children under the grid. So that would still work for loading. So that's still working, so that's not bad. I think we do get child. Let's see what we're doing. No, fuck you. Get child. Or board manager. Okay, so board manager has references to these things. On start. Okay, so here in load, we have to kill all of this stuff. We don't need any of that shit. What calls load map in here? Because we were calling it from some other terrible thing. So yeah, the file has to exist for one, or it won't kick off. So the file does exist. Then we're gonna call. We need to loop through. Load map's gonna have to loop through all these bad mammer jammers. They don't have tile maps, so we're gonna have to loop through the stuff from board manager. We know what's there. So we can manually, I mean, we know what's here, so we don't need a dynamically call them in. We can just do it one by, well, we can build the array, right, of that. Be fine. So this will be tile maps array. We'll call it tile maps. I know, pretty ingenious name. New tile map with 9 objects. Yes. What are you pissed about? Do we need to? Oh, array of tile maps. What? And this will become load tile map. This will become tile tools load tile map. Would you like to develop an app? We're gonna pass through. We're gonna pass in my path data format as well as the sprite atlas. The sprite atlas we need to pass in is going to be. So we'll need to add this sprite atlas to the game manager, because it is important to have that. And the game manager tracks all of the. It does crazy things like manage the game. I know. What up, Tony? No, it was. Yeah, that was 5 years ago. It's a long way to go. A long way to go. So yeah, it's a whole nother life from now. Yeah, how are you doing, sir? How are you feeling? You feeling any better than you were the other day? We went through our board meeting and I think we're good. I mean, we're one of the ones they want to keep going, so they want us to conserve cash to make it through the downturn, which I think we can do. Well, the company thinks we can do, but worst case, they said they would. We're one of the ones they want to make sure survives. They were being like super straight up about it because they have a big portfolio of like more than 10 and less than 100 companies that they have portfolios in. So we were one of the ones they want to make because we have the potential to be, you know, the Chewy level B company. Without the, now that I'm officially 2 years not working anymore, I can be like, fuck Chewy, they're terrible people. In leadership anyway. Terrible leaders. I fucking hate them. I hope they all get COVID-19. Yeah, why can't the people that I want to get COVID-19 get COVID-19? Like, if it's going to happen to people, why can't it happen to the shitty people? Why do the good people have to fucking die? That's what sucks. But I don't get to play God, so. Yeah, terrible engineers, great engineers, terrible leaders, great engineers. Sad to see such a waste of talent. Yeah. Hopefully they make it through too, man. There's a lot of good people that still work there. There's some dickheads. But you know, that's what you get when you have shitty leaders that hire shitty people. because they have like a bigger cock. Oh, your cock is so big and delicious. Oh, it's like, no, that's not how it works, man. Map. Yeah, what is that reference to? Yeah, tile map's a tile map. That's what I want. What am I fucking being ridiculous about? I'm being dumb. Oh, it's because it's game. It's game objects, you moron. That's why it's not working, right? That was a funny message. Oh, snap. New game objects, size 9. Let's grab the path from... I come back to talk about how much you like cock. What a timing. Well, such is life.
What do you call a pie with a blue top hat?
I don't know, what?
I don't know either. The education system has failed me.
The path is going to be that. Game manager.instance.c, that's what the seed's going to become. Bibbidi bloop. Bibbidi booty. Let me see that booty. You people with your socialized countries, you know, you don't understand American. Appreciating the dumb being dumb. You just need to go and inject yourself some Clorox, man. Ugh. Times. Fucking times. Oh, I forgot Unity also uses the back or forward slash is good. Imager seed, yes. Tile map seed, yes. And then it's going to be the name of the tile map, which is here. So this can go away and die in a fire now. Boop, boop, boop. And then this will be... We'll have to loop through this because this will be part of the loop-a-de-loop. So this all has to be part of a loop then. 4 tile maps length. I'll move you here to the bottom of the old doober doober. Good old doober doober. We'll just have to populate this. Oh, we needed to move something to Game Manager too. What was it? It was the Sprite Atlas. That's what we had to do. We got sidetracked by Mr. Tony Tonerton, Master of Ceremonies. Tony Tonerton. .com// your mother. Link to the Sprite Atlas here. Dude, I got like a 142 person raid like last week, Tony. It was fucking nuts. It was great though. I didn't know what to do with my hands. What do I do with my hands? Oh god, what do I do? Need to add that reference. Yes. Then we need to link that to the Sprite Manager while we're here. The Game Manager, I mean. Bibbidi boop. All of this algo leak code is making my head explode. You've been into yeah, I know it's really good. Like it's like averaging 10 for the most part, and it's getting there, and it's all throughout the day. Like I start at night and there's a lot of European people, and then it progresses, so it's getting there. Either way, even if there's 0 people, I'm enjoying writing my game. And like, even if there's nobody here, I can still talk and I rubber duck and I don't fuck off and start like, be like, I just should go play Tarkov instead because I'm streaming. So it's working. It's working for my fucking dyslexic ass brain. So that's really what matters. At the end of the day, that's what matters to me. Where did I put that shit? I put it in Game Manager, right? Game Manager. Did I fucking save? Bro? Bro? Oh, because it's a fucking sprite? No, it's a sprite out. It should be there in the goddamn editor. What's your problem, bro? Bro, what's your problem? I always sing at APH. I hope Alex is doing well. Bro! I miss that guy. I was talking to Oscar the other day. I miss that guy too. He's a good dude. I miss both those. They're really good people. I miss them a lot. good for them to be able to stay there and stomach that place. And at least it's hopefully more secure. I don't know, my wife's thinking of actually canceling Chewy because they're taking so fucking long to send our dog food finally. Why do I not see Sprite Atlas here? I'm in Game Manager. Serialize the field, maybe? Yeah, it's like, it should be right here. Oh, there's code that's not letting me compile. Oh, I'm dumb. I am dumb. I am dumb. And I tell you how dumb I am. I'm so dumb. Do. I don't know how computers work because I'm stupid. There. Now we should be able to set the Sprite Atlas. Yeah, everyone yeah, Chewy, everyone went to OfferUp, you know, is what I've, from all the people that left, like Edgar and everyone. Okay, there's the Sprite Atlas. So let's add the Sprite Atlas. Would you like to develop an app? Boop. Did you leave Flykin? Are you back? What about the putting in stuff on OfferUp? Crazy kids. Like Tony, like Flykin, it's this kid that's an acquaintance. He's like, hey, do you want to give me money on my Patreon to open a Steam game? I was like, what the fuck? Would you like to give me money and subscribe down below to me? How does that feel? Just randomly be like, I'm not here to see you, I just want your money. It's like, that's not the way it works. That's like the reverse. The streamer's the one supposed to be like begging for money, like, give me some money, I need views and stuff, I need money to feed my children. It shouldn't be the viewers coming and be like, hey streamer, give me money. Please streamer, give me money. Nice. I'm here to see you. Dude, that's a nice save, but if the very first thing out of your mouth is, do you want to develop an app and give me some money? I know, I understand. You're a kid and you don't know any better. That's why I'm trying to help you. Because you're an okay egg in my book. But it makes me laugh. Like, I could totally see that happening on the stream and somebody like, get the fuck out of here, dude, and just like kicking you in the nuts. Good times. Okay, so Sprite Atlas is here now. Let's go back through our loopity-loop. Tile maps at length. We actually gotta populate this fucker too. Which we can just do right now. Maps dot, was it add? Or no, tile map to 0 is equal to, because we're just gonna manually do it. We know this isn't gonna change. I mean, we're gonna have to refactor this eventually because this is fucking super ghetto to do it this way. Super ghetto, but we'll get there. Board manager.train layer. Fuck. Oh, did I make it static? Why can't I reference this? I thought it was a static value. Oh, it's private. Oh, because I made a helper function. Yeah, that's the stuff. I made a helper function. New me does things the less terrible way. Okay, there we go. Get tile map. I think that's it. Get tile map. Yeah, it gets the layers. Layer 1 is it. Oh. Annoying that I didn't line the case up right. Should have been 0. What's wrong with me? Ugh. Oh, and then that would be dots game object. Yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know there's better ways to do this. Don't judge me. I can feel the judging. I don't really give a fuck. Let me know when you guys, fuck, I keep forgetting we're all fucking locked down because I'm like, I miss you guys, I want to go get drinks with you guys. Let me know when you guys are going out for drinks. And I'm like, fuck, nobody's going out for drinks. But next time you guys go, next time when this shit is all done, or even like, let's do a Zoom call and just get drunk at our desks. What? Oh, can we do a Discord hangout later? Get fucking Cisco on that shit and then we can all just drink and get fucking drunk on Discord and fucking play Sea of Thieves or some shit. Like I miss you guys. I miss talking to you and Cisco and fucking Jason and everybody. APH, Alex. Don't fucking miss that first letter. That's important. Okay, so we're gonna go through tile maps. We're good. What's your deal with my path? Oh, because I'm fucking doing it here. What an idiot I am. Good lord. Where's my pants? I'm at the bytes. Okay, so the string is good here. Why am I... Oh my god, you're a fucking moron. You are a fucking moron. There we go. Boop. And we'll pop you out. I do miss you guys. It's the truth. Hand to the spaghetti monster. I miss you so much I might drink some disinfectant to cure the COVID. I don't know how those people don't drown when they look up and it rains. Some dumb motherfuckers in this world. Oh. You just love that command, Philip. You're like, we're working our way up. But dude, Philip, we've had like 30 people in a couple days. That's pretty awesome. That's because we made 800 on Sunday. So we've made not bad. We're moving on up to the east side. Dude, Tony, do you like any Paradox games? Like EU4 or Hearts of Iron 4 or whatever? This is totally about to be a humble brag. And it's only because you're my friend. I wouldn't do it if you're just some random person. Or do you at least know who Paradox is? Oh, well, so I love like Paradox games. So one of the guys that comes in the stream sometime, apparently he was trying to humble brag. He's like, you might have heard of it. It's called EU4. I'm like, motherfucker, I love Paradox. So I'm like I was like totally fanboying out. And then we did like me and Groogy and his friend who both work for Paradox, like we did a retro of our Let 'em Dare games, which was really fucking awesome. Like I felt like a total scrub because these guys are two like professional developers that work on Europe EU4, like professional games. And they're like, oh, we want to hear what you think. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Like, this is a hobby. Like, I'd hope for this to be a job one day, but my shit is DevOps right then. And then Yorgos, he's like, before I started working at Paradox as a game developer, I did like 15 years as a DevOps engineer, so it can happen. I was like, hey, that's fucking awesome to hear. Maybe I can make that jump one day. But then once people know you're a developer and they know you have like a DevOps background, they start asking you like DevOps shit. Like, how do servers work? How do you do this? Dude, Tony, we were able to cut our spend by like 19.5% over the past like 90 days. That was pretty cool. Like I had to do some shit to get that taken care of, but that was super awesome. It was like the epic battle of like, do you guys really need that? Well, you don't. Goodbye. It's off. It's going down, motherfuckers. Going down. As long as the SEO stays up, I know we should probably. I have to be strategic about what I pick because I'm like the only person that does. Like I work with everybody, so you know how it is. It's like you're the everyman. Everybody needs you all the time, so it's like I have to be super judicious about what I spend my time on. Like when I look at what I get done in a week, I don't get done what I want to get done, but I get done what everyone else needs, and that's cool. But I feel like, man, I didn't get anything that I wanted done. So it's yeah. Once we're done with once we have the upturn done and we have our like long-term funding secured, I'll totally be like, Tony, come work here. Do all the shit that I did ghetto the right way. Please, please, please do right way. Please be good. Yeah, because most of the people there, I've been there 2 years and I haven't had I've been really happy. Like I haven't had any. There were some assholes, but that asshole situation got taken care of. Those things kind of work themselves out. We're going to loop through here. We're trying to... We already showed how we could save data from a tile map to a binary, bring it back in. Now we're just refactoring it from our proof of concept into the actual game logic. And I will make a build of Tile Manager in a little bit because that actually will support saving the tile maps out to disk and then back in. So that gives somebody that needs to know how to save data in Unity a real life example of how you take a mono behavior that is you can't just serialize because it's magic and then serialize it down to its primitives and serialize that and then bring that in and then rebuild a tile map off that. So that's how you do it for all mono behaviors. For other primitives it's way easier, but it gets there. What is RI, your K Intune workers? RI, like spot, what does RI mean? What is reserved instance? Is that reserved instances? What do they do? I don't remember. Or is that the like the AWS term where you pay for it? Where you pay for like the money to save cash, right? In AWS? Oh yeah, so in GCP that's called commitments. So, and they actually do it better than AWS because they, if I'm thinking the same thing, because you don't actually have to put the money down like you do for AWS. You just commit to pay that money for a year at least. So we did that, and that saved. We did that a while ago, because we were over, dude. At peak, we were over, like we were on our way to spending like $500,000 on them, which is pretty cool. We were like over 1,000 pods, like 1,000 cores. It was pretty cool. We've come a long way. Like we've been. It's been very fun. I'm sad that I don't get to share it with you and other people that I really like, because it was never like with Chewy, where Chewy was just like we were doing stupid shit, stupid ways, and like I was like, I've worked at a place that had 3,000 servers. You guys have 13. What the fuck? Like I don't understand. How are you as big as you are with 13 servers? Like what? I don't. Like it doesn't make sense. It's like this sounds ridiculous. It sounds like a shell game. And it was just yeah. It's like at Media Temple we had like 5,000 servers. GoDaddy had like 100,000. Like come on. Like this is. Like 13 servers? Like, are you fucking for real right now? Don't touch it. The disk ran out of space. Increase the disk drive space. Like, what the fuck? What's going on here? Don't ever touch it. Oh lord. Oh Jesus. I'm getting fucking palpitations just thinking about it. Okay, so we're gonna loop through the time map array that we're just making sure the file exists. We're starting load map. We're starting the map load. The data format's going to be binary, of course, and then we're going to pass in the... What's your fucking damage? Oh, you have a confusion? You're confused? You need to be Odin serialization? Is that better? You happy now? You want your fucking mama? And then this will be the Sprite Atlas. Hey, thank you for the follow, Damien Salus... Damien... Belusky. I don't know. We're going to call you Skittles. Welcome to the Biscuit Brigade, as said by my daughter.
Welcome to the Biscuit Brigade.
Welcome to Camp Refugi. Dad, that says refugee. Whatever, son. Dude, I love American Dad. That's such a great show. Holy shit! Thank you, Damien. You were fucking awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks 4658.
I really appreciate that, man. That's awesome.
Thanks 4658.
My daughter has a variety of different... She was very happy about that one. There's one that... Hold on, there's one that's really funny.
Thanks for subscribing.
All the normal ones. Where's the silly one?
Subscribing. I'm a potato.
This one.
Thank you for subscribing.
Oh, you're totally welcome, Damon. I really appreciate that. Like, it makes me feel really good. I'll get this updated for Tile Manager. It's an open source project. You're welcome to grab it and extend it and help with it. That makes me really happy. Thanks so much. So then we're going to pass in a game. We're going to pass in the Sprite Atlas, which we get from Game Manager. Instance.sprites atlas. Because the Sprite Atlas is the magic to finding the actual script, the actual sprite that we need. Because I have everything in sprite sheets, and the Sprite Atlas lets you actually see the name of the thing in the sheet, which is kind of imperative to find the tile, as it were. Load map data now. I don't think we need that anymore. Or actually we can snag what we had from test data down here, where we just said the number of rows, the data length that we grabbed. Unless that is what's right here. Data.coms. So it would just be data.length. And it would actually be not data, it would be what do we call this? Oh, because we're just calling it, we don't even know because we're calling into it through here, so it's just updating everything by itself. So it's gonna, so yeah, we don't even need this here. Like, this is totally, it just needs to say, at the end we can just say map loading done. Done, son. Data load map loaded. There's like no count. Okay, so let's see If this works, now this will be part of our. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're going to. Let's save this. Oh, can I not spell right? I spelled manager wrong. What an idiot I am. Dyslexia for the win. Tile Manger. The Tile Manger is right here. Okay, so we saved. And then, so here's the prefab grid that we grabbed. So right now we've got, if we look at the game manager, we have a setting to say, where's it? Maybe it's right here on the loader actually. Loader bot. So right here we have a setting on loader that says load prefab. But now we can actually change, we can add another one, or we can make it an enum to say load prefab. Because the prefab is the prefab, but if we can actually load it from a save, then we can test to make sure everything works properly. And let's see, what is our path we're grabbing? Like, what are we doing for the, we're hard coding the name in here of SWS and the tile map, which should work. Yeah, that should be fine. So we should be able to add to loader something that says load prefab, but also load. This should be an enum now because you can't load prefab and one. You have to do one or the other, right? So public. What are we going to call it? If it's map loading, map source maybe, and it would be an enum. Source. And what is it? I forget the fucking symbol. Is it like this? I forget. Where's board manager? Actually, where's job? Job has it. I did it right. Public enum. I did it right. Public enum. Where's it? Lowercase. Lowercase enum. I'm done. There we go. And it's going to be prefab. Prefabulated emulate. Prefab, yeah. Prefabulated emulate. Prefab or disk load. So, yeah. And then it would need to be, well, we've already got the format set in code, so we can work with this. So then this would become a map source. And this would become so that we can leverage some of the benefits of the Odin editor stuff that I bought, which is different than the serializer. That's a paid product that I bought. But you'll see right here, this is going to go from being a checkbox to being like a little like, boop, boop, what do we want to load from? But it's going to break some other code because I've changed it from a bool to an enum, so it's going to be unhappy. Yeah, right there. New game data, load map prefab. What? Oh, it's expecting the prefab from there, isn't it? Let's see. Load save false. Oh, this was for the, this should be the constructor for game data. Would be load prefab. Okay, that's not necessarily what we want. Oh, that's what it gets passed in. So we could do enum. Actually, no, it wouldn't be an enum. We'd pass in, what the fuck did we call it? It'd be called loader. Loader.mapSource? Okay. That would work. And then load map prefab would need to become bool as well. The same kind of bool. Same kind of bullshit, sir. And it'll be loader.mapSource. I should just refactor this to say load map. Yeah. Yeah, we're totally reminiscing about our old job. Yeah, let me know if we're gonna do a Discord thing. That would be cool. I do miss you guys. It's quite lonely being. I mean, I like being stuck home, but I miss not being able to go out and hang out with my friends, and, like drinking with you guys and seeing you guys and everything. Philip lives in Germany, so he's already starting to be able to go back out again because their government is actually did good at containing it instead of pretending it was a fucking hoax. It's a hoax. What a fucking god! It makes me so mad. I gotta just stop fucking talking about it. Load map source. Oh, what a fucking idiot that guy is. God. Oh, I cannot wait for that guy to go to jail. I'll be so excited. Fuck, man. What a fucking criminal. What a criminal fucking moron. Like, actively, like... I'm just gonna go in a theater and be like, hey, there's a fire! And then people are gonna stampede themselves, and it's gonna be okay, because I'm the fucking, I'm the guy that knows all the things. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here, you sack of garbage. Oh, sorry. Load source. We're gonna load the map, we're gonna use the prefab. So, the source should... What's its default? The default was false. So then this would be... Actually, it needs to be 3. It needs to be prefab, disk, or generate. So we gotta update that again. Say generate as well. Generate. Or generate. Because generate will be, you're gonna generate a map, prefab or disk for loading. And then this will be whatever we pass in. So that should work, I think. Well, I was gonna say you never saw people at Chewy, Philip. So there's a lot of people that had high opinions of stuff there as well. So this is initializing the list. So this is saying if the game is load save is false, which we still have to do that, don't we? Load save. Because loading save is different than the source of the map, right? Like that's a different thing. That should be up here somewhere, right? So load save is different. But this will need to be if load maps is not load map source is okay, this would be game data dot instance dot load map source is equal to generate. So if it's generate, and if u equal prefab, you're going to use the prefab, and then the third else if is we're loading a save, right? And that is a generate prefab, and then we need one for disk as well, because that's another difference, which this should eventually, this seems like it should become a switch statement, but we'll cross that bridge when we forget about this and then come back needing like, oh, we forgot some major thing, we have to do it this way. We're loading a disk map. Best typo ever, dick map. No, just kidding. Hey ho there, I'll be back in an hour or so. Have fun, Philip.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Oh, while I'm thinking, well, we need to test this. So once I get this done, we can actually test to make sure Tile Manager works. Once Tile Manager works, I'll put it up on the Discord. I'll put it up on the GitHub, and then you guys can help. And there's stuff, if you need questions, just jump it. If you have questions, jump into Discord, and I'm normally on there all the time, even when I'm not streaming. So if you have questions, I'll totally help. I'm sure there's things I missed, and we'll make it better, and I'll accept pull requests and everything. What up, Kilpon? How are you doing, sir? Did Dean finally finish writing his game and go to gaming? I'm guessing that's why you're here now. Because I saw him online, I was like, what's he doing? He's writing his game. I thought he was supposed to be playing games today, but I guess he couldn't resist the urge to, you know, sling some code around, which I can't blame him for. So here's going to be the instance load from the map, which we have to call game data now. We don't need to call grid rebuild. We need to call game data game data.instance.load map source. No, load map. Yeah, we're gonna load the map. Why is it load map source? What the fuck is that? Oh, because it has its own lookup for that. That's right. So you'll be load map. This should work? Question mark? All these fucking birds are giving me fucking palpitations. That's all I'm saying. Load game. And then this game data, this load map source would be, this would be loader.loadmap. Loader.map source. That's great. That's where it'd be. Yeah. Disk. Okay, that should work. I got rid of the others. So he just didn't even game at all. He just worked, and now he doesn't want to play games anymore. Or is he going to be back on in a couple hours after he napped? Yeah, I'll have to watch the VOD and see what he did. I popped in the beginning and I was like, hey, I'm streaming, so I can't get to see, but I'm excited to check it out. So what you missed by looking at someone way better at coding than me was we actually got hold on, the music just stopped. Let me find a new thingy-mabobber. So we actually got the tile maps saving out to disk, to binary. We got it as JSON and binary. We got it loading the sprites. Then we wrote a test code to load that back in. That works. Now we're getting the loading of that integrated with the main game scene. And then once that works, I'm going to make a commit for Tile Manager, because now Tile Manager, the open source Tile Manager, will support saving your tile maps out to disk, whether it be JSON or it's either JSON or binary. Those are the only two real choices. JSON would be more if you want to see it. And then we've got it. We're going to test it loading that now. And then if that works, then I'm going to make a commit up to the Tile Manager repo, and we've got some more commits to our open source project. So that will be kind of cool. So I'm excited. Okay, let's see. We're gonna right now it's set to prefab, so let's change it to disk. Let's see what happens. Probably not gonna work first time, but oh, I thought you got it squared away, Killer. I thought it was like super easy to do, and you're like, you're dumb, Biscuit. You don't know how to do shit. I got it working first time, motherfucker. And I was like, damn, I had to fight with it for 4 fucking hours last week just to get a fucking build to work, but I guess Mr. Big Dick over here knows what he's doing. I'm just kidding. I was actually happy because I was like, if Killpon got it, then I probably missed something stupid, which means that I can ask Killpon what he did, and then I can learn what I did, and we're good to go. And I'm only kidding. I'm in a really, really good mood because like this saving loading thing was a big deal. Kind of a big deal. And then also the fact that we are going to commit this so that we can help other people that don't know how to do it yet and give them some examples that's more than the Unity code, which is documentation, which is, it's almost like Chewy level documentation. It's kind of terrible. But I don't want to insult fucking Unity by calling them like Chewy. Sorry about that. Okay. Did that just fucking work? No way that fucking worked. I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. Let's see. We had to miss something. Something didn't work right. That I don't expect it to work on the first try. Come on now. That's not possible. That's not the way shit works. That's not how any of this works. Oh, so it is loading in prefab. it's defaulting to prefab. Well, that's not necessarily what we want. The fuck are you defaulting to a prefab, motherfucker? That's not cool. Spent all night checking and checking that can convert to entity, trying to get my own assets working in that level. Turns out you just need to put everything in a subscene and close it to convert. Dude, can you show me how to do that? Because I saw the same thing. I was like, what are subscenes? And it's like, oh, it's how you convert stuff from objects to entities. So there's like some special black magic. So because I'm eventually going to have to convert this to be entity based if we want the kind of performance that we expect to get. But for now, we can like live with running objects and everything. And then as it bakes a little bit more and becomes more useful, like I'd like to convert it to be ECS. I'd like it to be, you know, motherfucker. Make like a video. You said you stream. Make like a video. Put that shit on YouTube. You'll be famous. Your name up in lights. Killpod. The man who knows how to beat down Unity. I have a lot of respect for Unity developers because having to deal with like being beat down by Unity over and over again, I can see why they never change. They're like, nope, I run Unity 5 and I'm fucking happy with it because that shit doesn't change out from under my feet every 7 seconds. That's how. No. Fuck am I listening to? Now I have to pee. Come on now. Good lord. Cave water drips. No? How about no? Warehouse Sounds mixtape. It's like, this is not Warehouse Sounds that I would... I expected, like... I didn't expect that. Let's leave it at that. I did not expect that shit. Good lord. Okay. Why are we calling... Loader.awake? So Loader.awake is just defaulting to fucking... It's just defaulting to loading a prefab. Map source loader. I'll load prefab. Not even calling the right shit at all. It's like... It's not even what you pass in anymore. Map source dot... Yeah, disk. I want it to default to disk. For now. Well, no, it should actually default to whatever we fucking set. Like, duh. Oh no, it is defaulting to that. Okay. So it is defaulting to load prefab. Or actually, this should be called load method, maybe? Load method, is method the right term? Load option? Load source? Load source. We're calling it map source, call it load source. Dude, dots is pretty cool, and I'm excited about it. Like, no, I mean, I love that they adapt stuff fast. I just, sometimes their QA leaves a lot to be desired. And they've gotten better. They used to be very sluggish, so. I mean, this is the way I've always done my business work, is just model view component style, like segregating your view from your data. Like, it's nice that Unity finally got there. And they're using Node for their internal tools, which is cool. Like, they're finally, like, I'm total props to them. I wasn't trying to take away from anything they've done, for sure. Right now it's set to generate, so let's convert it to disk. So we want to load from the disk. We'd like to develop an app. And Damien, if there's anything, like, since you're a subscriber, and if there's anything you want, like, specifically for me to go over, like, please feel free to, like, ask, and I will totally do that. I really, really appreciate the support. It means a lot to me, and I will stop what I'm doing if there's something like, hey, I'd like some help with this. I would totally do that. There'll be a time when I have enough subscribers I can't do that for everybody, but while we're small and tiny, I will do that, because I really enjoy helping, so. Is this generating? Seems like it's generating. Yeah, it seems like it's generating, so I'm missing something, I'm sure. Build ground. Yeah, that doesn't seem like it generated properly. Constructor called. Build world. Set up scene. Board manager set up scene. It's creating the grid. It's doing all the wrong stuff. Let's see why. Why are you doing all the wrong stuff, sir? Game manager start 171. Calling init game. Doing setup true. Board script setup is over here. Here's where we're checking. Okay. If game data instance.load save is false and the source is generate, why would we check? That doesn't make sense. That's stupid. Why would we do that? Yeah, we shouldn't even. Actually, I guess would that even be a different condition of the enum? Generate, so it's like a fresh map. Fresh map. Prefab is a map that's mapped from a prefab we've saved. And this won't ever be anything that except in the editor. Disk is where load a map from the disk. And then I guess we should have another one, just load save, right? Like load save. Like that should be it should use the same system. Load a save from the disk. But how's that any different from? Okay, this is subtly different because we're just loading the map because we don't have we don't have all of the systems and game data ready to serialize and save. So this is probably going to, these two will probably eventually be the same thing because right now we're just doing a proof of concept because we're just saving the map data, the tile map data out to the disk. Once we're done, what we're going to do is finish with everything in game data getting serialized out to disk. So then that would really be loading a save because you not only would you be loading a map, you'd be loading a save, the state of here's your colonist, here's what you have on the map, here's the buildings you've built, like all that shit would get saved and all those lists would be saved. So these will eventually disappear. So let's make a note of that. To do once we have all of game data being serialized out. We need, come on, you should remember that I wanted to do. Oh well. We need to remove merge disk and load save because it will be the same shit. Perfect. Okay. Let's go back to board manager here, and this would just be if you're set to generate, you're generating. Like generate would be its own thing, prefab would be its own thing, disk is its own thing. This is just loading a save. This would be you're loading a save. Would you like to develop an app? Okay. Let's see what we get now. So for instance kill, if I just make a subscene now and if I put a new subscene from selection, it would move all of this shit into it would make them entities by default. That's interesting because I remember when I was looking at ECS before, I was like, how the fuck do you make an entity? I don't understand. And now that they've got a way to you just basically make it the old way and then we have a converter that converts it to the new hotness. That actually means that you can still streamline. People that know how to make scenes can still make scenes the way they want. And then when they're done, they just click the button, convert it into components, and then it just gets the benefit of being the data and everything separated. That's fucking cool. If you could put together a sample project and share it up for me, that'd be cool. Or for everybody. I would love to try it out and see if I could. That would be cool to do. Or you feel free to tell me to go fuck myself, by all means, because that seems I want to get there. That's awesome. Do you lose the original scene you started with? Like, should you make a backup if you want to have both? Or does it just make a new scene for you with the entity version of that scene? Sorry for the dumb questions, but I appreciate it. Because that's really what I want to get to. But the dicking with the tiny build shit just really put me off. But since you didn't go the tiny build route and you just did things individually, we could probably do the same thing. Okay, let's see. Okay, set to disk. Cool. And let us see what happens. I mean, it's still working. It's just not doing what we want. I was just surprised it's just straight up not like airing, that we didn't miss some exception being thrown somewhere. When you open the subscene, it's just as it was. Oh, so the subscene is all the old shit, and then the new. Okay, that's cool. That's fucking awesome, dude. That's really, really cool. It would still be cool if you could set up like a demo project on GitHub that I could look at. I know that's asking a lot, so don't worry about it. It's just hard, like I say, I'm a big dumb dummy, so seeing like real world examples is easier than the shit that they put together. And like trying to find other people that do it. Okay, it looks like this is still Fukaki. Yeah, so this is still didn't work, right? Can you link that up? If you don't mind? Like, I know I looked for. I know I'm being super needy. Tell me to fuck off. Well, let me just Google for it. Let's see. Dot sample. Because I thought tiny build was a dot sample, but I guess I'm wrong. Dot sample Unity. Oh, this fucker here, right? I'm guessing. Oh, this is the one they showed in their demo where they're like, we're doing this shit live. That was really cool. Okay, then this is awesome. Yeah, I remember watching this their Unite talk when they were talking. I think it was Unite where they were talking about it. I was like, dude, this is where the guys in the background just changing shit while they're playing. And I was like, this is fucking insane. This is the GitHub version. Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're the best. I appreciate it. Okay, this fucking song is no bueno. Please get out of that playlist. I do not like you being in this playlist. You gotta go, son. You gotta go. I do not like you. Go away. Ugh. Yeah, dude, that's gonna be fucking amazing. Like, just wait till like Dean implements that shit, and he's gonna be like, "Oh my god!" But he's in that weird. He's in that like, I want to do it myself and know it, which I respect. Like, I do that myself sometimes, so it's not the end of the world. I'm going to put up. Who the fuck? Oh, Dean just left and raided Sakura. Nice. Cool. I was like, why do I hear Sakura in the background? Okay. So let's go. We're gonna do debug. We're gonna put a debugger on and see what the fuck's going on, because we're missing something dumb. Let's just figure out what it is. Oop. Let us see. I'm glad you got it working, Killpod, because I was feeling super discouraged about it. I was like, oh, fuck this. But I'm glad I was just being a bitch about it. I'm glad you got it working, so I can like, okay, we can find time to do this. Hope you're having a good day. Are you playing with the code right now? Or are you doing work? Let's see. Should kick us right into debug probably, since loading the game data is one of the first things that happens. I gotta kick this over. Okay, so we're here. What do we got here so far? It's not game data. Getting loaded. And then what is its load map source? It's disk, so it says fucking disk. Okay. Making a new world, which is awesome. Now loader's waking up. Wake up, loader bot! Instantiating the game manager. My behavior, get the fuck out of here. I don't give a shit about this. Is it shift? I always wonder, step out, shift F11. Boop. Where'd you go? Go, dog. Explore. Do you have a link to it somewhere? I'd like to check it out. That'd be cool. Thread's not available. Where'd we go? Where we at, y'all? You can unpause that and that and that and that for now. Let's put one on board manager. Let's put one right there too. Oh, the game is running. Okay, in the background. Well, that went too far, so let's close the game. Let's close the game, please. And let's restart it with the new. Nothing published yet. What do I mean published? What I meant, like, do you have like a early demo or some gameplay footage we can see? Or is it just like, what's it about? I'm guessing it's like exploring. Is it like a 4X? Because you have an X and a plur, and it's like expand, exterminate, extrapolate, excreminate, excrement. Yeah, there. That could be it. And this is why I got the prefab, because generating takes so fucking long. Because it has to do like several passes over a 300 by 300 grid, so it's like 90,000 passes times X number of things we have to paint, which takes a little bit of time. If I had like a fancy, like, this is just a piece of asphalt that I put loading. I should have put like a little dude dancing, like doing a fucking generating dance. Well, I should just take a video of me just dancing and be like, unload, motherfucker. And then when it ends, just be like, surprise, motherfucker. I think that'd be pretty perfect. Pretty perfect indeed. That'll kick it out. Hey, that did work. Nice. Come on. Come on, finish. It's an open world multiplayer playground. I like it. I love sandbox games. No, like, sandbox games are one of my favorites. Since we're getting close to potentially locking up the editor, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to save this project and close and refresh Unity just so I don't lose anything that I've worked on for the past, 8.5 hours. Hey, baby, come in. What's up? What's up, boo-boo? Gosh, baby. I love you. And a high five? Mwah, my little Dalmatian. You wanna... Oh, Jill, her eyes are like see-through. That's crazy.
Wait.
Here, see, watch. See your eyes? See how they're see-through? If you look right there on the screen, you see them see-through?
Oh, yeah.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna look in
Rah.
I went to look up.
Okay.
Oh, no, I couldn't. Actually, it's with my hand. Oh, yeah, I see.
Because it's that color there. Well, it's see-through when you hold it up here because it's a blue screen, so when you hold it up here, it gets whoop.
Yeah, 'cause her eyes
Yeah.
are blue.
Ah, so scary. Ah. My daughter got me this to scare me sometimes.
Yeah.
She's-
But well, actually, for my dad, gave it to me. I got the panda one for my cousin back.
yeah, I gave her that, and then she got a second one for her cousin. Love you, baby.
I guess for my other one.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. She's gonna bring the other one. It's gonna be pretty awesome. Okay, so let's save the editor while we can. Unless it did just fucking straight up still lock up. Oh, unless I need to... Can I detach? There was a change in here about, oh, we can stop Unity without breaking the editor now for this. Oh, and that's exactly what it was. Cool. Let's close this and reopen it while we wait. Oh, this one has normalize. He loves you guys. He thinks he loves you. Just come give him a hug. He wants a hug. Ah! Oh.
He doesn't want to hug because for some reason he tells me he goes out to eat a nice guy. He always makes a cute, adorable face. They squeeze at people.
Yes, he always screams at people's faces. I love you, Jill Jill. Let's reopen Unity.
I said,
What?
and the man.
He does scream at people's faces because he's a big stinky butt face. Cool. Well, share if you get any screenshots killed. It'd be cool to see. Like, I wish you the best of luck, my friend. So Dean just worked on literally just the UI all day, no new functionality. Did he make it like better? Because I kind of liked the UI. It was like very simple looking. So did he make it more modern or what? And was he working on that? Was he working on like the math of how to get it to size properly based on your screen size? Because if so, I will go watch that VOD because that is such a pain in the ass. Which is why I'm glad Unity's working on making the UI system a little bit less shitastic. So you can actually make UIs that scale properly and you don't have to fucking write custom code to just make sure like, when I change the size of the screen, this button should stay in this fucking spot. Like, it's like, man, writing code for anchors and everything. It's like, oh my god. Oh, I forgot to update the project. Oh, what? Okay, dum dum, you opened your wrong project. Wow. I was like, why is it the old you big dumb dummy? So we'll put the breakpoint here so we can follow into it, because then that should take us into setup scene, which is where the magic happens. Let's do it in here. Generate is normal. Refab is like grid rebuild. Load from disk, which is called load map. Like, it should be pretty easy. So we're missing something dummy dum dum. Okay. Let's see. Attach the debugger. Oh, right there. Attach the Uni editor. Attach and play. Let's see what we get. Is it actually playing? Doesn't look like it's playing. It actually doesn't even look like it attached. Let's try that again. Oh, do I have to hit this button? Fuck if I know. Okay, I'm just gonna hit the button. I know that works. Attach the Unity process. God damn it. Oh, cool. I'll take a look at it once I attach because I don't have Discord up. So, well, I have it up, but I don't have it on screen. So, let me take a gander. Holy shit, dude! That looks awesome, man. Man, everyone put me to shame. Like, that's fucking awesome, dude. Well done. Wow, that's beautiful, dude. Good luck, man. That is really fucking cool. How we hit play, boop. Dude, that's fucking well done. Here I am writing like, oh, we had an exception? Is that what you're telling me? Zoom? Stop? I didn't expect that for sure. It's weird. Okay. What we're gonna do now is we're gonna do something I like to call reboot rider. Sometimes it'll get into a weird state, and I ain't got no time for that. Let's try that again. Let's see what we get. Dude, that's really nice looking, Kill Pond. Like, really, really good, dude. Like it's... I love seeing other people's work, but then on the same perspective, sometimes it's like, oh, I'd like... It's like I'm very happy for you, but then it's like, man, by comparison, it's like, man, I feel like shit now because I'm doing something that's like nowhere near as cool as that. And then I like get down on myself, but then I'm like, no, I guess not really, because this is a different genre, like totally. Like this is a 2D RimWorld Dwarf Fortress game, so it's not meant to be like fucking beautiful like that. But man, that game is beautiful. Like that is like some... When people always say that Unity makes games that are ugly, I just tell them like, look at Escape from Tarkov. That is Unity, and that shit looks amazing. Like it's just a matter of how much effort you're willing to make it look beautiful. Like it takes work. It's not magic. People are like, well, Unreal out of the box makes everything look beautiful. I'm like, that's bullshit. You have to put... Nothing is free. Like there's this Flikens in here like trying to like put his game on Steam thing, and it's going to be like the next biggest thing, and I'm like, it's a cool idea, but you should run with that idea on itch. Like nothing's going to just... Anything that people are going to like go crazy over isn't going to be something that's like a week's worth of work. Or maybe it is, I don't know. Maybe Flappy Bird was like a week's worth of work. I don't know. Or maybe I'm just deluding myself and saying it takes work so that I feel not so bad about wasting years of my life working on this. Not wasting years of my life. I've had a good time doing it, but you know what I mean. I'm not trying to take the wind out of anybody's sails for sure. I feel like sometimes people aren't being realistic about the amount of effort it takes to make stuff awesome. Like I know you probably put hours and hours into that look and feel that you just had, so like hours and hours and hours. Like I put hundreds and hundreds of hours into this game. Like, I know Escape from Tarkov, they put years into developing the game to make it look beautiful. Like, one of the best examples of a Unity game. It's like, dude, that game is beautiful. What's that run on? Unity? What? It runs on Unity? That shit looks beautiful. Like, well, they put the time and effort into making it look amazing. Sorry for ranting. I get ranty sometimes, I apologize. Okay, so what we're trying to do, for anyone that's just joining, first, hello. What we did earlier is we added a ability in our open source tile manager to save tile maps out to disk. And then we tested loading them from disk, and it works properly. We moved that functionality into the tile manager. Now we're just trying to test it by integrating it with the game scene we have now where we've got a live map. Once we get this to work and get it to load properly, which we know it does in an one-off environment, so we know that it's just something with the integration to the main system of this game here, is once we get this to work, I'm going to make a build of Tile Manager, push it back up to the open source repo on GitHub, so that anyone that wants to work with, tile maps can at least do that. And anyone that needs an example of like, how do you save mono behaviors out to disk, and how do you serialize it to disk, and how do you deserialize it? Like, there's examples in there that are like real world examples, and hopefully they help somebody. Motherfucker, why do we have a goddamn motherfucking... I was stupid. What did I do? I did any exception. No, that was wrong. I was stupid. I regret my decisions. Go away. So hopefully it will come back when we're actually at the spot I care about, which is the board manager setup, which should be soon. Yes, there we go. It's like, here we go. Create tile map grid. Initialize the list. What is game data.instance.load source? Let's evaluate that and then watch it. Instance.load map source, right? It's generate. It's set to fucking generate. Motherfucker, it's not set to generate. What the fuck are you talking about? It is not generate. You fucking goddamn liar from the pit of hell. Game instance. Okay, so I'm being dumb somewhere. Okay, we are being dumb. Go run the game again. Go back here, pause the game, quit out of it. Okay. So we're being dumb. We're being stupid somehow. Okay, so game data wakes up. It sets load source. Load source is set to generate. So it's calling new game data with load source. So we fucked something up in game data then. On the constructor. One, these are the same goddamn variable names, which is not helpful. So this should be coming through as we'll break on that. Then we'll try this. Oh, because we changed the name of it. Okay. My bad. Let's run it again and see what we get. Get what you get and you don't get upset. And if you get upset, then you can suck my butt. I know I'm foul. I apologize. It's part of my charm. Fighting or playing? They're playing. Okay. My daughter's being a cheese ball. It makes like tons of different noises. Silly goose. Oh, I did get kicked over here. Okay. It's set to disk now. So I was just being stupid, I think. So this .game data should then have... Why is it set to generate? Okay, it should be disk after this, right? Okay, now we're disk. Now let's hit play. Now we're coming into here. Gonna be set to disk. Okay. Now we're cooking with gas. So now I expect an error. I expect something to break because I'm not 100% sure that I had everything laid out right and what's going to happen with the fact we already have the prefabs that are there. We might have to blow them away first and then reload them. So we'll see. Suspect. We started loading the map. Okay, still suspect. Let's remove the debugger because I think we're good now and we don't want it to fuck everything up. Boop. Stop the debugger. Go back in here. Save. What we can do is let's delete the train tile map. So let's do an erase train layer. Erase. It's gonna be like, do you want to ride on the scene? Like, yeah, I want to ride on the scene. It's like, are you sure? Do you want to develop an app? Come on, buddy. You can do this. Oh, it's actually... Does erase everything? Or does it just erase what you paint? Yeah, it should just erase what you paint because it's a little eraser symbol. It's doing something though. Let's see. Wood wall. Highlight. Mining highlight. Wood highlight right there. And then a door right there. Hi, door. Hi, door. Hodor? Did somebody just say Hodor? It did not like whatever the fuck I just tried to do. It's like, nope. We're just gonna go into what we like to call a lockup situation. What is it doing? 2 gigs of memory. Come on, you can do this. Come on, Unity. Get your shit together. You're better than this. At least that's what Killpon says. And he's always right. Well, what I was trying to do... Let me just kill Unity. What I was trying to do was I wanted to blow away some of the tiles so that I know when it reloaded over top of it that we knew for 100% sure that it loaded it from the disk. Just to be sure. I just wanted to test to be like 100% sure that it was loading from disk and not from the prefab we have. So what we could do, because I think from here we call, what is it, board manager. We've referenced it. Where do I have load map? Go away. Load map. Oh, game data. The load map. Boop. Load map source. No, I want to see load. There it is. Load map. Okay. So we're just grabbing board manager, get tile map from that board manager, and board manager does that. Is it, wall tile map. It's in start. Where the fuck's the startup? We do it in startup, so let's just look. Okay. Or no, we don't. We do it in. Do we do it in Awake? We fucking do it somewhere. Maybe it's startup scene. Fucker. Oh, it's right here. In create tile map grid. So this just grabs the master grid transform and does a get child on all the children of it, and it makes that the layers. Okay, so we can reset that pretty easy if we want to. I'd like to see if we could do it a little bit easier than doing that. Let's see. I'd like to develop an app. Give me the train grid. Tile palette. Erase with active brush. Yeah, it's just not. Oh, there it goes. Okay. It was no joke though when it's like, ooh, I found a new feature of dots. If some objects grouped in another object, I found another feature of dots. If some objects grouped in another object, it won't convert all of the children. That could be a lot of fun. That could be a recipe for fun times, sir. Good lordy Jesus, this is taking a while. Scrap that. It's just randomly failing to convert them now. Nice. Nothing, no code like hot code. No code like hot code. Okay. Fuck it. I'm just gonna make another empty prefab and move it over top of this. And just keep the other prefab around as a variant. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll make a variant of the map that we want as a different map. And then we'll know for sure that it's overriding it. Okay, so let's go to the prefab. Prefab. Let's make a prefab variant of you. Call it grid empty. And hopefully it'll be a lot easier to work with the prefab itself. So we're gonna pop it open in prefab mode. Yeah, okay. We're gonna turn off all the other layers besides the one we care about right now. Boop. Turn off, please. Please, please, turn off. Please. Mr. Superman, no here. Please, please, please. You can do it. Come on, Unity. Get your shit together. It seems like in this .11 update I just applied, there is some sort of regression because I don't remember this being... I haven't changed anything, and I don't remember being this shitty to work with the grid layout before. Yeah, what is the changelog? 2019 311F. What's the changelog for it? Because this is poop. Unity 2019 311F. Changelog. What is the changelog? Because this shit is fucked. You drew something that broke all your things. Editor crash freeze on broken project when editing a scene using tilemap. Hey, look at that! That fucking... Thanks, motherfuckers! Does this exist on 2010? Because I don't fucking remember it happening on 2010. Motherfuckers. See? When I go to fucking Unity... Editor freezes on a broken project when editing. What the fuck does on a broken project mean? It's a broken project. Motherfuckers. Open the tile palette window and check if active is set to brushes. Is there a workaround for this shit? Fixed version 2020.2. Oh, I only have to go to 2020.2. That's going to be awesome. Like, why wouldn't I go from 2019.3 to 2020.2, which is probably an alpha? Good times. Okay. No workaround. Thanks, Unity. Well, let's see what's in 2022, and let's see if we want to fucking make the leap. I don't want to make it a fucking habit to jump 2 goddamn revs anymore. I used to do that all the time, and I'd spend so much time fixing shit that I didn't really that didn't really fucking matter in the grand scheme of things. 2022. Motherfucker, there's not even a 2021 on this goddamn list. Oh, there it is. Beta 6. It's like, okay. What are you guys offering? Where's the high-level notes for this shit, please? Fixes. What are you adding to the party? Update Pro Builder. Well, yeah, because the next release is 20.1, and that's in beta, and then they always do the 22, so it's like, I'm not gonna fucking go to... No, I've learned to not... Okay, did it finally unlock up? Oh my goodness. Unity, you kooky kids. I'm not gonna complain about you guys too much, but fuck. Fuck me. Dude, come on. Let me close it to avoid the magic incantation of crashing. Try this again. Open the mapping section. Editor locks up for a few seconds when opening the mapping section. Noticeable editor lockups when editing the scene using tile maps on versions where this issue is not reproducible. Okay. I wasn't being serious about injecting disinfectant into your arms. I didn't really rape her. I was just being joking. I didn't... Oh, God. I fucking hate that guy. Okay. Let's see. Did the variant still stick? Probably not, because we had to fucking close the editor, so it's probably not there anymore. It's empty. Okay, it is there. Not in scene view. Focus on the tile map. No tile palette window. RPG palette. Yeah, the RPG palette's where we have all the stuff that we need. Let's see. We're not doing shit with brushes. Erase with active brush. Flood fill with active brush. Did you take anything, baby? My wife has a headache, so I'm just checking on her. It seemed like I could delete one or two things, so let's try to do one thing. Okay. Are we just fucked now? F1. Fixed in a fucking... Hey, you guys are running Windows XP. There's a really fucking nasty bug. Fucks you up. You need to upgrade to Windows 10. Okay. Sorry for being ranty. I apologize. It's just like, dude, are you fucking serious right now? Let's see if we can do some crazy stuff. Running with the old version again. It's gonna be like, you can't go back. Well, I want to go back because I fucking don't like this new version. All I know is I was able to edit tile sets yesterday and I can today, and the only difference is this new fucking version. Let's see. Let's see what we get. Yeah, I have a git commit. I mean, the worst case is I'll just save all the code scripts I've done here and then revert git, or save that as a commit, revert the library, republish, and then pull out the new code that I wrote. So it's not the end of the world. It's just annoying. It's just annoying. That's all. It makes me angry. Let's do a commit right now while we're here. Okay. Let's see if we can run. We're set to generate. Let's see if it works. What's up, Full Stack Live? How are you doing this morning, sir? Or this afternoon, since it's like 1 o'clock here now. I hope you're having a good Saturday. Thank you for the follow, and welcome to Biscuit Brigade, as said by my 5-year-old daughter.
Welcome to the Biscuit Brigade.
If you're just now getting here, we've successfully taken a series of tile maps, of Unity tile maps. We've saved them out to binary and JSON, and we've loaded them and got those tile map rebuilt, we had to do a couple things. Like we had to make sure we used the Sprite Atlas to save all of our data out. Oh, nice, Ireland. Nice, a real Irish person, not a pretend Irish person like me. I like it. So we were able to get that stuff saved out. We're doing it as part of our open source tile manager to help anyone that's trying to work with Unity tile maps and just wants a place to do it that's not using Unity's just the roundabout way Unity does it. So you should see, like, when we had a subscriber earlier and then we got to play some of her other messages. That was less cute. She likes to be silly and cute. So she's got more of the... And then she's also got a joke for you as well, if you haven't heard it yet.
What do you call a pirate with a blue top hat?
I don't know. What?
I don't know either. The education system has failed me.
I like that pig emote, by the way. Oh, that's C# Fritz. Nice. Yeah, he's the guy that runs the Coders Live. Cool. Awesome. Well then, welcome if you found us through the Coders Live stuff. That's really awesome. Yeah, I got into that like last week. They seem like a good group of people, so I'm pretty excited. Like by trade, I'm like a DevOps engineer, not necessarily a game developer. But one day, Spaghetti Monster willing, I can do it. Okay, so we're gonna do. Okay, so we've got. Let's see if we. It just shits the bed again. Still, back on version 10. Hey. Oh, now you're gonna lock up? Okay, well at least I got one click. Nice. Okay, then what is the solution here? Because it's not going to fucking 2012. Oh, cool. I try to avoid the like throwing numbers thing out because it always sounds like someone's trying to, and that's not saying anything about you guys. It's just I always feel like it's someone trying to like make up for the lack of like knowing what the fuck they're doing. It's like, I have 15 years of experience doing herpaderp, but they're a fucking idiot. It's like, dude, if this is all you know in 15 years, fuck you. You are terrible. Like, you have the wrong fucking line of work. Or it's like they use that as an excuse to like be an asshole to people. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Shove your 15 years of experience up your ass, will you? So I don't even like to say my years of experience, just because I never want to be like that. I never want to use that as like a, I'm better than you, because I'm like, I don't really think that. I'm not saying you guys are. That's just my philosophy. I'm a weirdo, I know. Okay, so it's still the same issue. Well, okay, then I'll just make another prefab just to test. I just want to test to make sure the goddamn map will load properly. That's all I want to do. That's all I want. Yeah, it's just not the yeah, I know, I agree. And that's why I've never liked it. Even when I was younger, I always thought it was like just fucking, it just rubs me the wrong way. I mean, it's okay when people are like, oh, how long have you been doing this? But it's like when it's the first thing you say, hey, my name is whatever, I've got X years of, it's like, I don't know. It just rings hollow to me sometimes. I don't know. But it depends. Like, if somebody's like I have like some, I don't really like assholes. You know, I don't like, it's more like I don't like assholes. I think that's what it is. They very much frustrate me. Favor big rose. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll just make another grid and we'll clone it. We'll clone a private grid and everything with nothing in it. Just to see, because I just want to make sure the data loads. I mean, we know the data loads because we did another scene. What I could do, haha, I could come here. That's what I can do. Ha ha ha. Oh, not this one. This is test jobs. But test load. Hi, baby. What's up? Whoa, what did you make me?
It's a card. Leave it open because like.
It's a card.
Yeah. Don't close it because if you close it, I'm afraid it might like get all mixed up.
Yeah.
And stuff.
That says love on the back, right? Nice. What's the inside say?
It says I love cats.
I love cats. Instant watercolors. I'll show chat when you're done. Oh, it says love on both sides. Okay, I'll leave it here to dry, because it is still a little bit wet. Because it started running when I moved it. Thank you, baby. Love you very much. Thank you so much for the art. Will you make me some more? Or are you done for art for the day?
I might paint something for you, baby.
Okay, thank you so much. I love you. Okay. No, I wasn't trying to say anything about you, Killpond. I really wasn't. So I apologize if that's how it came out. It's just, it like triggered my like, I fucking hate when people... It's not like it was the first thing you said. Like, you've been here for like a week or so, so it's not like you're just some new person. It's not like you just came into the chat and asked me for money, Flykin. Fucking jerk. Damn kids. You're a good kid. But yeah, if I didn't give you shit how would you learn not to do those kind of terrible things anymore, you know? Put an empty game object so I can paste. I really liked when they added the option to paste shit in between scenes. Like, oh, so good. Well, you're already a prefab, so go fuck yourself. Bloop. Then you are the grid. You are the captain now. You're an empty grid, right? And you're not 300 by 300. Oh, I'm totally not a wholesome stream, for real. I will swear at the top of my lungs. I'm totally not wholesome, but I'm not gonna not like I spend a lot of time either working or streaming, and I don't want to just neglect. I already feel bad enough as it is not getting as much time with them because I'm doing this over spending time with them. So if she wants to come in and talk to me, or my son wants to come in and talk to me, then they can totally do that. So that's why I allow it. My cat, but the allergies, hold on. I mean, my kids are wholesome, but I'll swear like a sailor. It's just part of my charm. So now we need to map the Gridmaster object again, now that we deleted the other one. And that needs to be in... Where is the Gridmaster object? We don't need this anymore, the Unity reference object, we don't need that. We can actually delete that and load her while we're in here. That was something we were trying to do for another version of serializing shit, which does not work. Actually, I'll leave it just in case, because it's for the Odin stuff, so I'll leave it just in case Odin needs it for something. Game master data, config, object lists, spawns. That's BS. Since when do your quality as a coder depend on in the area which you're doing your coding? Yeah, it is BS. That's right. IOMap grid, so that should be here, I think. On okay. It's either gonna work or it's gonna explode into a fireball. I've done PHP. Oh, but you were asking full stack. I don't think anyone is shit. Like HTML is hard. I can't do that shit. Like, we have a front-end girl that does HTML and like Node shit, and it's like, that's way hard. That's out of my wheelhouse. So I respect their level of expertise in those areas. I don't think any one person's work is better than others. But that's why I'm awesome, because I don't like, oh, you're a DBA, like, okay, you're the same as me. Like, nobody's better than anyone else. You all have your areas of expertise, and that's why I always like yell, teamwork makes the dream work, because you succeed or fail as a team. You don't succeed or fail individually. And then if you have people that are like those like assholes that are really good but they're assholes, they fuck everyone else up. So they should go. Like, all full stop. If you're an asshole and you're like really good at what you do, you should go, because you demoralize the rest of your team because you're an asshole. And it's just you're not worth. You might make a lot of production, but you're decreasing production from the rest of your team because nobody wants to be around you. Everyone wants to punch in the face. Nobody likes to be talked to like shit all the time. It's just like, dude, fuck that noise. That's just my opinion. So yeah, but I used to do it. Fucking worked. It motherfucking worked. Yes. My man. So this is fucking awesome. So let's go. Okay, one thing that's not awesome is the camera is moving, but this is not moving. Do I have a second camera here? What the fuck is going on? Oh, there it goes. That was weird. That was an interesting little buggeroony. Did you see that? Where the camera's moving and then I turn it off and back on. It's like, oh, we're good. Do I have like a second camera here somewhere? I must. I totally must be missing something. Okay, but we at least know that the save and load worked. So we can commit that to Tile Manager. So that actually worked. That just loaded 810,000 hexes. Like 300 by 300 times 9. It just loaded that from disk, which is awesome. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to commit that on the open source Tile Manager. Because it fucking worked. And it's fucking amazing. And I'm super duper excited. Why did you close that, you sack of potatoes? But I used to get the same thing when I did Cold Fusion Kill Pond, because it was so easy to use. There was so many people that were dumb that use it and made shitty Cold Fusion apps. But I built like really good Cold Fusion apps, and it's actually a really good language that I still enjoy to this day writing in. And I don't mind PHP. I've used that a lot lately too. I don't mind Perl. I don't mind C. I don't mind C++. Like, but yeah, Cold Fusion was so easy that it had a reputation for being made for dummies, because there were so many dummies that wrote stupid stuff with it. Like, I'm a salesman, but I want to write a web app, which I would have taken as like, dude, you made this language that's accessible to people that aren't traditionally like somebody that would sit down and be like, I can do C++, but it's like you made this really simple language. I think that's a plus. I think that makes it powerful. But, you know, fuck me, I don't know anything, you know? Yeah, and I think that's good though, Balar. Like, I like PHP is like Cold Fusion and PHP where like anyone can jump in. Like, that's a sign of its strength. Like, you can, like Full Stack is saying, you can write shit code in any language. It's just a matter of the level of the effort you're putting in to make good code, you know? Don't put enough effort in that you're not writing shit code, and don't put so much effort in that you're spending all your time trying to be perfect, because that's also something I don't subscribe to. Never let perfect be the enemy of good enough. So I think we're good here. We don't need code here. Music stopped. Start new music. 1. 2, push up the repo for Tile Manager. What were we just doing? Antidote. 1. Dark Techno. Dark Techno. Music for time lapses. Future dub. Well, this could be promising. Okay. Cool. Let's make the commit for the code in Tile Manager, because it worked properly. We have a bug to fix on our side, but that's not anything to do with Tile Manager. Tile Manager just did its job like a charm. Okay. And Tile Manager support for saving and loading tile maps from disk. You can load in either JSON, binary. That is awesome. Boop. And we're gonna push that up. I'm just being crazy and working right on. I should stop working on master and just make branches, but I go a little crazy. If there's anyone else working on the project, then I'll fucking make branches and pull requests and shit. But until then, I don't really care. My company runs more than 500 Linux servers, only to host PHP websites, really big PHP websites. Hey, Facebook is in PHP, so, you know, you can't do that bad. Like RPG Maker, it's easy to work with, which means there's also more not so good games. True, Balar. I think it's slowly turning around. PHP is getting better rep now. Yeah, PHP is this. I don't know. Hold on, my son just sent me a thing. Let's see what my son wants. My son wants to swim. Hey Boo Boo, I'm finishing up some stuff now. Let me see. Gosh darn it. That's it. I said Boo Boo, not Hey Google. Come on.
I don't know. Maybe I can help with something else.
You all are a bunch of assholes. Hey Colin, I'm finishing up something now, and then I will see when I can find a good spot to swim, and I'll let you know. Because I do want to swim, we gotta get our exercise in. Especially, is the weather good? Can you check the pool and tell me if the temperature's any good for me? I love you. Hey Colin. Oh god, I don't want to hear my voice. That guy's voice sucks. Ugh. Sorry. My son just asked about swimming, and I'm all about that. I'm all about that swimming life, yo. Here we go. Sorry. Let me catch up with chat. I've given a presentation. Yes, RPG Maker's awesome. PHP's getting a better rep. There's some really good games. Exactly. It's not the tool that makes or breaks you. It's how you use them. It's not the motion of the ocean. It's not the size of the appendage. It's the motion of the ocean. Pond, you're an asshole. And I'm glad I don't have... Actually, I should turn on like voice to text bits just so people could try doing that stuff to me. It's like, I'll totally take money to have Google do stuff like that, you know? Hey, G-word, call the police, you know, and stuff like that. Let me make sure nothing just fucking did that, because that would be super embarrassing. I don't even know if that works. It might be like, fuck off. But I know, like, Alexa can let you call, like, people, so. Are we supposed to have sentient computers that perfectly understand us by now? I also have, So here's a funny story, a little inappropriate. I worked at Chewy in Boston. I worked with this Asian guy, and he had an Alexa on his desk. And it was Thanksgiving time. And he was saying, hey, Alexa, say a Thanksgiving joke. But he can't, he's Chinese. So he kept saying, he said, hey, Alexa, tell me a sex-giving joke. And she started telling jokes. And this was an open concept office. So it just started talking about like, I do not know what a sex-giving joke is. And he's like, no, Thanksgiving joke. And he kept repeating it. And it kept saying sex-giving joke. And eventually like the guy next to him was like, dude, stop. It was super funny. We were all like laughing. We're like, dude, you fucking moron. What are you? It was super funny. I mean, it was a pretty good culture up there. It was just very funny. It was not ouch. It was funny, man. Hey, funny man. Okay, let's go take a look at. Go take a look at the tile manager. We can actually close all of this shit we've been working on, right? Because we got this done. We got that amount of work done because we started this morning with Ludum Dare. We went over Ludum Dare with two people from the stream that are also Paradox developers, which is awesome. So let's go look at Tile Manager. We need how to README for sure. I should have README. But yeah, we now support. Did I get my commit? To now support saving and loading time maps. Awesome. So that was the first thing. We got the tile maps working. My son just sent me another message. What did you say? What does that mean? I don't understand what that means, boy. Okay. So we have to do support non-sprite atlases for now. For now, we're good without it. That is totally you when you wake up for school. I love you. Let me know how the water feels. Let me know. Okay. That's good. We've got the save load functionality done. We need to actually work on saving out all of the data from the game. Because this is just the tile map stuff. Actually, we need to fix whatever the fuck's going on with the camera. Like, that needs to get fixed. Because that's still, like, not ready for prime time. And a little weird. I will totally say it's a little weird. Alexa, order more toilet paper. Alexa, make me a sandwich. Man, I'm super excited we got that done though. Like that was fun. But that's what you have to do when you have to serialize a Unity mono behavior is break it down into its primitive parts and then serialize that and then find a way to deserialize it. It's not glamorous, but it works. Let's see, while this is running, what else did we have to do today? Not that one. Do I have anything else on the issues tab I wanted to get knocked out today? Oh, I wanted to look at streaming assets if we get this save load done. Yeah, streaming assets is next, because that'll help us with modder support when we get there. And obviously, once we get this squared away, I'm not going to load from disk every time, because this is way slower than just using a prefab, for sure. Here we go. Oh, I'm an idiot. That's what I am. I'm a total idiot. I had the other scene still running in the background. You big dumb. So maybe it didn't work. Gosh darn son of a gun. Unload the scene. Let's have some fun. Okay. Let's make sure we've got the set to the grid right. Okay, good. And we'll make this another prefab variant. What will it do? Will it make a new one? Grid. Empty. Okay. Nothing here. Now let's load. That's why it was the camera's being stupid, because I was being stupid. Can you give me an overview of what you're up to? What systems you have working and what's left sometime? Yeah, totally, Kilpon. I can totally do that. I have to write it out myself anyway, because we've got the terrain generation, we don't have any others. We have terrain generation for the random maps, we have A-Star pathfinding, we have flood filling working. The things I was working on last time I went through were so when you build out a room, making a different region with a flood fill, so I've got to get that working. And then it's, figuring out the combat system, how we want to do that to be a little bit different than RimWorld, because while their combat system is good, okay. Sweet. So it did work. We were just being done with two things. Things move around. Okay, good. Awesome. Dude, this is fucking awesome. If let's see, can I even chance build something? Or can I mine something? Yes, the map atlas didn't get built, right? We can work through that. Let's see if we can do... This is just a matter of linkage, it seems like. So we just have to see where the linkage is broken. Structure, build a wall. Okay, that works. Okay. So some of the layers are being weird, because you see this should have picked up that this was a that was a bush there, and that was a mountain. So some things we have to work on. Let's see. Let's disable the item layer. Okay, those things are on item layer properly. And those things are on the wall layer properly. Okay. So the atlas isn't updated properly. GitHub, OrcaNut, image UI. Sorry, I forgot to say the GUI Dean replaced ML with. What's ML? What was it? What was ML? What was he using before? Bloat-free immediate mode graphics UI for C++ with minimal dependencies. UML. Oh, he was using UML? Oh, I forgot. You can run C++ plugins in Unity, can't you? Okay. I don't know. I thought he was just using the Unity's UI. Yeah, I don't even know how you would load in a... I've never loaded in a C++ wrapper. I've never loaded anything C++ into here. That looks really slick though. This looks really good. That's really nice. Yeah, it said there's a binding for it. Let me see. What made him use this? Because it was. Does he like it because it's lower weight or like easier to implement? Like, what was it that caused him to go for it? If you don't mind me asking. Performance concerned with Unity's. Yeah, no, I can fucking see that for real. But it's, we'll see where they get to. I would be like totally on board this, but if there, let's Google it while we're here. Let's Google the Unity status of the new, if there's even a prefab for the new Unity system. Unity new UI. Like, is there a something for it? UI Elements is a new retained mode UI framework for Unity. This is 20.1, so this is a year old now. That means they should be getting ready to release it, right? Into general public, maybe? Extend the Unity editor. Main mode, the basic blocks is visual element class. Because if they can do what they did for UI that they did for the prefab workflow, I will be all fucking over it. Because the prefabs are awesome now. Like, they're not like a kick in the balls every time you want to use them. No offense to people without balls, of course. UXML. Reusable templates, okay, nice. Shared styles, nice. With CSS, okay. I want to know, like, about the positioning, like, if they make it so the positioning is awesome. Oh, is this what he was using before? Oh, this is the way for using it with Unity. Okay, cool. Thanks for being so helpful, Kill. I really appreciate it, man. You're good people. I don't care what they say about you behind your back. Oh, if they're converting it to CSS, then yeah, I'd still need to know CSS for where to put everything then, right? Like where everything would live based on. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. But I wonder if this one is going to be better with... Did he mention anything about scaling? Because the thing I always hate about the UI is... I'd love for it to be relative. Like, when I put something in the screen in like the top left and top right, like, I'd like that to normally shift based on like, okay, I went from 2K to 4K, so do the scaling for me. And if it doesn't do that, then it's so frustrating. Like when I play certain games and they don't support 4K or 2K, I just can't play it. But I mean, it's not that I'm mad at them, because I know it's such a pain in the ass to do with a lot of things to get it to scale your fonts and scale everything properly. So I know it's I know it's not easy. What did you say? Oh my goodness. I said, go check the water for me right now and tell me if it's warm, and then we can go from there. I love you, Turkey. What's the temperature right now? Be right back. I need to use the restroom, and I will be back in just a sec.
Sorry for these poor fools.
You got me falling. You got me falling. You got me falling. Did you know that?
Welcome back. My while I was gone, apparently I left the door open, so our stray cat that we've adopted, Patrice, has come in to visit. She's probably gonna jump up and get on camera in a second. ASMR, if you like it. Oh yeah, or not. She's gonna jump up and say hello. She's our rescue. She just adopted us, really. Hey, baby. Okay. Just loves hanging out in the office with me, so probably jump up and you'll see her running across my keyboard and shit in a second. Oh gosh. Okay. Reese is in the house. Yeah, she'll come in and run right into the office because this is like her safe spot where no other cats are allowed. So let's see. You're gonna jump. There she goes. Oh, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? Cat butt. Hi, cat butt. Hi, Patrice. Hi, baby. You're gonna get comfortable? You're just gonna get comfortable and lay down? Or you just want me to pet you? Hi, baby. She's still partially feral, so sometimes she just snaps, so I try not to get her in my face too much because she can go from like, I love you to, I'm a feral cat pretty quick. So I try not to get that in the way. Like close up my water. You know, just because you can't always trust decisions, but she will just eventually lay down next to me. Hi, baby. Hi, baby. Cat butt. Hi, baby. Patrice. And we call her Patrice because there's this show, How I Met Your Mother, where there's this one character, Patrice, that drives oh crap, I forget, Shabatsky. Robin, drives Robin crazy. So she would just meow all the time, and we're just like, okay, Patrice, shut up. Shut up, Patrice. Yeah, she's a sweetheart, though. Hi, baby. She's about to start drooling. And she, not only does she drool, but she shakes it everywhere, so it just like gets in your eyes and stuff. Oh, now she's turned Photoshop on. Girl, what are you doing, girl? You're stepping on my mouse, yo. Oh my goodness. Sorry. I know it's cutting into the coding time. I apologize. She's... No. But she's not fixed. She's fixed either, so someone let her go. And so she'd lost kind of she had to go hardcore and be, you know, feral to survive. But she's starting to learn it again. Ready to lay down? You ready to lay down? Now she's demanding pets. Oh my goodness. You know, you're gonna get me in trouble because this is science and technology, not catology, right? Science and catology. I know. I love you, baby girl. Let's lay down for a second, okay? Just for a second. Pretty please. Try to block her off so she doesn't come up. She's gonna come up the other way. It's gonna be pandemonium, I tell you. Lay down, baby. Just lay down. Okay. These you guys are cool. I will look into them more in a minute. Thank you for sharing them, Kill. So we have a weirdness with the map atlas right now, which is weird. Like we can build stuff here, but we can't. Can we chop trees? So that atlas isn't done right. So let's look at what we do. This cat though. Hi, baby. Hi. I love all the slobber. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Now she's gonna walk across my keyboard. It's gonna cause all sorts of drama. Oh my gosh. She's like, I need hands to pet me. Oh my goodness, girl. So we have an issue with, we need to look at, I gotta go around her butt to see the code. We have to find where we load the board in Board Manager and see what's going on with why it's not. Can you hear that, the purrs? She's very loud purr. She's like a little engine. Oh my goodness, you are adorable, girl. She doesn't always purr outside because she's scared, but here's where she gets relaxed. It'd be like a purring cat that just got cat spit in my girl. Patrice. Hi. Come here. Come here. Let's give you some pets for a minute. Ow! Stay now. She's like, I don't want to be held, I'll bite you. So it's like, then you gotta go, girl. You can't just bite. But she didn't bite hard, but she bit me enough to be like, hey, I don't want to be picked up, I just want to be pet. There's a difference. Like, I'm not a whore, I'm a stripper. There's a difference. Which I'm totally, you know, strippers for the win, you know. Not trying to talk bad about them. So where are we with board? Set up scene. So we're loading from disk here. We're loading the map, and then we're doing a grid rebuild. Doesn't seem to be working. So let's see what grid rebuild actually does. Board manager. We have a board manager over here? Because I'd like to be able to watch both at once. So let's see if we can split it over. Let's look at grid rebuild over here. Laying down? Are you just ready to jump up again? Just chilling out. If the green screen suddenly, you know, collapses, it's because she's decided to jump on it and just eat the whole goddamn green screen. Grid rebuild. If the instance is null, no grid yet. If not, it recreates the grid. But the grid's created. The grid should be created. We need the map atlas to be created. Because the map atlas hasn't been. Let me look at the logs. Did we? It seems like we're not building the map atlas, but maybe we are. I don't know. Because that's a lot of logs we had. But yeah, see, it loaded everything from the tile manager, so good for us making a way to serialize data, give back to open source. I'm pretty proud of that. Recreating the grid. Break here, map atlas is done. Is the map atlas done? I don't think it is. Boss. It's supposed to build the map atlas here. Reachability groups. Why would this be any different? Why would this be any different than any of the other stuff? Are we laying out the same? Are they named the same? Blood fill layer, like the names look like they're close to the same. She's laying out back there now. Let me take a picture for my wife, because she always likes to know when Patrice is in the house. She snuck in when I went out. Oh, Jesus. Action shot. Yeah. Hey. Hi, baby. I know. You're the best. Please don't bite me. Don't hurt me, yo. Oh, yeah. Alright, let me get a picture of her. Do not bite my fingers, girl. Sorry for the cat distractions. Oh my goodness. Hi, baby. Hi. I love you. You're good. You're good. Did you just fart in my face? Oh, Jesus, cat. Maybe you just farted on me, girl. What's up with you? What's up with you, girl? Don't knock my phone down. Jeebus, cat. Yes. I love you. We adopt. Yes, we're your humans. I know. We're your humans. See, she's very particular. She's like, I want you to pet me, but if you pick me up, I shall bite you. Right, O'Neill? Not hard, but I will let you know who's boss. I'm a classy cat. Okay. I love you. We feed you every day, okay? You're good. So we are making, the map atlas was compiled with 0 zones, so that's fucked up right there. Because it should have some zones, right? So let's... Hi, baby. So let's change it to C. We change it to... So this was compiled with 0 zones. Let's change it to go back off the prefab. Let's see if it works right. Please do... Please... Oh my God. Girl. Love you. She just doesn't like being in the other house because there's other cats that give her that mean mug and everything. Please do not drool my computer. Can I pick you up? Please do not bite me. Okay. Ow! Ow! girl. Damn. Okay, you gotta go. I'll be right back. You've worn out your welcome by biting me. Like, you're jumping on my fucking desk. And then you're being an asshole to me. And then you're wondering why I don't fucking pet you. Damn. You jerk. Fucking hurt. Okay. It's making 0 zones. Zones. Where's count zones coming from? And why is it getting no zones? Count zones. Walking through here. It's getting the reachability node group zones. They're not set. Let's run it with a prefab and see what we get, because I'm assuming it's going to say more than 0 zones for sure. Or maybe not. It's been a while since we've dicked with it, so set it to prefab and let's load it and see what we get. And then we should be able to delete that and then set this to have no jobs for one. And then biomap grid be this guy. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it works better. Damn, that was quite unpleasant. Nope, it's totally not doing that now. Okay, so we must have another bug in the code then. We say the prefab, but then why are we? Where does null? Oh, because it's not actually physically on the game, probably. Okay. Now let's try that again with prefab and see if it works. Man, that didn't break the skin, but that didn't leave a mark. That wasn't fun. Let's see what the zones said for reachability zones. No, 0 zones counted as well. Let's take a screenshot of it when it starts just to compare the diff. That's literally all. This is literally all we have for the builds with prefab. Let's go. Let's turn this off. And let's get rid of this. Let's bring in the empty grid. Make sure it's linked to Game Manager. Oh, she's just laying behind me. Jerk. No, she's the cat, but being bitten is not fun. It reminds me of that one meme where the guy's like, this is this cat, her name is Tabitha blah blah blah. And then eventually it's just like, it's madness, runs up his leg and just grabs him by the junk, and he's just like freaking the fuck out, like, get that fucking thing off me. That was like me on a minor level. It's like, oh god, I'm being attacked by a cat. I shouldn't have picked her up, but it was like, fuck. We'll get there eventually. It was my own fault, you know, my own fault for being dumb. Go back to load from disk. This grid has all the new hotness we care about, right? Composite colliders. On the right layers, flood, mist, roof. I'm watching the sorting layer here. Items, wall, terrain. Perfect. Set as the grid game object. Beautiful. Let's see what we get now. We load it and compare. But I mean, we got the concept working. We know it loads. This is just game stuff we have to worry about, not the fact of some of the things we've worked on before. But to answer your other question, Kill, I think, you know, we have to get the combat system figured out. I have to do some more. Once we get the job stuff done, then and we get it working flawlessly, then it's just easy to just mix and match, and it's just a matter of like, go to Hex 1, remove Sprite 1, replace Sprite 2, and then after we get that all done for all those pieces, then it's layering on top of that, adding the needs system. So it's like you have needs that tick down over time. Like that's easy stuff. Like that's just timer based stuff that we can do, but we have to make sure the movement of the pawns just is foolproof. Is totally foolproof. Sorry. Like there was another scratch she gave me the other day. You know, her love. It's the way she shows love, with violence. But I do like her. That's why I don't really let her hang out in the house, because if she does that to my kids, then I'm not having a good day. That'll be a pretty big, like, no fault of her own, totally. But I still, like, she can't, you know, that'd be kind of a deal breaker. That would be a deal breaker, sure? Yeah, thanks. So I'm comparing this output now to the output we got. I can close this off. The output that we got from this bad Mammer Jammer here, this bad Larry Zonka. Source prefab, source disk, build the world, yes. Setup scene, yes, yes, yes. Create grid, yes. Initialize list done, yes. Setup scene, we're loading a disk map. Setup scene, we're loading a prefab map. We're creating grid. Well, this is loading the map, and then once that's done, game data map loaded, yes. Recreating grid. Recreating grid. Grid 300 by 300. Grid 300 by 300, yes. Break here, map balance done. 1.9 for the Atlas, yes, same thing. Halfway, god damn it, gosh darn it. Halfway worked. Reachability zones, flood fill starts. Halfway is right. Flood fill 147. Y 0 to 1. Yeah, that's totally right. 227's halfway. Halfway 0, count of item 0. Yeah, it looks like it totally should be working. Like it looks like it should work. But it works for, so it's working for placing, it's working for something that's not removing another tile. So I bet we have a bug. So my guess is what's happening is that it's going to be something related to the fact that we're grabbing the sprite reference for the name. Oh, you're back for more. This is going to be fun. Oh, thanks for coming. Hey, welcome to the party. Like, you must pet me, but do not pick me up because I will bite you. But if you do not pet me, I will fall on your hand and step on your mouse and just be a general big pain in the booty, huh? Let me get him scritches. Oh, yeah. Give me the scritches. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's it, girl. Oh, yeah. Booty Rub's got the tail stroking. She loves the tail strokes. Yeah. You like it? You having a good time? You purring yet? Have you forgiven me for daring to pick you up so that you bite me? Like, no. I do not like to be picked up. I still do not trust you, human. I still do not trust you. Please don't drool in the... Hey, my daughter just made this. Don't lick. This is watercolor, dude. Please. Please. Girl, come on now. My daughter just made that for me. I demand love. I demand affection. And this is why I see when I'm a little hesitant to have her, like, up in my face. Like, biting in the hands that's okay, but, like, if she bites my face, I would probably lose my temper, and I don't want to do that. Like, it's just a human reaction, like, hey, something bit your face. I don't want that. I don't want to put myself in a bad position with you stinky girl. Yeah. Oh, okay, you're getting overstimulated. How about you get off my desk now, right? Yeah. Get off my desk. Hop down. Ready? Here we go. Can I poke you in the butt and make you jump down? Poke in the butt. Poke in the butt. Butt. Oh, this is your home now? Oh, cool. Yeah? You're gonna bite my arm or something now? That's the love you got to give? Crazy Patrice, you silly goose. Go back to layout we like for one. Now she's... I would hit the hello button, Pew, but... Oh, I got it. I managed to get it from her. She's sitting on the edge of my desk now, just rubbing her face against my... This is her desk now, I guess. Let me move my shit out of the way for her, you know. Let me make some space for, you know, Patrice. I'm the captain now, she says. Let me get this out of the way for old Patrice. There we go. I don't know if you missed it, but one of our rescues just chilling out of my desk. She's blocking my phone so I can't see anything that's going to my phone. I'm pretty good. Dude, Pew Pew, we got we pivoted a little bit today and we got tile maps saving to binary and we got tile maps loading for binary. That's what we're working through right now, is we're loading in the binary maps from, where was it? There? Nope, that was like and stuff. Let's find it. Right here. Oh, Jesus Christ, girl, she just knocked my phone off. Okay. I know, you're fine. You're cool. Don't bite me again. I don't like being bitten. It's not super fun. You know, don't like it much and all, but you can have that side of the desk. I'll have this side of the desk. So we've got this here, which is, this is all the bytes that we've saved at the binary, and that works. Dude, oh, I was gonna say use the fucking tile manager I have, but you're using Godot, so sucks to be you today, cause I've got a tool that's open source to help your ass. What are you struggling with? Like, if it's like a conceptual thing, maybe I can help you. If it's like a how the fuck do you do it, I got no help for you. But she's literally just like, let me take a picture so you can see the ridiculousness that is now no longer my desk. It's now no longer my desk. She's claimed it. It's her edge of the desk now. Okay, I'll be right back. My wife needs me. Good gosh, I'm really sorry. My wife was having a rough time with my son, and I had to go do that. And then now I came back, and Patrice isn't in the office, so she's somewhere in the house. So there's going to be like a random cat fight. So if you guys hear cats fighting, I won't hear it through the headphones. Please tell me, because I need to go break up a cat fight, which is going to be really fun. Super duper fun. Oh, goodness. But we've made a lot of progress today, so, you know, it's been nice. Okay. Let's see. We're trying to debug. I hope you're having a good day, Pew. What's up with you? Anything good? Oh, and is it like, when you said you're struggling with tile maps, are you struggling with like conceptual tile maps? Or are you struggling with like specific, like the way they're implementing them? Let's find more music, by the way. What are you doing? Your dub. Into Space was actually not bad, I think. It's so funny. All this music is like, it's like Bizarro, like this is Bizarro Space Odyssey. It's like close enough to be like, there was a Halo song that was like, this was Halo. I'm like, dude. Are you having trouble with like the functions to do it, or is it just the way they do it is being a pain in the ass? Like, do you conceptually know how you want to do it? They have this tool that lets you drag the tiles and generates them. So you're trying to like procedurally generate tiles, right? Or like, how does that happen? Is it like procedural stuff? Okay, grid empty. Let's run. It's like painted. Well, so you can paint. Well, the reason I'm asking is I'm trying to like help to see if there's something like, is it just like you don't, like it's not painting, like you're telling it to paint, it's not painting? Like you're trying to draw, like I'm trying to hand draw a map and it's not fucking working? Is that what you're saying? Sorry for being obtuse. I'm not a smart man, but I know what love is. And I know what it is when a random feral cat is wandering around your house. Here we go. It's with this mask stuff. When you set where you have to set like each time what the tiles are next to, what it should be. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. I mean, it kind of does, but can you share like a screenshot, like an Imager link or something? And then we can look at it together and see what's what and see if we can figure it out. Because it's probably something, probably not too terribly hard. I mean, if it's not like you're messing up the code, then I'd imagine it's something simple, would be my guess. But I'm not a subject matter expert, but I can totally try to take a look. Okay. It's like, this is like Independence Day now all of a sudden. Let's check the map atlas. What does it say if we say... Boop. Clean map, load map, rebuild map atlas. Will it rebuild for me? Or will it error? It rebuild it, okay. Oh, if we show reachability zones, does it work? Yeah, the reachability zones are fine, because there's one that's non-contiguous and it's set as a different zone, so that's fine. It's just hard to understand how to set up the tile mask so that I can draw the tiles how I want. I don't know if this will help you at all. Let me do... I think I should just leave the tool and just do it manually. Let me load this scene. And like, let's look at how Unity does it. So we've got a tile palette in Unity. Colonists, not, I want the RPG tile palette. So I want to say, here's all of the tiles. So I want to say, I want to draw this guy on here with Unity. And so the way I've got it laid out with Unity is there's the grid, which is Unity's concept of like the grid that organizes like 0, 0, 0, 1, like the grid map where you're going to map that to a hex location. So I've got multiple layers. This is the train layer, so it's on the bottom. So like this will be like, we're painting the ground here on this stuff. And I'm clicking on train layer, and I'm also in Unity, I'm set on the active tile map. So it's like I'm painting on that layer, which it's a conceptually weird thing until you do it a couple times. So like we've got this tile map here that's on the train layer, and then we want to draw something on the wall layer. So we notice when I clicked train layer, see how it changes automatically. So I click the layer so it knows that I want to draw on that. And this is Unity, so again, it might be different. So we want to do, let's do like a staircase. Do we want to have a staircase here? No, staircase is hard because I haven't laid it out to have stairs work. It could totally work, but I haven't laid out any of my train that way to do that. So probably better would be to have a wall like that, like boop, boop, boop. Now I'm drawing on that layer with a wall. That doesn't look right either. Oh, that looks like ass too. And then that one would have this side, so we enough there, and then we have the sides. Where's the sides for this bastard at? Sides for the bastard. Wall layers. Well, so with Unity, they do have collisions. I don't know how Godot is, but with Unity you can do this thing called you've got the tile renderer here, but I added a composite collider, and then I added a tile map collider, and then you check this thing called wall colliders. So watch, see how they have a little green box around them? Like watch when I turn, see that's the collider mesh. So that turns on and off. So as I paint things, those become collidable, so characters can't use them. So it's a little bit simpler. Here's the other. So I paint with that brush. Like that would work, right? And then I can do. We have cliffs, and let's just have the cliffs go to the edge of the map, I guess. And this looks like shit, but I hope it just illustrates the point we're trying to do of like drawing the maps. And then we've got the item layer, and the item layer is really where I put trees and stuff like this. Watch, we'll put some fluffy little trees on top. So there's trees on top of this cliff. Because I'm on the item layer. But if I were to go to the wall layer and I put the tree, see how it highlights that it's going to remove it? So it's kind of like you paint in layers. But every layer you want can have collisions. It's the way I made them. I named these the way I wanted them to. Like you can make X number of layers that you want, and that's for you to paint them how you want. So how is the editor for Godot? Is it similar to this? Like where you have a tile palette that you can paint from, or is it something else? Like I could also do, I could draw on the wall layer. I can make this black hole. And then, where is it? Boop. And then where's the top of this bastard at? Hey. Hey, I'm clicking on you, you shithead. And so there, now you've got a big old hole in the ground as well that you can put some fancy little trees around. And the way I built my tile managers, these could all be randomized. Unity feels more mature. Unity is more mature. Unity's been around for like 10 years, and I think Godot is open source, and it came out, I don't know, like a couple years ago? Auto tiles, where you have like a tile blob. I don't really know the terms. That's totally, I totally get, that's the hard part. Because until you learn the nomenclature that like people use, you don't really know how to Google for it, so you don't know what to do to fix it. So like these would be called tile maps. So Googling for like tile maps, and then then you can do pathing off of that. So like I wrote this auto system that I'll take, like for us. Oh, I don't want to load it because there's nothing here. It's just gonna break. Don't fucking do that to me. Oh god. Well, what are you trying to accomplish, Pew? Because I can't. More tutorials maybe. Like, what do you want to do? Like the cool thing about Godot is like apparently Schmelly was saying you could do it in like any different language you want. Like you can do C++, PHP, JavaScript, like a whole bunch of ways to write stuff in that engine, which is pretty fucking cool. But it depends what you're trying to do. It sounds like you're trying to make a 2D tile game. In GDScript. What is GDScript? Is that like, what is it like? But I don't really like GDScript. What do you mean? Unity you can make, what are you talking about? Unity you can make tons of games. I was talking about Godot engine, which you can use lots of different languages for. You can make, there's people that make apps in Unity too. Like there's a guy that does 3D rendering of cars for like professional auto shows, like real high-end stuff, and it's using Unity to do that. Like Unity's useful for other things other than making games too. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it totally can be used for stuff other than games. Like you can even make, yeah, you can do whatever you want. But I mean, it's mainly for games, so it's built around that. But you can do whatever you want to visualize data. Like I know, I think Dr. Java was saying that he can use Unity for research stuff, like visualizations of things. You know, there's a lot of different things you can do. Let's unload this. Discard these changes. If you need any more help, Pew, let me know. I will totally help you, because it's good to go. And then let's load back up. We actually, Huck, we got data loading from the disk, a disk drive. We got the map saving to disk and loading from disk, which is awesome. We baked it into the tile manager that we open source for anyone who wants to use it. Yeah, it's really cool. Oh, it's like Python. It's like bitch Python. It's like Python, but it's not quite like Python. It's like, well, that sounds terrible. Oh, no worries. If you go to Unity, I mean, if you want to screen share later, I can try to help you, but it's I know it's hard. I know how hard it is when you don't know the nomenclature of what you're trying to do. That's just something that's going to take time for you to learn. Or maybe we can help you with that. Like, and I don't even know all the proper nomenclature. I just know what I call it and what it comes up on the forums when you look for it. But what are you trying to do? Are you trying to make like a 2D tile game or what? Okay, so we're gonna load our map here. It's gonna pull everything from disk. The reach and ability groups are gonna look good. I've done a little action RPG and a platformer. Nice, nice. Just trying different things. Okay, cool. Well, that's awesome. I mean, there's people like Schmelly says he uses Godot because it's open source and he likes that, and I totally agree. Like if I didn't have like 7 to 8 years of my life invested in Unity, I might try it. I mean, I've opened it and it looks interesting, but it's like a whole new workflow to learn. And it's kind of like where 3D modelers, like I'm 3ds Max, I'm Maya, like I'm Blender. It's like you normally pick one and you stick with it because like the workflow is what matters. And like with Unity, it's super workflow too. It's like once you know how to do it, it gets faster and faster and faster. So if you switch around all the time, it's like, oh, fuck. I mean, you can do it. It's just, fuck. It's only a week, so don't worry about it. I started messing around with my own pixel art stuff for then, and it was a bad idea. It's not, learning is never a bad idea, dude. Like, learning should be applauded. Like, what you take from it what you may, and you might not be like an expert at it, but you learned. Like, that's totally reasonable to me. I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing at all. So you should feel proud of yourself for trying, because you know it takes effort to get off your butt and try something different. Personally, I'm more of a do everything in code type of person, so still get used to dev being more GUI based, I guess. Yeah, I'm a very do everything in GUI person. Like, I enjoyed writing the procedural terrain stuff. Like, that was fucking amazing. I loved it. Why are you... Oh, I'm still running the other scene. I'm like, why are you loading shit? What's going on here? Where's my pants? Okay, unload. Go away. Okay, let's come back. We got this. And thanks for everyone that's been joining. I appreciate it. So what we did today was, what we've done so far today in the last like 11 hours we've been streaming was we got tile maps saved out to binary file to a disk drive and loaded it back up. We're trying to get it incorporated with the game now. We're seeing some weirdness, so we're going to fix that. And then we're going to go on to trying to stream assets into the game, which I got inspired from by watching Dean build his hobby game. And that'll allow people to just put things into a streaming assets folder, and like the game engine will just load it automatically. And that'll be a pretty cool thing for people being able to mod like immediately. It's like, you have the same access that I do. I load, and I totally R&D'd that, which means rip off and duplicate from Dean Hall, watching him with his stream. So, because he's fucking awesome. And I wish I could be half the man that he is. I have half the hair of him. I wish I could be half as cool as him. Okay. So it seems like, let's see, grid layer 3. Because the item layer, okay, the item layer is actually the item layer, and it's there. So let's look at the visualization. This is going to lag everything out, I know. I paused it. So we're going to go into the main camera, and we're going to look at the atlas. We have the data objects are all here. Let's look at the object list. Let's look at, yeah, all this shit is empty. So it's not finding anything. So there's a big gap there. Like this should have anything in the list. Like there should be things in this list, and they're not. Hair is overrated. I've not had hair for, like, I shaved my hair before I ever lost my hair, so it's not anything I ever really have had in the past 20 years. So at least it makes it easy if you got to put a wig on, you know. I got to turn into a lady. I got a wig. I don't have to worry about my regular hair coming out. Your mom's a directory problem, Huck. No, I don't think it's a directory problem because the data's here. Like this is all loaded from the disk. So what it is probably something stupid like that, though. It is probably something stupid like that. No, I appreciate the guess. I mean, that can spur thought, because now I'm thinking about it. I'm like, it isn't a directory problem, but it's probably something dumb like it. So like if we load, I am paying attention, man. I am. Dude, and you missed, we got a new sub. It was awesome. We got to throw out the new thing. It was cool. We're up to 10 now, only 8 more to go, and we'll get another emote, and it'll be fucking awesome. And then I can put actually, I think I already have don't I have the B-Wheat? I only have B-Wheat Biscuit, but I don't have, because I haven't subscribed. I guess I don't get my tier 3 shit, so I don't get to see myself with, unless they just totally, they might have been like, fuck you, that looks like Bob Ross, you can't have a fro on your thing. My Streamlabs alerts don't work, it's stupid. Well, you should be able to test it. Like, you can go to Streamlabs and set up your external sources as a browser source. And then, like, if you set up your external notices with your browser source to Streamlabs, and you set it up there, then you can test it from their website, and you should hear it ding on the screen if you've got it right. So that's how you test it out. If people do it and it doesn't work, then then it's not wired up right. No, it's got to be that wired up that way. And yeah, then you've done something wrong. Because you link it up through Streamlabs. It's probably something stupid. That's really weird. There's like a button. Are you using Streamlabs? Okay, let me see. I'll look at it real quick for you. It's the least I can do. This song is fucking terrible. This song makes you wanna fucking, no, thanks. Let's see, Streamlabs. Sorry for the detour, guys, I appreciate it. I'm just trying to help Huck. He's a good fish. Alert box, you get the widget URL, and then there's this bunch of stuff that has enabled disabled, so you should be able to have that. I'll have to try to look at it with you later or something, but it's probably something dumb. Probably an easy fix. But it's just diggity dumb, Dave.
I'm running out of time, every day goes by so fast. And every moment
Well, I'll look after I get done streaming. Because, yeah, there's some settings that look like they might be it, but I have to swim with my son in a bit, so I want to focus. Sleep under the stars. Okay, what is this thing being done around? So if we say generate, let's generate just to make sure generate still works. But then we can see the difference of the logs. This is going to take like 30 seconds to 45 seconds to load everything in. And you'll see stuff getting painted here, right there. And so looping through everything. But then when this gets done, this atlas should be populated with stuff. Which is the goal. And what we could probably do, Huck, is just do on Discord, screen share from Discord, and I'll look at what your things are and see. It's probably something stupid. Because if you test it and it works, then it's something dumb. Now it's painting the trees. And then it'll do bushes after trees. There's the bushes. And then, so see there, the map atlas has 21,000 items. Bunch of trees, bunch of bushes. Okay. So we know that that isn't being generated properly. And let's see, we know that's because it still says atlas completed with 0 zones, but it's like map atlas done. We need to spit out the number of things from the map atlas like right away. In map atlas, build map atlas. Where the hell is the code? 317. There we go. What part of 317 are you missing? 317, asshole, not 600 something. Fuck. Break here. How many things did we go through? And this is, well, this isn't adding to the global list. This is adding to sub list, but this is the map atlas list. Map atlas list. Oh, I know that. Let's load it in and see, because it's probably based on the name. I bet that's what it is. Oh no. Pause. What I mentioned earlier and forgot because we got distracted by something was we're probably doing a string match on something, and that's probably why it's not working. Let's load from disk. Because when we go and we look at the sprite, it's using a different name because it's a little bit off. So there's probably something code we have to do to refine there. Let's see. It's 2:30, and I told my son I would swim with him at 2:30, so let's pause the music. Let's go and raid my buddy EJ real quick, and I'll be back in like an hour, and we will pick up where we left off. So we're gonna go raid EJ. We're gonna go in, and it's gonna be Biscuit Brigade raid. I expect you guys to all be good people. Thank you, PewDiePie. Pew with the dead. I'll be back in a little bit. We're gonna give EJ a Biscuit Brigade raid. and then you can bounce. But I appreciate it. It makes me. EJ's gave me. He's a good guy, so I appreciate it. So we're gonna go raid him now. We're gonna give him one of those Biscuit Brigade raids, and then I will see you guys over there, and I'll be back in about an hour. Thank you guys so much for watching. You guys are awesome. I love you. Thank you for the subscribers and follows. You guys are awesome. It really makes me feel good that people enjoy me trying to help. I will see you guys in an hour or two.